Peace. We back. With another one. Yeah. Go ahead and put the finishing touches on this Mad Max thing. Niggas fail. A lot of you niggas. Yeah. I know this is looking weird. But bear with me. Some of the most important shit you're gonna hear from your life. In your life. About to come out of this. Alright, so we're gonna dust this Mad Max thing back out. Yeah. Few things I wanna go back over. I'm gonna go ahead and look at it. I'll be looking out. Sometimes I'll be looking for this shit like, fuck this shit. But you know, I'm gonna do it. Well, not the main topic, because that's a must, but yeah, fuck, I ain't even gonna go into the rant, but fuck it. Alright, let me get this bullshit. Okay, so y'all, I'm gonna show you something about this Mad Max movie. First and foremost, well, on a general level, this is about Max and the girls represented black people. I ain't just saying that shit just because, I'm black. But we'll bring it down to a microcosmic level. And then I'll bring it back to right here. So we'll go to the microcosmic level. Now, this movie was excellent. And basically what it was, if you've been following the work, the Pygmalion, sees all that, which I was telling y'all have ties to this movie. The movie Sees All That has ties to this movie, Mad Max. One link is the pygmy. Well, Mad Max, excuse me, when Laney and Zach went on a date, they saw the theatrical show with the pygmies. They used to the pygmies in Mad Max. Both of these movies deal with male chauvinism or whatever. Max, excuse me, Sees All That. Got these men trying to place a bet on if they can make this, change this girl into whatever, or make her the prom queen or whatever, which is what the Pygmalion book, which was a play back in 1914 or something like that, where it dealt with male chauvinism, whatever. Male chauvinism and She's All That would be, okay, they planning this girl top or whatever, blah, blah. You know, you could Mad Max, you got Morgan Joe, who represents the oppressive male chauvinist murder cult. Excuse me, male chauvinist murder cult. That's what he represents. That's why it's Max and the girls. He's chasing the girls. They trying to escape because he's a tyrant. First you got Dan, the pygmy. Alright. So, with that being said, we'll take you to the witch hunt. Now, this is the witch hunt, the movie. But the witch hunt is symbolic of not just a group of women who are witches. Well, let me not put the quote for the order. Let me take that afterwards. Okay, well, well, you know, where I was based on, I just call it me, over my path. We were in high school and shit, you know, about the Salem witch trials, or whatever the fuck that shit was. You know, witch hunts and whatever. They were hunting witches. First and foremost, for you to understand, like I said, because we all learned this. You went to high school and you made it to like, I think we were like in the 9th, 10th, 11th grade or some shit, and we still learning about that, the Salem witch hunt. Now, for all those who know, you would think, like when you get it from the public school perspective of it, like I said, I don't know what the fuck happened in Salem, but I'm gonna show you the parallels so you can really get what's going on. I don't know what the fuck was going on in Salem in particular, and I don't even know much about the whole Salem thing, but I'm just using it as an example. So you hear about these witch hunts and all these women who got burnt at the stake because they were practicing witchcraft or whatever. And first and foremost, witchcraft comes from black women, black people, period. But the witches are the women, and witch is not. You hear the word witch is not innately bad. That's why I'm trying to show you where they're all. You have the good witch, wicked witch, or the Glendale of good witch, and you have the wicked witch of the west, or whatever. Well, overall, that's why overall. Okay, so we'll just keep it in. Also, really, well, I'm gonna tie everything together, but so you have the Salem witch hunt. Now, when you go to the public school, which is when I first came into it, or maybe TV or some shit, but I remember hearing about this shit in school or some form of fashion. But when they give it to you, you'll think it's a bunch of white women who got burnt or tried or was hunted down. The Salem went on the spot, you know, witch hunts or whatever was everywhere, I guess. But when you hear about these things or this concept of a witch hunt, the true witch hunt is not just, first and foremost, it's not exclusive, because witch is basically associated with the women. Men will be called wizards, shamans, woo. But all that is included. That's why I call the Salem witch hunt, or the concept of witch hunt itself, is a microcosm, because the witch is dealing with the feminine energy. So when I say the microcosmic thing of it is the the macrocosmic version of what we think of, what we feel like, or what we think of as a witch hunt would be both. It would be just magic, period, because the witches were feared, and that's why they were burnt, because they were feared for the magical powers made them come off as a threat. First and foremost, this is why I say that, and they do this a lot with history. with the Salem witchcraft, the Salem witch trials, witch hunter, whatever you want to call it, may have, even if it was some white women who was practicing witchcraft that was getting hunted, 9 times out of 10 it was some black women in there. All that shit was about black women, and it might have been a sprinkle of white women in, because when it's all said and done, only black women really can wield magic like that. And they may have some white women that they was teaching or some shit that got fucked out, but why? When you know, especially knowing what I know now, you come and be talking about a witch hunt or whatever, and back in the game, I'm gonna automatically think black women, because that's the real deal version of that. So even if they was hunting white women and fucking them off, and we finna get into that, but even if they were hunting white women off out of fear of them being hunting white women down out of fear of them being witches, what you think they was doing to black women, who was the real deal Jimmy? You know what I'm saying? So even if we was to do the math and get to the nitty gritty and find out, the Salem witch, it was just all white women that was trying to do something. Well, they was doing it to them, you know, goddamn well, they was trying to fuck over which we already know. But see, that's the black thing. The niggas, see, I'm gonna try to break it down real quick. So let's just go about it public school manner. Okay, you got Salem witch hunt, or the witch trial, whatever the fuck it was. They killing white women for practicing witchcraft. Witchcraft, the origin of witchcraft is the black man and the black woman. The witchcraft is just magic, period. The witch aspect, witch is just something that was attached to the women aspect of it or whatever. So, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, if they was doing all that to white women, then you know what they was doing to the true magicians or whatever, or witches or whatever you want to call it. So the true witch hunt is not just some women in Salem. It's the whole shit. It's niggas. This whole shit is a witch hunt. Keeping you away from your magic or fucking you up when they feel like you getting close to it. Because they already reduce niggas down to nothing. But you reduce niggas down to a savage state. So you get a modern Negro within the past 30, 40 years or whatever, they studying you. So when they looking, whatever it is, rap, acting, or whatever talent you may have, they looking at you when they saying, they looking for a sign, even if you don't know, they looking for signs of the witch or magician or whatever. Because they know this shit is in our genetics. So, if they studying you, but you don't know nothing, and they studying you, and they know all your shit, and they see you doing your shit, but you don't know it's your shit, they like, oh, we gotta get that boy, or we gotta get her, before they find out, which really ain't no big, really stupid still, which you'll find out when it's all said and done. Even that is bullshit, because but that's what the apocalypse and all this shit is back. So, motherfuckers getting they just do for, yeah, but they looking at you like, oh, you don't see, because that's the thing, you don't know. That's how their logic is. Okay, they know what we know, but they don't know. So let's get them before they catch on or whatever, and still bring some type of retribution back to them. And this shit is all idiotic. But we gonna let's get to it. So, other than truthfully, the witch hunt is Tupac Shakur, Biggie, Aaliyah, Selena, Phyllis Hyman, Teddy Pendergrass. Is Teddy still alive? They do that's the witch hunt, the real witch hunt. Only difference is, as opposed to attacking some nigga, see, they the the witch hunt in the traditional sense, what you think about it is them attacking some motherfuckers that okay, they know they practicing magic or know they doing some shit woo woo. But then once we got brainwashed and forgot our shit, now you dealing with some. And I'm just saying I'll just keep from like the last patch, from just I just say we just be from the early 1900s on and now, some shit like that, or the 50s or whatever. Certain before they can fuck with you. See that Elijah Muhammad you went on in the old age and passed on. They couldn't fuck with him really, but I guess the best way to put it was take the witchcraft part off of it and just say the magic hunt. The motherfuckers that can who's really linked in and tuned in. That's the real witch. But the thing about it is, we would the motherfuckers that really got it. We just now really waking back up, and niggas is still stupid. So once we start to get that, yeah, I've said because these niggas is fucked up. They need to hear it like that. But I'll just keep it simple and keep it within my lifespan. From 83. Today's my birthday, so we're gonna make this a good one. But in the anniversary with Leah, piece of baby girl, or the anniversary of her transition or whatever, which we all sent out a piece of my kinfolk Mike, little Mike from the hood, you know what I'm saying? Shit, man, everybody that took that made the transition, man, you know what I'm saying? It was a real one. I'd be all day going to that, but to bring it back to the main line, and just niggas, fuck it, we put it like that, just niggas, period. Any, you know, that's why niggas, Malcolm X, shit, Martin Luther King. This is why your boy Nixon was talking about the whole hunt for the Black Messiah shit. That's the witch hunt. You know what I'm saying? So I could just put it out under the umbrella of black people, but I gotta keep it more particular because it's of course that we've been out under the oppression, but they really be looking for them bright lights. Like, okay, that one there we gotta get who really. So there's a difference now. See, now niggas waking up. You got bright lights, but motherfuckers know they shit, so they're like, oh yeah, you better not fuck with him. And it's like, yeah, you're right. But see, you know, before everybody start waking up or whatever, you got motherfuckers back then too. This shit is not linear or just, but, yeah, man. But let me take it back to the movie. And maybe you can get what I'm saying right now after I break all this shit down and you can see. But I'll start with the witch and shit. So, and let me show you where that give you some insight in that. So, your boy, when the movie first pop off, Slick, you hear him screaming out. When they finally realize that Furiosa and them is running AWOL, you go hear Slick scream out, faggot, faggot, faggot. Now when I saw that, I was like, you know, first he's saying it kind of weird, so I'm like, damn, okay, he's saying that, and I'm like, well, why is he saying that? I'm like, damn. Shit, stupid. Then it all came to me. Now my boy Booker T. Coleman once said that they used to we're gonna talk about this too. The word faggot. Now I know when you hear it, the first thing you think is a derogatory term used towards gay men or whatever, right? So, but that word hasn't definition isolated from that whole dynamic. But I'm gonna tie it all together. Now, I'm gonna go through the motions with you real quick. All right, so okay, we already know the whole definition of that in regards to homosexual people or whatever. So we need to get in that. But let me give you the other one, the real one, the original one. I'm quite sure this is the original, but a bundle of twigs, sticks, faggot. A bundle of twigs, sticks, or branches bound together. That's one thing. Then you got a bundle of pieces of iron or steel to be welded or hammered in the bars. Okay. Yeah. So now Booker T. Coleman said that they used to burn the gays at the stake or whatever. I can't give you too much detail in it, but I just remember catching a clip of that I think on Instagram or something. Okay, so he said that. So when he said that, this is how my mom worked. When he said that, he said they burn them at the stake. So my mind clicked stake, wood, faggot. I know the real definition. I've been knowing this shit since punk and faggot. Punk means a tree bark or wood too. I've been doing this shit since like school and shit. So when he said it, my mind went to work, and I put everything together. Cause see, I'm trying to put this the right way. Cause I like to be as honest as I can be. Let me see. I don't want to say I always wondered what was the connection between, how did the word faggot connect, what was the common bond between, how was this word a common bond between gay men and wood and trees and all that shit, right? Like I said, I've been on this shit. If not, I ain't gonna say I wondered. I just say when he said it, let me just put it to be as safe as possible. When he said it, everything came together. So when I heard him say that, I said okay. And then I said okay. I used to burn gay people at the stake, and then somehow the word faggot became associated with gay men. Faggot, outside or isolated from the homosexual thing, means twigs or wood. Burning somebody at the stake means burning them on wood. So I said, oh, that's where this shit come from. See, you have to understand, and I'm not disrespecting no gay people and all like that. I know y'all get you sensitive when it comes to this world, but no, this is a lesson. You should. No, they need to hear this. Vinny Rain style these niggas. No, listen to what I'm saying, and I'm gonna bring it back with just this. So, I put two and two together. I say, oh, I see what happened. See, they used to burn gay men at the stake. Man, I can't. And they used to. I can't remember what this fucking word was. Cause I've been trying to. I can't remember what this. Some shit I learned in literature class and shit a long time, but I can't remember the word. But it's a word for this where that I can't remember the word, but I explain what the word define or what defines the word. It's basically like when you call something not by its particular name but by what it does. Like a boat. Instead of saying boat, you'd be like, that's a floater or whatever. Or some shit like that. It's something. But anyway, so I put two together. So I see what happened. That's why gay men get, but even the average gay person don't know that. I'm willing to bet you they don't know this shit. But I'm finna take you there. I said, oh, this is the thing. Back in the game, they would call gay dudes faggots because faggots got burnt on us. Gay dudes got burnt on a stake. So it was like they started making the gay men synonymous with the wood that they burnt them on, or the stake, or the faggots, twigs, and woods, or whatever that they burnt them on, or whatever. So it's like gangbanging or some shit. Oh, let's go faggot. Get them so we can put them on the faggots and burn them, or the wood and burn them. So, they have the word punk. Punk is associated with gay dudes. Punk associated with wood. So, taking back this movie when the nigga said faggot, when he started calling the girls faggots, for one, they all witches, or even when you go look at, even though the movie ain't about all witchcraft and all that shit, but this is what they're trying to convey to you. That's why you seen them looking like ancient priesthood type of females. You know, the headgear and the Vestal Virgin lamp and all that shit. So when he screams that out in the movie, he was saying that was a head nod to the era of when they was witch hunting or burning them up with the stake. That's why he called them faggots. He was like, oh, faggots, wood, burn them at the stake. They running, they trying to, so when they start trying to get away, he be like, oh, they trying to go AWOL, they faggots, we're gonna burn them at the stake. Well, then they witches too, or whatever. So it's like, that's the whole witch hunt thing, or whatever. So, now I knew that before. Well, I'm gonna say, I saw the movie back. First time I saw the movie was 2015, and I think I put this shit together. Like, it really clicked when Booker T. Coleman said it, and I seen the movie. When I started studying the actual movie to speak on it, was basically after I saw the Booker T. Coleman clip, and so when I seen the movie, I put together after the Booker T. Coleman clip. But when I seen the movie, when the nigga started screaming faggot, when the first 2 times I watched it, to pretty much decode the movie, I didn't really catch it, but I didn't put too much emphasis on it. But it caught, of course, when I first heard it, it caught my eye. I didn't put too much emphasis on it. I think like the second time I watched the movie, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this nigga just screaming out faggot for in the middle of the shit? If you look at it through just modern eyes, it seems like and I ain't gotta go look at it for yourself. Cause you just all of a sudden, this nigga start screaming. You know it got something to do with Tim, because it happens right when they discover that Furioso them trying to flee the scene or whatever. So you know it got something to do with them, but he gets to screaming, faggot, faggot. You wanna, cause that's when I first I was like, fuck that nigga. Why is he saying that? Like. They ain't even like it's some nigga movie where, you faggot ass nigga. You like, it's out of, with no disrespect, but it's out, that shit was out of cut. I was like, damn, what the fuck? Why is that nigga saying that? So I'm glad I see, because that's the difference between being or having an inquisitive mind and just being a nigga that's like, because I could have just been like, oh, whatever, but I want. And I said, oh, I get it. They the witches. This nigga screaming, because the Booker T. Coleman shit came back to me. And when I looked at the whole song, I said, oh, they all the witch. This is the witch hunt. You got Max and Nooks. Knox. His name means night. I discovered that later on down the line. But, so when I finally started, I said, oh, this is a witch hunt. He's saying, because he said it right when they start trying to escape or whatever. So them trying to escape, they just say, oh, they are worthy of being burned to stake, a witch hunt, blah, blah. So, I say, damn. So I broke it down that level. Then when you look at it all together, all this shit is a witch hunt. When you look at whatever they got you believing is a witch hunt in Salem and all that, that's the ultimate witch hunt is black people, the war against black people. Because the motherfuckers that's running shit or supposed to be running shit or whatever, they looking like even though we don't know what the fuck we all didn't know, we waking up and shit now, but not the earlier years of America and all that shit. That's just period. That's just America, but everywhere they got colonized. Even though niggas ain't know they was, motherfuckers that conquered us knew. So they were looking at us like, okay, we looking to see who. We know you niggas is magical and shit. So we trying to see who the fuck gonna raise up out of this shit, and can we curtail them or whatever. That's why I'm saying that's why Pac died, Aaliyah, Selena, Huey P. Newton, Malcolm nigga, Martin Luther King, the list goes on. All that was witch hunt work. The same way you go read the witch hunt there. I don't remember the shit, but the overall thing was motherfuckers was find out people want to practice magic or trying to practice magic or whatever, and trying to get them out of here. People feel what they don't understand. So that's there's so many words. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah. But we all the witch hunt though. It's we just, relatively speaking, we just now getting to a point where you can really even speak like this and expect some motherfuckers to just on a grand scale, because you had like I say, this ain't new. You can go all the way back to but really back to, we'll just keep it simple within the last 50, 60 years, 70 years, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or you go back to the 90s, you couldn't even have these type of conversations, damn near. I had shit with few and far in between. But that's a part of the witch hunt thing too, so it's like, even me talking, even right now to this day though, it's still people that look at me like, oh, let's not get away from him. You need to get away from him. He's on that spooky shit. Or You know, it's a little easier to speak conscious information these days. But you go back to shit just 15 years ago. Because this shit is like, I can still remember the first time I seen the motherfucker with a John Henry Clark t-shirt on. And that wasn't nothing but, that was 2020 or some shit, 2019. I was like, damn, it's really happening. It's happening. Because 10 years before that, you'd be hard pressed to even find a motherfucker, at least in my walk, you'd be hard pressed to even find a motherfucker that know who John Henry Clark was. You know what I'm saying? And peace to the God. You know what I'm saying? But, but I said all to say that, the later day version of what you would consider a witch hunt back then would be the weird looks you would get for speaking conscious information in modern times. You know what I'm saying? And it's a little bit better now, but we'll just say, just to make it a little bit, like I said, because everybody's trying to jump on board now, or jumping on board or doing their thing, which is good too. That's a plus. But you know, 10, 20 years ago, man, and still to this day, it's still, like I said, cause I know it's still people that don't understand this shit out there. But just being associated with this type of information or being conscious, I make motherfuckers ostracize you. Like, oh, that nigga over there talking that African shit or whatever. You over there on that cuckoo shit. That's witch huntery type shit too. Like, make the information so foreign to where when somebody starts speaking about it, or you know, nobody that take a serious and brush them off or whatever. So, excuse me, I'm tired. So, yeah, man. So that's the witch hunt aspect of it. And we're gonna go next with this. Yeah, we'll take that. So, give me 1 second, man. All right, so yeah. So yeah, just pay attention to that and take what I'm saying and go watch that shit again. When the niggas start screaming out the faggot shit, you know what I'm saying? And that makes sense too. It resonates with me on a personal level because I calling a actual gay man a faggot. For one, that shit sound to me. See, that's like, well, let me go to the dictionary for it. And this ain't no disrespect. I know how y'all are about that. The only reason I'm saying it ain't no disrespect is because I don't. I want to be. I want you to really pay attention to this shit. Everybody, whoever listens, I don't want you to be a gay dude and he said that. No, you hear this shit too. And, you know, well, he who has ears around this motherfucker. Say all this shit lined up. I want you to really, really, really dig what I'm saying. Cause I'm a different type of nigga, man. I that's what it all comes to. And that's the only way I can put it these days. Cause I don't. Let me find this shit. Cause see. Well, yeah, cause think about it. Calling a gay man a faggot. For one, that's some antiquated, outdated shit. The only reason nigga even still say that word is to disrespect a nigga who is not gay. Like a gay dude, I wouldn't be like, hey man, you seen that faggot just walk by here? That shit sound like some 80s shit or something. You know what I'm saying? For one, you know, two, it just, I don't know. In my mind, it's like that's like, even if you was call, even if somebody was trying to, or you was trying to call one a faggot out of some type of disrespect or to make them mad. I couldn't do that because in my mind it's like, I'm gonna show you because I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. But I'm gonna show you what I mean. In my mind, it's like, why would I call you? It's like I'm not gonna state the obvious, cause but I'm gonna show you how my mind operates. My mind is my mind operates a little different. This my shit different. I'm not a one-dimensional one life. My mind works different. My shit operates from different lifetimes and shit, or different eras in time, I should say. I'm gonna show you what I mean when I say that shit. All right, here we go. So we got the definition. Okay, faggot, a male homosexual. They ain't say a bitch ass male homosexual or use a bad male homosexual. They say a male homosexual. So technically speaking, if you a gay man, according to Webster, not Webster, you have to take it up with Webster. If faggot is a disrespectful term, you have to take it up with Webster because they don't give you it like that. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say in so many words is, in my mind, I know, even though it's deeper than that, like I said with the wood and all that shit, but for some reason in my mind, it's okay. You say faggot, a male homosexual. So it's like, for one, calling you that to disrespect you is like, I'm talking about technical term. We gonna say technical. I'm gonna bust Webster ass. I'm a boy Webster. You know, that's a 5 foot alumni, but this boy here, no dictionary. Yeah, you got some other shit finna come up too, but yeah, I'm trying to put it, cause it's real. This shit lined up. It ain't like I'm saying it cause I'm reading it out of here. This is how my mind works. I can't really explain it, but now me, and watch how it all line up. Now, even if I was to get into it with a gay dude or something was to happen, or nothing was to say something, or whatever. Even that, my first reaction was, "Yo, faggot ass nigga." It's like I'm gonna react the same way I would react to a straight man. So it'll probably first thing that come on my mind ain't gonna be a faggot. It's gonna be like, "Oh, bitch ass nigga, ooh, wow." You know what I'm saying? Because calling you a faggot to me, that's like stating obvious. Not no disrespect, but it's like. And what I mean by that is, and I guess what I'm saying is, because my mind, maybe it's from my past lifetime or some shit, I don't know. But my mind, I understand it's viewed as a disrespectful term now or whatever. So I get that and I understand that. But my mind, for some reason, my mind see it like a male homosexual. Just like saying gay. If I say you gay, you would be like, well, yeah or no or whatever. Or so I see gay and faggot as the same thing. So it's like, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Subconsciously for some reason. But you take a nigga, so that's what I'm saying, you gotta really look at this shit. But let's flip it. You take a nigga that disrespect me or do some real wild shit, or do some shit where I feel like it's really, really popping it on, be like, oh, faggot ass nigga, woo. Now that's why I call that's the ones I call a faggot or whatever. Blah blah. Not cause they gay, but I know that's the word you go to when it's like it's a rap. You be like, nigga, but that makes sense cause why? If I'm calling you that, and it might not be that extreme, or maybe so, but when I call you that, nigga, it's like burn them at the stake shit. Like, if I call you a faggot, bro, I'm like, you faggot that. When that come out my mouth, bro, it's like, ooh, boy, you done fucked up. You done fucked up for real. Cause I know, cause it's not, ain't gotta, it's like, that, I know that, cause it's just an unwritten thing or something that you call nigga that, and it's like, you know you gonna get up on this skin. It's time to get up. It's time to go and stand up. So, but pay attention to what I'm telling you. And this is true shit. This is how my mind works. I'm not saying this trying to use that. No, I'm trying to explain to you some shit I'm discovering. Like, and I'm like, damn, this shit makes sense, cause that'll probably be the last thing I call. Even if a gay dude was to walk out bump into me and I say nothing, some niggas probably would be like, oh, faggot. I would come at him the same way, oh, bitch ass nigga, wow, or and maybe I would, but it wouldn't even be based off of being gay. That's just some shit niggas do. Like, where it's like you do something, you cross the wrong line, bro, and you gonna bring somebody. I'm trying to disrespect you to the highest degree, and that's a part of it. Cause a gay man might not get it, but straight man, you call a straight man gay. It's like we have a certain pride in our manhood. So even though a nigga ain't gay or woman, you call it that, a nigga still, man, you gotta be fucked up, nigga. Woo, you gonna run nigga out. So, but it makes sense though, because if I 9 times out of 10 I call niggas some shit like that, bro, you get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that is some burn them at the stake type shit. Proverbially, at least. Like, even if I ain't really going to get it and come through, but just proverbially speaking, you done did some fucked up shit. So it's like some burn them at the stake shit. You ain't got to do the whole. It's making. I'm telling you this shit because I'm learning about me. I'm like, oh, I get this shit now. That's why, like, calling a nigga, even somebody I beef with, I don't beef with gays. I don't know how that happens, but at least motherfucker try some bullshit. But even if for some reason I have a problem with a gay dude or whatever, you would think by them being gay, it'd be the first thing they go to. But I guess because it's all gay, it's like, well, that's like me saying, you black, nigga. I'm like, yeah, I'm black. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at this shit. So, but a nigga who ain't gay, but also acting like a whole ass nigga, you know it's gonna piss the nigga out. Like, it's gonna show that nigga what you think of him. So, it's, either, it's whatever. So, it makes sense though. Like I say, 9 times 10, if I call you a faggot, bro, you fucked up. And you may need, like I say, at least proverbially, I burn him at the stake type shit. So it's like, I hope you can y'all really grasp what I'm saying, because it's a jewel in or maybe it's not. It is, but maybe I'm just trying to explain some eternal shit there. But I'm showing this is real shit. Like I'm putting this shit together. I'm like, damn, that's why I wouldn't. But I had to come to a realization of my own, and then I had to say, damn, you know what? This shit makes sense, because that word, I'm at a point where, and I ain't talking about based off of the LGBTQ is going. No, I'm not talking about that shit. I'm just talking about me personally, who I am. And like I said, damn, that makes sense. Because one of these whole ass niggas around here disrespect, or you get to a nigga, or you faggot ass nigga, he ain't even gay with you. But a real gay, me personally, a real gay person, you wouldn't even be, you know what I mean? So you would still be on some little bitch ass nigga, woo. Or it's me personally. I'm just saying, but uh, that'll probably be the last thing that come to my mind. I just felt I thought it was interesting. I guess it's some therapy type shit with y'all, but it all ties back in. Cause like I say, the faggot burning with the stake. So, take it back to what I'm trying to get to. The one of the things that whole that's why he said that they were that was a reference to the witch hunt thing. That's why even when they get to the land of many mothers, you gonna look at the white girl with the blue eyes or whatever. She gonna look up. Excuse me. They gonna have her look at all witchy and shit, and then you gonna have the chick with the lamp, the Vista Virgin thing going on, but that's a witch hunt right there. With Max and the girls representing the witch, and all the magical people, whatever you want to call it, and more of them more Joe trying to catch him or whatever. So all right. So I just want to share that with y'all real quick. We gonna go next. Another thing I want to show y'all. Yeah. So all right, man. We gonna going to the next joint. All right, we'll get to this point right here. All right, so when Max and them on their way back from the land of many mothers, right? All right, pop, I'm jamming in my motherfucking head. Yeah. So when they go down there to the land of many mothers, when they on their way back, remember I told you, I don't know if I put this in the other one, but we'll deal with it here. Yeah. So remember when I was breaking it down, Max and them in Atlanta many mothers when all this light travels up here and conjoins right here, and this freezes over. This one in land of many mothers. Then when you see them coming back after the nighttime, you see them going back towards the citadel. That represents the sun shooting back down here, right? Now, when they up here, all this is froze, petrified, and inactive. It's not moving. It's the core of the earth, or the subterranean earth, or whatever. It's resting. Remember, this is the light. This is the beginning. This is how everything started in the universe. Light, darkness, dark with the third eye, the star series, however you want to put it, sitting in the center. When this whirlwind sucked this up and it came up here, all this light came through that hole and some spilled to the center. Spilled into the circumference. And some went, and then you had the light that went straight up, or whatever, blah, blah. And when this light was coming towards here to shoot up or to the side, it was pushing up, create mountains or melanin mountains on each side of it, right? So, when that went up, and all this light came up, of course you had this. So all the light that was down here is now up here in that center, and all the melanin that was up here in the surface or whatever, and it dripped down and created these 7 seals and all this. Now, while all this is up here activated and moving, and this is petrified and stiff and inactive or whatever. All this goes up. All that light that was on the surface shoots out the edges of the earth, or the newly formed earth, however you want to call it. And all that water that rolls out of that melon froze and created the moon, which would be that dome over here, right here. So when they coming back towards the citadel, you're gonna see Immortal Joe and all them niggas down there sleep. They sleep because they represent the sleep represents the resting Buddha. And Immortal Joe and all the boys down there that was asleep represent all this right here that was asleep or resting, but all this was up here still creating the earth and doing the work or whatever. That's why they when you see we're finna get into it. So when you see for example, in the scene where they show you that they sleep down there while Max them on the way back, you're gonna see the dude with the middle nose getting his toenails clipped, right? And his leg, he gonna have like an elephantine leg. His leg gonna be like have them folds in it. Them folds on the leg, when you see him with that leg and his toe clipped, his leg represents this. Like you gonna see the rolls are the. And shout out to Esther Roll while we at it, man. We're gonna get into it in a minute. Ishtar Rose. You know, she came through. Her birthday was, unbeknownst to me, I think the last the last video I did, I think it was her birthday. If I'm mistaken, but I remember she came through during the session or whatever. And you seen as you know what it is, because I did what is important, because I did the good times thing. I was breaking down, referencing good times in the video, and it just so happened to be her birthday that day or something like that. That's around that area. but that one of the days I was doing the lecture was on my birthday. But Ishtar rolled, Ishtar, the Earth rolled. Earth spins or rolls while it's on this orbit rolling around the sun. We're gonna get back into it though, but that's the leg. Let's see. But yeah, that's when you see that leg with all the folds and he get his toenail clipped. The toenail, well, let me read this first. Part 7. Yeah. Let me find that. All right. There we go. Now, this is mainly P. Hall, secret teachers of all ages, right? I want to read this first. It said, Henry Stephen in a World of Wonders, which is a book published in 1607, mentions a monk of St. Anthony who declared that while in Jerusalem, the patriarch of that city had shown him not only one of the ribs of the Word made flesh and some rays from the star of Bethlehem, but also the snout of a seraph, a fingernail of a cherub, and the horns of Moses in a casket containing the breath of Christ. All right. Let me show you what this reference. So now I broke the rib shit down. I broke the rib shit down the first time I showed you how the earth or the universe came into fruition, right? And I'm showing you how these are the ribs. When it shot up and that light was coming through here and seeping through there, all the light that was traveling this way and traveling this way to come up the hole was, while it was traveling this way, was pushing up. This right here is melanin at the top, but this was pushing up and creating what we see as mountains and all this today. So these would be the horns of Moses, those two mountains that I bring up. Most of the shit real quick. just have to go back and look at my old work. Fuck that shit. But yeah, the ribs is the moon, or the when I the when all that melanin was being pushed up and its light was rising, that melanin had water in it, because melanin and water is one and the same. The melanin and the water is pretty much one and the same. Whatever. It's shit, I didn't even have black water before. It's good shit. But when that light was rising, just like the sun, when the sun beams down on the ocean, the water rises through precipitation. Same thing. When this went up, when that light was coming through this, you had the light going straight up, and you had the light seeping into the surface. On the surface within the circumference. While that light was rising, water was rising with it. And by the time all this light shot up here, everything met up there, and all the light that was on the center shoot out to create the stars that's outside of the Earth's atmosphere, all this shit, then water was following it, but it froze and created a dome. Because the light went up here, the water couldn't go that far. Because once all the heat went up here, and all the heat that was on the center, on the circumference shot out, it was too cold. So the water that was following it froze and stopped right here, and it froze into a dome over the Earth, which became the moon. Before it was blew off the top of the Earth, or whatever, blew off the top of the Earth's surface. But the moon is the rib coming out of. This is Adam. This is Eve. This goes up. The light goes up. The water comes up out of there and creates the moon, which is the feminine aspect. The rib of Adam, or whatever. That's the rib. The horns of Moses would be the mountain peaks on each side, or whatever. When they say the casket containing the breath of Christ, it's the breath of Christ, the light. The melanin surrounding it is the casket, or whatever. Just like your pineal gland has a light inside it, that's the breath of Christ. It may have one. Everybody's different, I guess, but yeah. What was it? So that, and then it says, so it says, the snout and the surround. The snout is this. This is the snout. The nose. And then when they see the fingernail, they talk about the moon. This is the fingernail right here. Let me find it up so you can see it better. This is the finishing process. Well, when the Earth is right here, this will be the finishing process. But when the moon blows up, when the Earth blows off the sun and goes into its orbit, the moon blows off the top of the Earth. That's the fingernail right there. The leg and the fingernail. So when you see Big Boy getting his toenail cut, that's because them coming back down from the land of many mothers, means they about to shoot down and come here, as far as in the creation of the creation process of the earth. So when they slide down here, boom, and the earth raises up, and this right here raises all the way up to here, and then all this, all this is sitting on top of here and shoots off. The globe, the moon shoots off the top of this, and that's the fingernail that they were speaking of, or the toenail when Big Boy did his toenail, because that's why they were showing you that. They were trying to show you that the moon was finna come off with a toenail, the nail was about to come off, whatever. We got 110 with a bit more. Bust this shit down. So yeah, that was the fingernail thing. Take a little break, man. Come back with a fresh start. Now, so what did I leave off with? So I already broke down the whole, basically showed y'all all right, we got that one there. All right. Yeah, so, all right. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and all right. So yeah. So I basically showed y'all the whole thing about the return, or when they came back from the land of the many mothers, which them going to the land of many mothers was representative of the young and the elder, the younger sister, the younger woman, the younger women, and the older women unifying, linking up or whatever. Now, I don't want to miss nothing, man. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I did this shit. That's why that's why this one is really kind of looking like it's kind of turbulent right now. I did this shit Sunday night, man. I spent with 9 hours and the fucking mic wasn't on. That shit there. I gotta pump back up. That just I'm trying to make. That was a bad motherfucker, so I'm trying to remember everything I was speaking on within that one, so I can bring it back here. That fucked me up. I was like, man, bad motherfucker too, man. Bad motherfucker. 9 fucking hours of work, and the fucking mic wasn't on. So let me y'all gotta just work with a nigga with this shit, man. I'm trying to see where to go with this. So yeah, man. So we'll go. All right. So we'll speak on this right here. Like I said, shout out to Esther Roll, man. Shout out to Neil Carter too. She came through. Shout out to the Irish and Norris, the Grinstead twins, man. Iris and Norris, man.
702. Shout out to the remaining members as well. But yeah, man, I guess we'll go here with it then. Cause I'm trying to figure out which way to go. But so we'll go back to Esther Rolle. John Amos. Like I said, I thought that was ill. I was doing all that. I was breaking down. I was talking about the whole Good Times television show, and unbeknownst to me, it was Esther Rolle's birthday last November. But see, I'm gonna show you something about like I said, you got that element of it, and then when you look at with Zoe and them having that conversation about the satellites on the shows, she was like, everybody in the old world had their own show, blah 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 blah. Which well, that's why I tell you this movie is some real futuristic groovy shit, because that's what television shows is a part of what I'm about to go into. But I'm gonna use television shows as as an example or whatever. Now, we need to. Yeah, I'm gonna speak about that too. When I spoke on the hag in the other one, which is the old lady, but the hag, usually hag is how the motherfucker. Usually the hag. Well, a hag, we just go to the definition over there. Hey, my damn, gotta get back in. Y'all bear with me, man. Like I said, that 9 hour shit, man, I had to, I ain't gonna hold you. I had to woosah, cause I, in a good, it was 9 hours of bad assness down the fucking pipe, and it fucked my timeline up. But it don't matter though, cause we gonna whenever this shit come out, it's gonna be live anyway. But that's just I was pissed off. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna bullshit you. That shit there. That's why the beginning of this one was. Yeah, I kind of had a this shit here. I need to put myself in a more fucking. I need to better my monetary situation around this motherfucker so I can control this shit. Fuck this shit. Bitch ass shit, bro. Yeah, that pissed me off though. I ain't gonna hold you. I gotta even get back in the fucking spirit. Even want to do this shit. I'm gonna do it regardless, but it's just.
You know what?
Yeah, okay, I'm glad I did go look this up. Let me see. Okay, a hag, an ugly, frightful old woman, a witch or sorceress, a female demon. Well, this is a good part of it. I didn't read this one. I didn't go look the definition up for this in the last one, but I'm glad I did because it makes it's gonna make my explanation of it a little bit more. It's gonna be easier for me to explain what I'm gonna try to say. Well, not what I'm gonna try to say, but what I'm about to say. Part itself. But all right, you got the second definition: a boggy area, quagmire, a spot in a boggy land that is softer or more solid than the surrounding area. Okay, so the hag. Hold on, let me just say we blowing nose. All right. Found that quicker than I thought I would. Fortunately, I think that's gonna be Aaliyah, baby girl. Shout out to we finna do some redeeming around this motherfucker tonight. See what I'm saying? See, what my boy said, this is beyond me, and not really, but jokingly speaking, kinda. This shit is beyond. Hey man, the way this shit coming together, I gotta get my spirit coming back. It was never left, but I was pissed off when I first started. I was pissed off when I first started. I was like, 9 fucking hours. I'm only wrong. I got other shit to do though. If I didn't have other obligations, then I still would have been pissed off. But let me go ahead and let it go. You gotta let it go. I let it go. Keep going. So yeah. So when we talk about the hag thing, I guess I'll get you niggas can't see that too well. Y'all see that fishing pole right there? I only been fishing like twice in my life. Once. No, twice, I think. I can't remember. I know once. First time I went, I was like, I probably like, when I do that with I ain't crazy. My facial expression be like that. So I know sometimes I be sitting there. And another thing, y'all niggas gotta stop saying stupid shit. See, you niggas get too deep for your own good. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Real quick. With the story with the fishing rod, I caught that, I was like 6 or 7. I do be looking like a madman. I'm not crazy, man. Not like that, but yeah. I remember that's one of my earliest memories. I think about like 6. I had to be like 6. I don't want to say no older, not none. I don't think I was older than 7. Might be 7, maybe at the either 7 or 6. It don't matter. But we had went fishing and me, my old man, I think one of his homeboys. I actually caught a fish, and not too long ago, oh man, pulled out the old, or gave me the old, gave me the same fishing pole I caught it with, so I still got it. Yeah, it's awesome shit. But yeah, back to what I was saying about that stupid shit you be saying. Well, not, it might. Don't get me wrong. I done seen, you just say interviews or conversations or whatever, where a nigga did this and you was like, that nigga probably is lying. But doing this when you talking, when I do this and I'm not lying. I had to show you, because that's how I know niggas be talking. Niggas be like, man, they look to the right or they look to the left when they talking, they lying. That's bullshit to us. Well, I don't know. But for you can't just go all the way off of that because I know, because I do it and I don't be lying. I be gathering my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's just a natural thing I do, especially if I'm not talking to nobody. If I ain't got nobody to look at while I'm talking, or I got the camera, but that's a camera. So when I'm talking, I'm like, I didn't hear a nigga say that, so I have to say this. So you hear a motherfucker say that, and then you come watch me, he's learning about stuff. Like, no, niggas need to. But I ain't saying that's not a thing. But yeah, that's not always the case. But anyway, we're gonna get back to the hag thing. So let me give you a quick refresher. Yeah, like I said, if you ain't know how this work right here, you need to go take my old shit. So I ain't going all of the details with it. But as we all know, this is the primordial point of all the origin of everything in existence. Your pineal gland and the base of your brain, which we finna get in there. So that's what we finna go to in a minute. But this right here, everything started centered right here. The dark waters up here, the whirlwind shoe. This is the great mother of the feminine aspect of creation. This is the masculine aspect of creation. It's always been two. From my research, the way it worked, well, it was like this, when the actual physical component of human beings was created before the breath of life got breathing, blew on us or blew in us or whatever. They said we were back to back, so it was like the first humans or whatever were a man and a woman back to back, and then of course they were split apart, and that's why they said when you come back to Earth to find your soulmate, you trying to find that person or whatever. From what I've well, now let me rewind on there. The soulmate thing is a possibility, but what it was saying was, I'm trying to give it to you. It's been a while. I got this out of so one of the first books I read. Not one of the first books I read, but in my introduction into cause I said before I got locked up, it and shout out to Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, man. Peace be up on her name, man. Forever indebted. She opened the gate that Chancellor Williams with Structure of Black Civilization. I was already reading that before I got locked up, so that was like my introduction. Those are the first conscious books, or we just say African studies or black books that pertain to the development of black people I ever read. And then I got locked up, and first I was just running into novels and shit. Shout out to my boy Fifth. If you're watching, I ain't seen him since I've been in the free world, but I'm glad I thought about that book, because now if I see, because I've been seeing niggas, I ain't gonna lie, what's been happening to me lately, man. I've been seeing niggas that I know and forget I know them, or so much shit been going on. I've been dealing with so much information and shit. It's like I've been seeing niggas. Like I seen my boy B the other day. I didn't snap my nigga from 3rd grade, my nigga Brandon. I snapped. I was looking at the nigga. I'm like, cause I ain't seen him since the 3rd grade. So I'm looking at, when I see the nigga, I'm like, damn. I don't know if it was his girl he was with or what, but I'm looking at this nigga and I'm like, cause we was in 3rd grade. You know what I'm saying? So we both short. And I guess after that he shot up because he tall the motherfucker now. But we used to both be. I always had that type of shit with my homeboy. The shit back in 4th, 5th grade. We were both in the same side. Them niggas shoot up and I'm still. So that after that kind of threw me out too. Cause the last time I seen a nigga, he about my height. But I didn't snap till after I didn't even catch like a day. Cause for some reason I was like, man, nigga look familiar. Then I had the first kind of get a understanding or try to get a trying to figure out who he was reminding me of. Then I snapped. I said, "Oh." Then probably about that day later, I said, "Damn, that was B, motherfucking ass." Then one of my old school teachers, I seen her. I didn't snap either. She was he was in the restaurant and she was whispering. She was with another chick, and she whispering to her and looking at me and whispering. So you know how that shit go. I'm like, I don't really get. You know, I just okay. Woo. I ain't snapped it later. I said, ain't that my Miss Berry, motherfucking ass. Shout out to Miss Berry, even though she was, you know, I don't know, you know, what type of person she was outside of her job, whatever. But she was kind of like, I don't want to just say mean, but she was kind of like one of the mean ones. But because the reason I say that because, man, how this shit coming together? Because on my Instagram, on my gram yesterday from when I posted from a B-Day and shit, I put the Pump That song by boys Ray Sherman, man. Them niggas make good music, man. But I got the fist pumping on there. I'm not knowing this yesterday, you know what I'm saying? I know I started last night on my B-Day, today, but not knowing I was going to come and say this, tell his story. But that is just look at how all this should be coming together. But you know, when we was in the 6th grade, another crazy story about that too. When we was in the 6th grade, we used to do the fist bump. They started trying to, we at school, they started trying to they were fucking with us about it. Like that's gang related. See, that's why I said that, how we be getting profiled and shit. And they was like, y'all can't do that. That's gang related. So teachers was fucking with us when they see this niggas fist bumping and people fist bumping. So it became a thing, you know. We kids, we ain't stupid, so we like, hold up. We ain't doing all of this. This is regular fist bump shit. You see this shit. Everybody do this shit to a certain degree. So, you know me. Yeah. I had to get on my old Fitty. I had to go and sit down. I had to sit down. Nah, I was cool with, I say that because Mr. Jabrowski kind of, that was our principal. That boy was cool. I think he was, that's why I say, that's another thing I had to say about the Jewish thing. When you hear me speaking about Jews and stuff, I'm not talking about regular, everyday, you know, Judaic people, you know, just regular Jewish people. When I be talking, that's why, just like the same thing with white people, or even people who practice the Jewish faith. For those that say we are the Jews, which we are, but a lot of shit just it's just not even mattering no more, man. I ain't gonna say it don't matter, but just gonna be kicking up no dust and putting a lot of shit. But that's why I've been meaning to say that, because we don't want to. I don't want the Jewish guy down the street who's just thinking that he hates all Jews. Like, no, whatever you, because ultimately when you study Judaism, and it's when you get to because you got everything is, matter of fact, Family Guy. Oh, I'm in the mode now. I'm back. There we go. Family Guy. It was an episode on there. Well, I forgot the little nerd dude's name, or the little dude with the glasses. He bought the Kabbalah. He was talking to the girl. He was like, "Hey, you want to come to my house tonight and study Kabbalah?" And I think it kind of got dark or something, like mysterious, secretive. He was like, "It's Judaism." He was like, "It's Judaism after dark." So so that I love this shit. So he did basically what he was saying is the same thing we be saying. Or you hear Bobby, he'll break it down too. where it was like trying to tell you it's like every major religion has the you have the esoteric version and the exoteric. The esoteric version is the secret or the hidden version or whatever. And like I say, hidden in our times, you say occult, which means not a cult like David Koresh, not that. OCCULT, secret teachings or hidden knowledge or whatever. The knowledge was hidden, not necessarily, or like when they hide information in a symbol, it wasn't necessarily hidden. At times it could be used for that, but the whole concept of something being hidden and you having to find it, the breaking, the unlocking or the figuring out or the process of trying to figure out what the symbol mean, unlocks your some subconscious or whatever. That's part of the process or whatever of raising up. But so that's one thing, because that shit is all jumbled up. But when we talking about this, at the esoteric and the exoteric, exo means out, or the eso means inner or hidden. So when the conquerors, though, when the colonizers started going around and proselytizing everybody and making everybody, forcing everybody under whatever religious banner they, whether it was Islam or Christianity or whatever, what you got to understand is the top cats knew, the top dogs, they knew, even in, was it Enoch? I think it was the book of Enoch. Either a book, or Barnabas. One of the books I read when I think it was the book of Barnabas. And he was speaking on how the Jewish, in that book, the rabbis or the head rabbis of the Judaic religion or whatever, they were giving out the people, and they said they break it. Because book of Barnabas is just like a book of John and all that shit. So he going through his journey or whatever. But in the book, it's a part in there where they show they demonstrate how the high priest and shit, for one, the regular people wasn't allowed in certain levels of the temple or whatever. But he was saying, so in the book, the rabbis was teaching everybody else the regular shit y'all know, or in regular black people terms, just put it like this: they was teaching Christianity, really. But in the book, the Barnabas, that's what the Judaic thing and whatever. But anyway, and he teaching them the exoteric. And within the exoteric thing, or within the messages they were teaching, they were telling people, don't fuck with the Egyptians and don't follow the customs of the Canaanites and blah, 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 blah. And Barnabas was able to see through shit or whatever. Or he had a vision and he seen through the doors of the door through the high temple where all the high priests would meet up at. And when he looked through that door, he seen them doing all the shit they was telling them not to do. He was seeing the comedic shit they was doing and all that shit. They said, you know, this is one of the lost books in the Bible, so-called lost books or whatever. So they showed he saw it, and that's really what's going on. They giving you the Bible and the exoteric and literal version of everything. It might give you some type of allegory, a little bit of story, or some type of motivational story or whatever, and you know, whoop, whoop, whoop. But the real deal shit, they keep away from or try to keep you away from. But so regular everyday people and of the Jewish faith, basically what y'all are studying is us or whatever. Because when it's all said and done, that's what all this shit is about. It all comes back to us. I'm not saying that to rub it in your face, but when you studying it, and when you get to the highest level of Judaism, the esoteric version of Judaism is Kabbalah or whatever. So that's when you start getting to the meat of shit. And when you get into that, that's where you're going to find out all this stuff that they're talking about as far as God or divine and woo, black people are the divine manifestation of it. So, yeah, so many words, it all comes back to y'all worshiping us. Or because, and if that word too harsh for you, whatever, worship, it really just means to adore or whatever, or pay homage to, you know. And then you can look at it on a deeper level. That's borrow down and all that, but it's a version of that word that's not that deep. That's synonymous with just saying, okay, so like people like celebrity worship. It's like everybody do that. If you have a entertainer that you're a fan of, but it's different though. We ain't talking about, oh my God, it gets to that level too, but we got the dictionary right here. But the worship on one level simply means to just admire something. But that they worship us unknowingly, or we'll just say when you're dealing with that information, you're studying us. That's whatever you studying. So the reason why Jews are so synonymous, or pseudo Jews, or whatever you want to call it, like I said, we the real Jews. But the reason why it's so synonymous with the pseudo white supremacy thing or whatever is because that's one of the head banners that they use in secret to oppress us. But that's the on the top level or whatever. But anyway, take you back to the schoolhouse story. Mr. Jabrowski, he was Jewish, if I'm not mistaken. Cool little motherfucker. That's my boy, man. Had mad love for it, nigga. That's why I always try to separate bullshit from real shit, differentiate. So, or because I've met people, I'd be lying to you if I told you it wasn't, I ain't never got caught with some shit by a white cop and they let me go. Hey, I'm gonna let you make it. And shit, I can tell you ain't no white people out there that just show a nigga, that didn't show a nigga love. I'd be lying, you know what I'm saying? Like the case we talking about right now. So me and Mr. Jabrowski was cool. He cut it for a nigga and shit. So I went and hollered at him. I was like, hey man, we used to call him Mr. G. I was like, man, Mr. G, man, the teacher's tripping on us, man. He was like, what's up? I said, now look, cause I knew he was gonna understand, cause I said, look, man, they run around here trying to say we gang banging or calling us gang banging or throwing up gang signs cause we bumping fists. He said, what? No, anybody tell y'all, next time somebody say something to you about doing that, you tell them I said it's cool. I was like, well. You want to see. Yeah, okay. So yeah. So he was like, man, next time they see somebody say something to y'all about doing that, man, tell them I said it's cool. And then on top of that, start fist bumping niggas. He'll be in the hallway, we walking down and he'll see somebody cool with what he goes up, baby. He started doing a fist bump on him. I was like, that's my man right there. That's my guy. So shout out to Mr. Jabrowski, man, Mr. G, man. That was my boy, man. I don't know if he, still here or whatever, but that's my boy, man. Cause we was cool in the motherfucker, man. That boy used to do that fist pump with it. I like that shit. He was like, what? Because he knew it was so ridiculous to the point where he had to show them himself like, no, motherfucker, this is not, there's nothing wrong with that. He was fist bump. He started doing it with us. I was like, yeah. So shout out to my boy, man. That's why I said I don't even want to go. That's why I don't go crazy with all this. Even when I come to y'all and tell y'all shit like, oh, the story of the making of a white man and all that shit. I tell you this because, don't get me wrong, it's like, I know that's why you have to, so I can sit here and tell you that, I don't have no problem with white people in general, and no matter how much of a scholastic educational manner I talk to you in attempt to try to show you that this is not me just saying this to try to down you or make you feel bad, despite the history we have with your ancestors or your race or whatever. I know when you hear something like this can cause a sting or could be a sting or hurt or whatever. And you may have the tendency to, even though I'm sitting here telling you consciously, hey, I don't give a fuck about how racist white people feel. I'm just saying this for people that's cool and shit like that. Listen to me and want to get some information and try to, despite whether they have a soul or they pineal gland function, they still want to learn, which is the smart thing to do. I don't I wouldn't advise you to just say, well, fuck it, I don't got nothing. You might still want to listen to this shit and try to do whatever you can to the best of your ability. But I understand how the mind works, because I can be saying all this, and no matter how much I'm trying to tell you, like, hey man, I'm just giving you the information. This is not a insult or an attempt to insult you or whatever. I'm just trying to get some clarification down here on planet Earth so everybody can know. Once, because I'll be doing you a disservice if I lie to you. If I just came to you and told you, oh, y'all were super whoop. If I came and told you everything that pseudo-white supremacy told you, I'll be doing you a disservice because I'll be lying to you. You want to know the truth so you can know how to move accordingly. The more you know, the more truth you know, the more efficient at navigating accordingly you will be. But I understand. It's just like you might have a traumatic situation happen to you in front of a particular store or building or something as a kid or whatever, and that may cause you not to like that whole area. You might grow up and man, I don't like it over there. Something about that, and because you might say you forget. Subconsciously, your mind is associating that area with the fucked up shit that happened. So you looking at it all like that. So same thing with people. That's why they say don't shoot the messenger. Cause I'm telling you this, and even though I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you I'm explaining this out of scholastic purposes or whatever, or for scholastic purposes or whatever. You still have to get it in your mind, so your emotion, so those negative emotions that may be invoked don't cloud your vision or judgment, which would make it difficult for you understand what I'm saying or perceive what I'm saying or get the best you can get out of what I'm saying. See this. Let me show you something. That I was gonna go somewhere with y'all. Show y'all how I knew I was on some shit before I even came home from jail. Right. I was building with myself one day, and I was like, I said, I see it. Once I learned how everything works, I said, okay, I see what this is. The mind is the sun. The emotions is the mind is what the sun is to the solar system or whatever, right? The mind is to your body what the sun is to the solar system. Your emotions are the water. Even if you take the word, you take the E and the M, you separate it. The last word is ocean, ocean. The moon is connected to the waters of the ocean. The moon has sway over the oceans. The moon has sway over your just like the moon has sway over the ocean, it has sway over your emotions. So, that's where the word lunatic come from. Because there's certain that's why when they say it's a full moon, a lot of wild shit start happening because that full moon, some people have a lunatic or wild. It could cause full moon could cause people. Give me a second. Well, okay, put it like this. I take you back to the source information. I got the jump here. So you ball. Is it? Hell no. I have to find it. But yeah, when you go to look at it, give me 1 second. So I can find that shit real quick. So yeah, when you look at from the broader files, he'll speak on how he was saying how in certain insane asylums, but this is where the word lunatic come from. In certain insane asylums, they started to notice that the phases of the moon was causing different emotional reactions out of the patients or whatever. And that's where the word lunatic came from. Lunar being the moon, and tick. I guess I can say what makes them tick. The lunar, the moon tick. That's how your so to bring that back to you, your physical body is an earth. Just like this, I showed y'all. This is the earth. Then I can show you the man in it. I can show you the woman and all that shit. Cause your physical body is an earth. So when you have an emotional reaction, right? When your mind focuses on a particular emotion, that corresponds to the sun shining down on the water. The rays of the sun causes the water to precipitate, and then after the precipitation, the waters form clouds and then fall back into the earth in the form of rain. Same thing with you. Whether it be a good or bad, because you can cry tears of joy or you can cry tears of sadness. So when you focus on the emotion strong enough to the point where you start crying, that's what you're doing. Your mind is focusing on the water, or your mind, i.e. your sun, is shining or thinking on a particular, or focusing on a particular emotion with so much of an intensity, with enough intensity to cause them feelings to rise up. That's why, or cause your emotions to rise up. That's why they say don't make decisions based off emotion, because when you moving off emotion, the same way precipitation rises and becomes a cloud, it can block the sun or block your reasoning. Same thing with you. The emotions can rise up, and just like the clouds block the sun, it can block your rationale and cause you to make irrational decisions or whatever. That's why I say your vision can get cloudy or whatever, because that's what happens. Your mind is evoking that, it's focusing on the emotion, causing that precipitation or that rise of the emotion, and then it falls back, runs down your eye, out of your eyes in the form of tears. So tears and rains are, the tears in your eyes will be what the rain is to the physical earth. I want to put that in there, but the back to what I was saying, yeah, you have to remove. Try your best to remove. Separate. You have to separate. I do it all the time. You have to separate things. So it's like, okay, you have to separate. Even though I'm telling you this, and I'm the source of the information, you have to learn how to, whatever negative emotions that we invoke, you got to learn how to separate me from that, outside of the fact of me just telling you that. Besides the fact of me just telling you, I know I'm going to be connected to it because I'm telling you, but you got to make a conscious effort to say, okay, I can't be mad at him personally for telling me this shit, but I just have to deal with the information. So yeah. Yeah, man. Where was I going with that though? So I was talking about Mr. G. Talking about that. Yeah. So don't let your cause I know what I'm saying can evoke emotions, sad emotions or whatever. Or, cause you say, well, what are we supposed to do? It's like, well, study like the rest of us, You ain't gotta just feel like it's all over because this motherfucker's doing it now. It was white folks by the throws out there. That's on this shit. They might not have a functioning pineal gland or whatever, but they still studying the information and understand what's going on. And I personally, for one, just think the mere fact, even though y'all, we're gonna get into that a little later. But I think that let me write that down so I can know where to start at when I come back. But I think that all bullshit to the side, I think if anything, white folks should be grateful towards and thankful for all our contributions to this planet and teaching them and raising them up and bringing them despite, even though niggas end up getting their goddamn ass kicked for 2,100 years or some old shit, but I feel y'all should be appreciative of our contributions to this place or whatever. Our planet, we taught you everything you know. So yeah. Now we gonna because this next part of this segment is gonna get real polarizing. So let me see. All right, that's another thing. We'll go back to the movie. Now, mind you, okay, so when she when they start battling or whatever, and the old lady jumped on top of the car and she was like, "Big boy." She called it Rick is big boy. What she was trying to do was, what that was, I know I was joking about the Big Mo thing or whatever, because that's what it reminded me of when I heard that shit. But what she was saying about Big Boy, yeah, okay, all right, now I'm kind of, now I can get into that zone I was in when I did that 9 hour shit, because this is where it's gonna get into it. Yeah, okay, here we go. So yeah, we'll go right here. So when she said that, okay, there's 2 ways you can look at this. This is fire. This is fire. Now this is dealing with puberty, mind you. But I remember what I just said. Where is it? Mind you, when Max and Furioso them, when Max and Furioso them are coming back down after all the light retracts up in him and creates a sun, and then it shoots back down here. All this is sleep or resting, just like Morton when you seen Max and them going back on the bike, going back to the Citadel. All them down, and I know I did that. We're gonna recap it though. When they was going hit, while they was on their motorcycles going back down or moving, active, just like the sun was moving and coming down. And more Jordan was down there asleep because they represented the resting Buddhas. This is when you hear about the sleeping Buddhas or the resting Buddhas, this is this. While all this, when all the light came up through here and created the dome, and then this created the bot, and all the melanin came down through here and created this here. The energy up here and the light here was moving. Everything out here was petrified and slow or stiff. Rock. This is stone and all that. So while this is moving and active, all this here was sleep or rest. That's what your boy Jordan down there sleeping represented. And like I said, when they show you Big Boy with the middle nose getting his toenail clip, that's, you see the folds in the leg. That's the leg right here. Go look at that leg. Then it looks like an elephant leg. That's you see it like a snout or whatever. Then and here when they talk about we'll read it again because I found that it was crazy how this went. We'll just read it one more time. Henry Stephen in A World of Wonders, published in 1607, mentions a monk of St. Anthony who declared while in Jerusalem, the patriarch of that city had shown him not only the ribs of the Word made flesh, and some rays of the star, some rays from the star Bethlehem, but also the star Bethlehem. We're in Bethlehem right now. This is the Virgo season. Bethlehem. Bethlehem means the on one hand you could say Bethlehem is the Bet means house or woman. Bethlehem, the black house. Ham, Bethlehem, house of the black Bethlehem. Love. I know, like, see, that's why we gotta incorporate all this shit. Like, I know love means it's in French it's almost like the or the or something like that. So when you say Bethlehem, it's saying a house. You could this the black house. Bethlehem, house of bread. The Virgo. Well, that's why the sign of the Virgo is a sheaf of wheat. The house of bread. It represents food, abundance. Harvesting and all that. So, this is the star Bethlehem right here. The star Sirius. And then it says the ribs of the word made flesh. Like I just told you, I'll recap it real quick. After this, we finna pick the pace up. So the ribs, the ribs coming out of the side represents the mount. When the creation process took place. Yeah. Oh, I gotta tell you about the hag. I gotta go back. I'm glad we'll do it all in one look right here. So, this, like I say, this would be the side view. This would be how this would be how this look. The surface right here from a bird's eye view. And then, where's my other one at? And then, hold up. Damn, what I just had this thing. I need more room in this bitch, man. Let me see this motherfucking shit. Come on, bro. Damn. Alright, so, and this would be this here if you was looking from an underbelly view. So you was on your back looking up, it look like this. Then they trade places because once this sucks up here and all the light starts shooting through here, going up the center and spilling out to the edges, it spills out into the circumference or fills a circle up and make until all this is flooded with light and looks like this. So when you finally have, this is the put cycle, the 9 put cycle thing. So once the process gets to this point where I ain't gonna go there yet. I'm gonna tell them though. Y'all see Prince? This is purple grape juice right here. No bullshit. And you look at this motherfucker right here. Acting like Lil Roger. That goddamn afro. But yeah. So if we look at it from a side view, when you get to this point with the side view, when it looks like this from a side view, the circumference looks like this. So this would be the surface now when all the light floods the top, and springing from out of here would be the lamps. These is the lamps of the Vista Virgin. Even when you look at when they was going through to the land of many mothers in the dark, you'll see them holding up. One of them hold. They give you little bits and pieces or little elements of different versions of women throughout history. That's why it's different races, and you got different styles of dress. If you look at them, one got like a native. What's my girl name that was trying to run back? She had like the Native American thing going on with her. You know, you had to grow the redhead. She was the Irish one. But when you see them with that lamp represents the light, and and it's a throwback kind of like to that Vista Virgin thing, or whatnot. So yeah. So anyway, what I was saying about that was, the horns of Moses would be the mountains on each side that was being pushed up by the light around here when it's traveling up, whatever. So that's the horns of Moses. You write this shit down so I won't forget where we're going with this. We're going next, okay? do the hag, and I'm gonna pull up for a minute, and I'm gonna come back. So let's go back to this. Yeah. I'm getting good at my doubling back skills as opposed to start talking about some shit and then going way over here for getting to finish explaining the original topic and shit. I'm getting good at kind of catching that and rambling it up and bringing it back around. That's the Kini Ishi Tisha gal. That's a that's one of the versions of Sarah's Vanity that deals with memory. So you kind of work on your memory or whatever. Call them the Kini Ishi Tisha gal. Shout out to Left Eye too, because they say that's her squad. Sarah's Vanity Energy. Another Sarah's Vanity is like Hindu or India. Then you got a Matarasu. That's Left Eye. You can deal with Left Eye through. You can call on her through a Matarasu. Amaterasu was born out of, you got Izanami and Izanagi. That's like Isis and Osiris. Then you got Sukiyami. Usually the male in mythology is represented by a feminine, representative of a feminine principle or whatever. But then it changes. I'll say all these mythologies. And keep this in mind what I'm saying about how all the mythologies had had their own versions of it, but it all basically be the same thing when you look at it. But Amaterasu was born out of the left eye of Izanami or Izanagi. I think Izanami is the girl. Izanagi is the dude. Is the dude. Or would be Osiris or whatever. But she was born out of the left eye of. So when they saying that, they talking about Matarasu was born out of the left eye of Izanami, and a brother Sukiyami was he was the moon. He was the moon god. Amaterasu was the sun god, so they said she was born out of the left eye. They talking about the sun when and they say they show you the reverse because she's a sun goddess and he's a moon goddess. So they say she was born out of the left eye. They talking about I think this would be the. Let me see. She was born out of the left eye. Sukiyami was born out of the opposite side. So the moon would be up here. So being born out of the left eye would be the sun being born or coming out, or when the earth shoots up and leaves the sun right here, or gives birth to it or whatever. So in the Sarasvati thing, the way I made the connection with that is Sarasvati, one of Bangladesh or the Bengal people, one of the ways they worship her is with the inkstand and new tablets, new pens. The pen was dedicated to her. I just got a bad motherfucker yesterday. Bad motherfucker right here, boy. Back to school time on you niggas' ass. I got a badass backpack to match it too. Boy, just need to give me a fresh fit. I might do a back to school bash on you niggas' ass. But yeah. But the reason I say that about the pins and left eye because see we got a bond with that shit. I be talking to the like, why are we like this? Nah, because we got this thing where like for some reason, man, my pins always be falling on the floor. and a pin fall on the floor, bro, and that bitch will probably sit there for a minute. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. Now, you know, you be stepping over the motherfucker all 2-3 days straight, and you go ahead and pick this shit up. Well, guess who else has that problem? Left eye had. No, I said it because I was looking at Dangerously in Love. I liked it that that show. You know, it was pretty cool. But within the documentary, she was talking about her father. Left eye. She was talking about her father. You know, and she was talking about her father. I know they didn't have they had like a little tumultuous thing. You know, whoops. Shout out to the family though. You know, and everybody felt like when I be speaking, you know, even like with Aaliyah and what I'm finna go into, you know, I hope I don't ruffle. I'm not trying to ruffle no feathers. I don't want to just be out here talking without even acknowledging the remaining family, you know, and hopefully they don't, you know, take issue, because it's not really to take issue for, but I know, you know, I don't want to just be out here talking like she don't got no relatives and shit left, you know what I'm saying? Or without even acknowledging that. You know, her mother, I know her father passed, but I know her brother's still here, and then, let's say the father passed and the mother's still here. Shout out to them. Peace to them. But she was telling a story about how her old man used to always be like, Lisa, come here. And he was like, that pen, you walked over that pen how many times? And you never thought to pick it up. And he was like, saying how I used to get on her about that. And I was like, damn, I be doing the same shit. So that's what our little things, man. That's my nigga right there, man. That goddamn lefty, man. I love that girl, man. I love all them girls, man. Shout out to, especially, like I said, Iris. Iris and Oris, man. I ain't gonna lie. You see, them girls, they too young to be dying, bro. There's some bullshit going on with that, man. You know what I'm saying? They came through though. Iris told me, I'm gonna give you what she put me on. Cause them niggas really from Houston. They moved to now, and I'm not saying by the time this song came out, which is a local Houston hit. But I think by the time this song came out, I think they moved. I think they stayed in Vegas from kids, but I think they was born in Houston. But it was funny how she came through though, cause I was around when I was working on the Irish Jam joint. Of course she was coming through or whatever. And she came through jamming that song by D from Trinity Guard Cartel. We be the illest, the illest, the illest. We be the illest. I gotta go listen to the song. It's a whole thing. It was a whole channel when she came through. But that's what it was. She came through earlier that day. So this is what they'll do. Because they know down here, you know, the human mind is so corrupt that we done been through so much shit. They'll come through, that's why, even for my protection and just explaining these channels and shit to keep motherfuckers from being able to point at me and say he's a maniac, he's a nutcase, they'll, because they want me to tell these stories, but at the same time, ain't no people, people are hardwired to bullshit, so you gotta really have evidence of this shit. So, but in this case, it was more so, the evidence was more so for me, but cause that's a level. But on the other hand, they know that we be tripping sometimes. They'll come through and say something, even me, and I be like, was that? I might be tripping. And then 3 hours later, some other shit happened, like, oh, to confirm, like, oh yeah, that was such and such, like, woo woo. So she had came through, and then in this case, it wasn't even like I was questioning, like, am I tripping or Iris, and we had a little dialogue. I'm gonna show you how she came through though. Later on, later on that day, I was listening to this song. I think I'm gonna get into that later on. No, I think I'm gonna say that for next year, for the Irish, for the next St. Tupac Day or whatever. But I'll just say this much. When I had went to listen to one song, so I listened to that song, and then like 2 songs later, we be the illest, I ain't heard that shit in a long ass time. Too shout out to D, man. But we be the illest, that shit came out. She like, nigga, that's me. I'm like, what should I do? That's me, nigga. Illest. Irish, take the L and put the L where the R is at. And it's like, Irish, illest. Because, you know, her name, we say Irish, well, I say Irish, but it's really, same thing, but it's I-R-I-S. Iris and Oris, O-R-I-S. Powerful names. And then they died in the hospital. Both. So, they probably took them out. You know what I'm saying? We'll get to it, though, because that's what I'm saying is, you have to be careful out here, man. Because those is important people. We just looking at them like singers, but they come down. Sometimes people, high profile entities come down here and then coordinate bodies. But you would think like me, I do it all, you know, music and all that shit, but everybody don't come down here to necessarily manifest their divinity through teaching or scholastics or whatever. Sometimes the Messiah energy come down here to manifest as a Mike Tyson or a Richard Pryor or something like that. And the genius come out through that way. And it'll, you know, just like them. I go listen to that. You think I'm lying? I go look. My first time ever listening to the whole No Doubt album was around St. Patrick's Day and shit. So you might say, how are they goddesses? They didn't come down here and teach the black. No, they first and foremost, their connection to me is key. But I'll take you to the album and I can blow your mother. When I went listen to the album, I said, oh, okay. Big, all that shit. I'm gonna hold that. But you know, cause Oris passed first. And that's why I'm trying to tell y'all, man, them hospitals, bro, you can, man, avoid that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I divide. Now you ain't just, if you bleeding out or some shit, you get shot or some shit like that, then you fucked anyway, cause if you don't go, you're gonna bleed out. So you might want to take a chance, but you see what Pac, you see how Pac moved, that nigga got up, that's why see, his mama, don't disrespect Mr. Phoenix, but she wasn't thinking clear, because she was trying to get Tresh to tell him to stay. Pac was like, hell nah, nigga, I gotta get the fuck out of here, you know who I am? He seen the laws. We're gonna get into that later on. But, yeah, he got up out of there. Alright, y'all sold me up. Stop the bleeding. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need you pumping me with nothing else, hitting me with no Oxy-9, cotton, whatever the fuck they be. I'm not laughing at the girls, but I'm just saying whatever. But this is the things they do. They do that type of shit. You'll go to the hospital, they be like, Iris, oh, she might be a goddess. Or, ooh, this might be something. You know, that's the hunt. So when you hear Nixon talking about the search for the Black Messiah, people like Pac and Malcolm and everybody who was assassinated, they were the victims of that hunt, because they were trying to snuff out anything. They try to snuff out anything that they can, that they felt, which is stupid, because what you trying to fight, I'm right here. I'm the Black Messiah, but you it ain't nothing you can do about it. That's how you know there's some arrogant shit with these. That's how you know these people are really sick. Just the fact that you y'all know, y'all been on this shit longer than us. We just coming into our shit. Y'all been studying all this shit. Taking you back to what I was saying about the Judea thing. These motherfuckers, you know the black man is God and the black woman is the goddess or the mother and father of civilization. All that. You know all this shit. You still going against the grain. Let's just go back to your church mind. That's like, let's just say you back in your church going mind or whatever. And a nigga tell you, yeah, when God come back, I'm gonna fight him. You gonna, a nigga be like, really, bro? You gonna try to fight God? Come on, man. You gotta be an asshole to think you'd even win. That don't even, you know what I'm saying? Even though we know it ain't no fucking mystery God in the sky, we just go back to your Christian mind, bro. You be like, come on, bro. You know, you really think you gonna win too? Come on, man. But yeah, I don't like it. And I'm quite sure. And I want you to. That's why I say this ain't a. I know you might be like, well, why don't you just beam up and ask them? It's like it don't always work like that. The spirit of give you bits and pieces here and there for the journey. So instead of just come, and you can do that too. Sometimes they'll come to you and tell you some shit straight up. That happens too. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's like they want you to be the detective and put the shit together to sharpen your critical analysis skills, as opposed to just coming down and saying, "Hey, woo, woo." Sometimes they don't know. Sometimes they have to find out what happened. So we'll get to it. I saw something already though. I ain't gonna go into it, but I already saw something that pointed at, or they partially pointed at foul play. Through one of the girls. But we don't get too crazy with it. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do a 5er. Yeah, it makes more sense. So I'm gonna stop this one, and we got one more. I'm gonna go ahead and upload this one. Let me make sure I know. I don't want to come back fucked up. Let me make sure we know where we at when I get back. Gotta hit a lick. Got to hit me a lick in Detroit. Some in Alabama, some down in Asia. Shout out to my boy Podina, man. That boy, that goddamn Pokey be coming through too, man. That boy be, that goddamn Podina, man. Pimp came through the other day. That boy came through. That boy came through heavy, man. I mean, that nigga might got something in the works, cause I ain't gonna lie, I got a track, boy. I know if Bun heard it, he'll want it. This shit is, I ain't doing it on purpose, but this shit is a bad motherfucker, man. As soon as I hear it, I just feel like this shit remind me of Short Texas or some shit, but I'm riding that. That's how I know he was in the. I mean, I named it after the nigga too, at the day I made it, but that's how I know that nigga was in the building. Well, I can say I know because I know, but when you hear it, I meant to say, that's what I really mean to say. When you hear, I'm telling you, he was coming through and fucking with me when I was making the beat at night. And you might be like, oh, this nigga just on some kooky shit. But when I let you hear the beat, you be like, oh, that is weird. It sound damn near sound like a ghost. But let me make sure I got everything lined up. So when I come back, I can know what I want to deal with. And we can go into the depths of this shit. All right, there we go. Get it out of the pole, okay. All that. Get on that. That's it. And then we gonna to the corner. I'll figure it out. We'll go from there when I get back. We at 2.5. All right. All right. I'm trying to remember everything. I'm trying to remember some of the stuff I was dealing with in that last video. But it'll come to me. So right now, y'all niggas just hold tight, and I'm gonna get back with you. Peace. All right, we back. Pause for the calls. let me backtrack. I gotta go back to what I was talking about with the hag. Now, this is interesting because now remember I just told you I did this shit for 9 hours with no mic on, but I was referring to the situation that we was in, which we'll get to that later. But as a quagmire in the last video, that I didn't look up the word hag until I started doing this video. So we get back to that. So what I was saying about that was, on a metaphysical level, when we speak about the hag, that's not necessarily a word designated to all women, because there's still old women with beauty or whatever. All women still, they just elders, but you know, it's all about, it's an inner thing. You got, you know, the inner beauty that radiates outward. I think that's how that's part of the whole fountain of youth thing. Not it's hard to motherfucker, but basically not letting this life we lead harden us or whatever. I think that's what you know, and like people just age or whatever, as far as we always say, oh, black don't crack, don't that. Like, yeah, it's not necessarily true, but we do age slower. But I think a lot of the reason why people you see some people that's 60 and 70 and they don't look that old, and some people do, and you got the in between thing. Cause people, like I said, cause people age or whatever, but I think maintaining pureness of heart, so to speak, plays a part in maintaining a particular type of youthful vigor. You know, but so I just said that because the word hag, usually when you hear it, is just generally applied to old women, but it's actually, you know, old wicked women, or wicked witch of the west, or whatever, something like that. That'd be a good example of a hag. You had to Glendale, a good witch or whatever. But on a metaphysical level, the hag is when this freezes up and once all this light on the surface retracts back, it's eating that, it's cutting and carving out basically the molds of everything that's going to eventually come to be, or whatever. So when it all eats, retracts and comes right here, and then shoots out, and everything, it leaves the earth in this right here. All that is, it's like a open mouth or whatever, because they didn't carve everything. Everything is carved out. We carved it out. The Ptah spirit, whatever you want to call it, carved everything out. So all the shapes and mold, everything was like a bowl with the shapes and whatever of everything that was going to come to be or whatever. Wow, melanin that would fill the top up, because that was the impression. The bottom, you got the top that's going to make it a, you know, actual everything, an actual figure or another half. Basically, what the melanin is filling in those impressions or holes or whatever. Because like I said, the hag, or you can get it, it's the old man, the Cronus, old man Chronos or whatever. Father time or whatever, when all that go up in here and then that freeze up or whatever. But the melanin that comes off of the sides of these lamps fill all that in. But that's why let's look at Boggy. Boogie. That Boogie is melanin, really. That's why I say that's nigga shit. I'm gonna hold that one, but Boogie is melanin. Boogie, Boggy, Bogu. For y'all remember that from the Magnificent Seven joint. But yeah, but it's interesting that they use the word quagmire. And I just watched the Leah Woman video before I did this. And that shit, I ain't gonna lie, I saw something. I don't know. I think I might hold that one, but okay, a soft waterlogged ground of March, which would make sense because that's what it's doing. That's the clay, the soft, the melanin that's being carved out by the light. It's soft and marshy. It's being molded and cut and formed and everything, whatever. So all that, and then the quagmire. We'll get into that later. So yeah, well, I wanted to just touch on that because I ain't want to seem like I was coming out disrespectful to old women. But in the last joint, I was just in a moment of speaking, but I didn't want how I said it to come out the wrong way. It's kind of late down the line, but better late than never. But anyway, and then you have the other one, an ugly, frightful old woman, a witch, a sorceress, a female demon, blah 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 blah. So now, what I was telling y'all about with my boy Phil, what I was saying, I had to get back to that too, because I was talking about seeing people that I know I went to the whole school thing or whatever. But I was saying that because if I was to see him now, by just remembering the story, I probably would have remembered him if I saw him before this shit. But if I was to see him, I'd feel my burn ass. But yeah, shout out to that boy, man. But he gave me he let me read the dialogues of Plato, which is relevant to this shit too. I go back to the witch hunt shit, because in the book, part of the book is Plato them going and visit Socrates right before they was about to assassinate him or whatever, or charge him or whatever they charge him with, and give him the hemlock and shit for teaching the truth or whatever. So that's the witch hunt type shit. See, all this shit just coming together. That ain't even playing. I just, you know what I'm saying. So, but in that book, it was speaking on. Well, they was talking about the creation of Earth or whatever, or people, and it was saying how I think Socrates had taught Plato that it was everybody came with a pair back to back, and it was split in half or whatever. So that's the reason why that's the attraction force between a man and a woman. That's why we always attracted towards each other, because we come from that oneness. So we always trying to link back up or whatever. But this time it's head on, as opposed to just being back to back or whatever. So that's what I'm saying about, because people are like, well, it was just women first. It's like, nah, it's this. Look, this shit corresponds with what on a primordial level though. Back to back, you got the feminine energy, masculine energy. So when it manifests into the physical altogether, what makes you think it happened like that? You think just the wind went here first, and then okay, that don't even sound right. I ain't gonna even lie to you. So yeah, man, I just seen some wild shit, man. You need to think of the game. This shit's wild. So yeah, we got that out the way. All right, so before we do that, I want to show y'all one more thing. Well, I got this dictionary right here, and I don't let this go over your head either. I want to show you something. Okay, I'll just let you read the title. We'll give you for a little something there, but then she said, this is Manly P. Hall, little pamphlet. It's called The Pineal Gland, The Eye of God. I want you to keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's your third eye. That's what makes you or breaks you right there. If that's functioning in your chakra system, that's all connected to that. So, that's what it's all about. Trying to activate that. That's what connects you to the source. Better get yourself connected. The writings on the wall. You niggas need to go listen to Stereo MCs. He's a white boy, but that nigga was on that boy was on some shit. I think he passed. I forgot his name. I remember the name. That's a dope name. I remember the name from back in the Gap. But I'm quite sure I probably heard that song before. But I just recently heard it in the beginning of the summer or whatever. I was like, damn, that's a bad motherfucker right here. And then I went and listened to, so I'm like Stereo MC. So I listened to Get Connected a few times. And I went and checked out a few joints off with one of the albums. Yeah. That boy, he was talking that shit on there. Like, yeah, that boy was talking. Y'all ain't gonna check that boy out. I forgot his name. He passed on though. But it ain't just him. It's a group. They got some sisters in there with him, and I don't know their background or whatever. So don't trip out on me because y'all it's just music and this shit crazy. But I'm just off face value. They down with the move. They down with the shit. If they down with the shit they talking, they with the shits. So shout out to Stereo MCs, and I don't know what his name, but you know he made the transition or whatever. So I guess shout out to him or the work he laid down. But that's Stereo MCs, man. Cause I was like, cause you know the song "Get Yourself Connected." You know when you hear it, it's like it ain't necessarily a hip hop song, or it don't come off as one, but it's a cooler song. You know, some shit you'll hear now probably in a movie or something, or in a commercial. There'd probably be some shit in a Verizon commercial or some shit. You better get your smoke shit. They probably had done that shit before. I'm bullshit. But it's a bad motherfucker. But when you go listen to that boy on the album, he be spitting though. He can rap it. That nigga really rap. Keep calling him a nigga. He can really rap. So yeah, man, check that out, man. Stereo MCs, man. They on some conscious type shit over there. So yeah. Now you see what you see what Manly P. Hall, who's a 33rd degree Mason, if I ain't mistaken. So we ain't talking about no. He wrote the book. I just got this shit out of her too. About the fingernails and all that. That's the CTs of all ages or whatever. That's Manly P. Hall. So before we even, and I'll give you y'all niggas another little bonus joining that hoe. But now you see, okay, now I'm gonna take you to Webster's dictionary and give you their. Now if you was going off Webster, now I'm gonna show you what Webster says about it. Alrighty, pineal. Alright, I'll give y'all both. I'll give you a pine and a pine, but pineal having the form of a pine cone pertaining to the pineal. Oh, that's the first definition. Second is pertaining to the pineal body. Latin pineal, pine cone, penis of pine, pinus, pineal. That's the Latin breakdowns of the small shit. But anyway, then we got the pineal body definition: a small, rudimentary, glandular body of uncertain function. Oh wow! And the brain at the root of the third ventral. Now let's go back down. A small rudimentary. This shit. You can't make this shit up, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Hold up, let's go. A small rudimentary. This boy here wild eyed. This is crazy. A small rudimentary glandular. It's comical. A small rudimentary glandular body of uncertain function in the brain at the root of the third ventral. Now, see, if you was going off Webster by, I ain't talking about my boy, what's my boy name? Emmanuel Lewis. Not that Webster. We talking about this Webster. Shout out to my boy Emmanuel. This boy here, man. He wildin'. What's a rudimentary? Okay. So see, this is how they played with your intelligence. Now we're gonna go to rudimentary. That's the problem with that. Now, I know. We know what rudimentary means for the most part. Some of us may not. But we're gonna read it for those who may not, right here, so we can get an understanding of the agenda here. So I'll be fair about it before I just go too far with the agenda shit. But I'll be fair about it, and you'll understand what I mean when I say what I say. Right, where's this shit? Here. Boy, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Fuck that means. I didn't hear you down. Yeah, I was just thinking about raps and shit. You're gonna get the fuck out of this shit. I was thinking, no, I might have to use that. What was that? Hold up, man. What the fuck was that? Never saw that word before. I'm gonna remember it. I'm gonna write that bit down. Let me see. Rudimentary, how you want to pronounce it? All right. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, you got to. Let's go to the one we just because all this other shit is irrelevant actually. But let's get to the one that's relevant to the topic. In the earliest stages of development, incipient, imperfectly or incompletely developed, vestigial. Now that's the word they use to refer to the pineal gland, which this man is saying, which he's right, that is the eye of God, or the divine eye, the third eye. That's the eye Horus, the eye Heru, and but you go to this, so this is what that's the So you wonder if they give a fuck about your culture or who you, or you want to know if they basically something. Well, okay, well we put it like this. On one hand, they right because that's how it that's them. It's rudimentary to them because they don't know theirs doesn't function. So in order to level the playing field, they gotta make it seem like it's nothing. Period. It ain't like okay, well they ain't telling you, well it doesn't function. This definition pertains to white people or non-melanated people. It's it's just leaving it up in the air. So you just think so. If you go off of them and what they're telling you via Webster, you won't even have the understanding of what the pineal gland is to even attempt to activate the motherfucker. So we see what mainstream academia wants you to think about your third eye. I want you to hold that. It's gonna be relevant down the line. All right, now let me get about this motherfucker before I cut this shit up. Well, let me read this. Let's read some shit about that. Let's show y'all niggas this shit is real in the field. Cause it's just go get it's this one video out of India called Avalokitesvara. Another one is from the Samanamuka. Samanamuka. Man, I can show you some. I can take you some. You think that he just type? Well, nigga, I take you to my childhood and show you that. I'll show you Samanamuka, nigga. Samanamuka. Why? Yeah, man. This shit is wild, bro. I'm telling you, look, we gon' see. My boy. But Avalokitesvara, he's that's a pot. He was connected to that I was telling you earlier about Amaterasu and left eye. Avalokitesvara this has a Tupac connection with Tupac. Avalokitesvara came from Tupac via Shed So Many Tears, because that's Avalokitesvara's thing. He sheds tears, or he weeps. He's the weeper. He sheds tears, or he's basically a male version of the goddess of compassion, Kuan Yin. Actually, that's his counterpart. So, or his wife or whatever. But Avalokitesvara, I had linked up with that him around the time I did the mic joint back in like 20, I think it was 2018. It was 2019. I think it was 2019. But yeah, well let's read a little bit about the pioneer. Let's see what we can find. What's relevant? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Let's take it over there. Yeah, so Hindu mythology. Now, see, Samanamuka is he whose face looks everywhere. So that's the thing that goes to back to having a sense of justice, having to look at everything from all angles, which I've told y'all about before, if I'm mistaken. But we'll read what he says. We'll take a pet. We don't want to get too deep into this because. Well, this is. Let me read this because it's relevant. Because we're trying to get into some key shit too. So let's get here. In occultism, the pineal gland is regarded as a link between the objective and the subjective states of consciousness, or in exoteric terminology, the visible and invisible worlds of nature. In the religions of the Latins, it was therefore referred to as Janus, the two-faced guard and keeper of the gates of the sanctuary. The divinity was the antitype of St. Peter, who succeeded him as the warder of the heavenly portals, who carries the two keys of his office onto the golden mystery of the spirit, and the other to the silver mystery of the body. See, the gold mystery, the gold mystery is the mystery of the sun. In the spirit, the moon. The light from the moon is a reflection of the light from the sun, just like your physical body is a reflection of your soul self or your spiritual self or whatever. Yeah, see, this shit is all on point on time. The divinity was the antitype of St. Peter, who succeeded him as the warder of the heavenly portals and who carries the two keys of his office, one to the golden mystery of the spirit and the other to the silver mystery of the body. Two-faced gods are frequently spoken of in ancient records. Hermes, like Bifron's Janus, may still be seen in old Roman villas, with the occasional and intriguing exception that one of the faces would be male and the other female. See, and then he says the hermaphrodites again. The female face represents the animal soul and the male the divine soul. And the whole figure is indicative of the occult structure and functioning of the pineal gland. Gould, in his mystical monsters, gives several examples drawn from the earliest writings of the Chinese. Hindu mythology also abounds in polysyphilous divinities. And in the far off Tibetan, we learn that one of the titles of Avalokiteshvara is Samanamuka, he whose face looks everywhere. There's alchemical mystery also in connection with the pineal gland for the regeneration of man, and dependent upon the tincturing of the gland, which must be transmuted from base metal into gold. Go back to what I just told you niggas about the fountain of youth. When you pure heart and you tap into your third eye, your body regenerates faster. You age less. That's why you gotta be light of heart, or have a light heart, or be light-hearted. Go back, I'm telling you about a lot. And I'm gonna give more. I got a movie more reference, but I'm gonna hold that one for this next joint. But to give you an example of what I'm saying, because it's a good example. But when you go through life harboring all that anger and when they tell you that the anger really fucks you up inside, as opposed to the other person or whatever the object of your anger is, that shit is real. But I was mad, like I say, we all got temple. I did that 9-hour goddamn thing, and that shit, that mic went on. I went to karate kick that whole ass laptop. I ain't gonna lie, but man, you can't go through life being a nasty person, letting life, the ills of the world, shape you. It's like, like the OG told me when I was locked up. My boy Wilson, we had the same first name. Tell my boy. And what was so loud about him, what I liked about Mr. Wilson was, let me stop. Well, I got the book right here, so I probably won't go too far, but I write my shit down. I'll be forgotten. I don't want to have to be 2 years later. Oh yeah, I meant to say this in that video last 3 years ago and shit. With a pen at it. We write that shit down. What the fuck what door we walking into? We walk back in that bitch. You see? Okay, we go to the you shit. Family you. All right, so yeah, but I was my boy Wilson, boy. He was a cool cat, man. he was a Christian. Now this was like right when I was transitioning into the knowledge of self or whatever, or finding out who the true God of the universe was, or the gods or goddess or whatever you want to call it, gods and earth. Or this is when I was right. I think I was already building, but I'm trying to remember, was that? I don't think I had the full understanding at the time when I was talking to him. But when we had this conversation, cause I remember when I told him, cause we was chopping it up. But he was cool. He was, see what I liked about him. He was serious about the Christianity, but he was, he was like when they did the prayer circle, he was the leader. Yeah, he was like, we didn't call him Revs or no shit like that, but he was like, when it came to the church thing or whatever, he was like a known figure or whatever. Or like he'll lead the prayer circle and all that. But he was real about his Christianity, but he wouldn't and this all makes sense with the story, this shit is live. He wasn't all uptight with it. Like, we still talk shit. Like, we'd be chilling. He'd walk up and be like, King, my last name. He used to call me like, King, what do you do? I just walked up and smacked fire out of you. I like, come on, old man. You ain't got it, man. We talk. Yeah, that's why I liked him. He wasn't all like, everything he said is, in Matthew 38, the Lord said that. He wasn't like, we could chill and kick it without this nigga bringing up. Because, most of the time when people, especially in there, but see, with that be, like, this other cat, I don't remember his name, but he was like, now this is a lesson, he was real, he was an extremist, he was extreme with it. He was like what I was just saying, but then I found out what he was in there for, and I say, okay, I understand this shit now. The shit he did was so fucked up that he had to send him into an extreme the shit he did was some fucked up shit. So I think it was some wild shit though. But the shit he did, whatever he did, when he went to jail, and he came to the conclusion like, man, I need to change. It drove him to an extreme. So to keep from going there, he just got to stay zipped into this. Everything got to be the Bible, because he's trying to protect himself from whatever the fuck what he did or whatever. So it's like he has to be in extreme mode of it, as if he's like, this is my take on it. Like, I didn't even talk to the dude like that. I just remember, but we, in passing maybe spoke. But I'm just giving my when I found what he did, that I put two and two together. I was like, okay, I see what that is. He went to the extreme. But see, Mr. Wilson, we be kicking it, chopping it up, and like I said, we have the same last name and shit. I mean, same first name, whatever. So, and then even after I came to the knowledge of self, it wasn't like, well, I'm God body, I don't fuck with you. It was like, that's my boy. We kick it, chop it up. He was kind of older than he was old school and shit. But I chop it up with him. I chop it up with the young shit. The fuck with that boy. When we play when he played domino, but they used to we be at the table and shit. I think, what the nigga? What Mr. Will Smith be doing? He was the ball though, so he be cutting hair most of the time. But we be over there talking shit, chopping it up, whatever. But it all makes sense now because they come back around. That nigga told me one day. He say, when I told him what I was in there for, and what happened to me, he was like, a nigga say, man, he say, whatever you do, man, don't let this shit harden your heart. Do not develop a reprobate heart. You know what I'm saying? Don't let. I know you got a bad one, but don't let it harden your heart or whatever. He was like, I could tell. In my memory service, I might be tripping, but I think he was like, I can tell because I didn't show no signs of that. So now I think he told me like, I can tell. Ooh, I was like, because at least I know I told him like, nah,
it is what it is now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna go out with a, all postal and shit. But it is some fucked up shit. But when I started getting this knowledge of self, that's when I realized, okay, I just want to see what this is. But my boy though, man, that was some real shit he said though, cause he looked young too, like he was up in age, but he was good for his age. Pause. But but that's the evident of the model because that's the model he live out for. You know what I'm saying? So, but that was real shit right there, which goes back to what I'm saying about this founding youth thing. First and foremost, a hardened heart is the total opposite of a light heart, which is what you're supposed to have. That's why you. And Kimmy, they say they weigh your heart up against the weight of a feather, an ostrich feather. What is part of that? The message that is, first and foremost, to even activate your pineal gland, your Kundalini energy has to run up your spine to the top of your. If you got a hard heart, that means your heart chakra is blocked, and that's really the most sacred chakra because it's the gateway, it's the middle point between the three going up and the three going down. So, just like today's Wednesday, that's just the middle of the week. You got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then you got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So, you have your heart. Your heart has to be like a feather. So when you translate that into just living terms, so if one was to say, well, what all this feather and light heart shit, what does it have to do? This stuff they have on the wall. What does it have to do with us now? Well, it's deeper than just you thinking you dying and you gotta die and that happens. No, what it's telling you is while you're walking here, you have to not allow yourself to become hardened or because that leads to the negative hag shit. That's what makes a hag or old grumpy man or whatever you want to call it, letting life harden you to the point to where you're too rigid in your thinking or you're too rigid in the trauma that's you've been or whatever it is that has you like that. You still haven't dealt with it, so you come off as nasty or mean or whatever, or grumpy or whatever, because of the unresolved issues within that has hardened the heart. Even with this information, if somebody heart is hardened, or they stuck in their root chakra, everything I'm saying is on a vibration high. It's simple, so it's like if this your root chakra, the Kundalini is supposed to rise up, hit the pineal gland, activate that. Okay, but if you stuck down here in your root chakra, the shit I'm talking about is up here. It resonates up here, so it bounces off people who's down here because they can't get it, or because they so, and those people this goes back to the heart and the fixated. This root chakra corresponds to the physical, fixated, rigid aspect of you called physicality. So when I'm speaking or somebody like me speaking, that's why everybody got the people that be like, oh, this nigga talking that mumbo jumbo. It's like, cause they stuck down there and they ain't willing to raise up, rising energy up. And it goes back to what I was telling y'all in the other previous Mad Max with all this trauma that we've been through as a collective people. It shut us down
on a collective level. Well, we'll put it like this. Uh, all the trauma and anything you complain about, police brutality, poverty, the weaponization of drugs on black people, and woo 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 and woo woo woo. All those things were in keeping you in a rat race to get money, keeping you inflating your desires for. Not saying there's nothing wrong with having money or being rich or whatever, but create a society where some people can latch on to the idea of getting rich, and then that becomes their sole focus, and they forget about things like spiritual matters, or raising themselves from spiritually. So many words. One of the reasons why it was so hard for us, or we was so stuck in our little selves, because we were always in a perpetual state of trying to survive. So our attention was, I guess you could say, we was in like almost a perpetual distraction, distracted by our will, our attention, instead of it being focused on rising up spiritually. It was too, by it being so hard for us to survive, we had to direct a lot of energy into survival mode, as opposed to how I was thinking over there. And all this shit, it keeps you trapped in the root chakra or whatever. If I gotta spend 24 hours a day thinking about trying to make a living, then the only thing I'm thinking about is physical shit to make my physical life good or whatever. But if you fucked up, there's like, even with the people in Africa when they raided Kemet, and you had tribes that was originally people who were in the metropolis that fled the scene to escape the invasion, but then they'd end up in other places where the food sources wasn't as abundant as the metropolis or Egypt or whatever. So over generations and shit, they started, and then there's even a nomadic life. Be in one place, can't find the food, or food run out there, they gotta go here and go there. All that shit is kind of like brought along a lot of backwards thinking, even within the Africans in the bush and all that over there. I seen all the Africans you see are just some savages who don't know shit, but you do have there is a an element of which is a brilliant part of playing. When you, on an alchemical level, things break down and rise back up higher. So even that part of it, even from us and everything we went to, and all the shit we complain about and talk shit about, even me, as throughout, we've been through our little trial and tribulations with this American thing, and all that shit was, we had to get broke down to rise back up like the phoenix out of the ashes or whatever. So all that shit before us, the shit that we've been going through up until now, up until the last past, I would say the last 10-some years, people really just start waking up. It's like that was the Osiris, the ashes that was old us, that we're rising out of now. Niggas is waking up. So, but to take it back to that, what he just said here, there is an alchemical mystery also in connection with the pineal gland. For the regeneration of man is dependent upon the tincturing of this gland, which must be transmuted from base metal and gold by raising the kundalini up, striking the pineal gland, cutting that golden light on, and that's where the fountain of youth shit starts. So let's go. Unawakened by kundalini, the pineal gland is the spirit, is the vehicle of karma minus, the animal mind. But when tinctured by the spiritual light, it becomes the Buddha Manas, the divine mind. The Buddha Manas is the thought of the late Egyptian mysteries, the god of learning and letters. Key, hold that, because we going there. We going there. Hold that shit. This shit is doing its own shit. Hold that one. Remember that shit. We go back to that. So learning, okay, in accordance to the extravagant statements of his priests, the source of 26,000 books. My birthday was yesterday, you know, at 26. Hold up, man. We get it. This is wild. Hold up. The philosophers know that the pineal gland was an organ of conscious vision long before the physical eyes issued from the brain, not necessarily or exclusively of such vision as we have today, but rather vision of that world wherein man dwelt before his lapse in his present state. As his before man dwelt before his lapse into present state. As his contact with the physical world was more complete, the individual lost his functions upon the inner planes of life, together with his conscious connection to the creative hierarchies in the universe about him. Bingo. So that's sole purpose on this motherfucking planet. The first thing we didn't know this though, so we really just basically come up, we'll say since on a grand scale, we just really started waking back up like in the 90s. When Bobby them started, a little bit before that too, because before Bobby you had Dr. John Henry Clark, and so it was like, but so it had the different phases or whatever. But Elijah Muhammad and Noble Drew Ali basically was the catalyst in America. Now, you had like people like Father Divine, and you had those scattered things too. But they was like the heavy hitters. So peace be on their name. 7 Circle Quran. This the 7 Circle. It's the book. It's the 7 Circles. The Quran. This is Tahuti. You see Tahuti right with the pen and the long nose. You can look at this as the nose, or well, basically this would be. Let me turn it. This would be Tahuti, and this would be the pen. And it also looks like the nose of Tahuti or Ramirez. Let me get a picture of him. Start looking for shit you can't find. That's a nigga for you. Man. Well, I've been seeing this shit all day, and then as soon as I start looking for this shit, I can't find it. This is bullshit. But anyway, let me get off of it, because that's the book, though. That's connected to the whole 7 Circle Quran thing. And I fucked up on this one. I'm going to tell y'all this, too. What else fuck up, too? This right here actually okay, hold up. What else? Yeah, that's what it was. Actually, this right here, the stars that are around that right there would actually be more spread out. They actually would be the way I got the stars surrounding this. It actually would be, this would be the center of that. So all this would basically, the star series and this would be surrounded by all those in so many words. I kind of put that out there. But I did it in the other one though. I did the right way in the other one. I can't find it. I can't find that book, man. That should be right around all the fucking time. And as soon as I just looking for this motherfucker, you can't find the piece. Man, bro. Shit, fuck, man. Fuck. Man, bro, I be seeing this fucking book all motherfucking day. Yeah, that's some bullshit. Fuck. Well, yeah, man. Let me get on with the show. So, yeah. So, yeah, man. So I think that'll do it for the I think we pretty much know what the pineal gland really is about now. But man, yeah, I'm gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. This shit, I tell you, this shit just that boy. This shit is off the chain. I'm fucked up now. Hey, pissed. All right, let me get on with it. I'm trying to get going to it. Y'all will see though. You will see when I get there. Trust me, I ain't crazy. Please don't think I'm crazy. There's a lot of things going. There's a lot of wheels turning up there. A lot of motherfucking wheels turning. Okay, so, but yeah, man, shout out to my boy Mr. Wilson. Cause he said that. And he wasn't even no metaphysically. He was just going out with the Bible said, which is, they would say, is truth and all this shit. You know, he was coming from the Bible perspective, the reprobated heart thing, which that just sounds like some right shit. You know, you ain't gotta where the fuck it come from. So so we want to go with this now. But yeah, my boy. Oh, that's what I. Since we there, we'll go. I give you one more jailhouse story. That nigga Bobby was saying how they was trying to. I think like in the 90s or the early 2000s. I can't remember what era that lecture was in. But he was saying how. Whatever it was, he was saying how they were saying that it was like where all the jobs was going. They were saying all the jobs was going to Mexico. That shit was funny too. That nigga was like, you know, Bobby in the branch and shit. That nigga was like, that nigga had me rolling. Move to Mexico. It's like, you know, what job? Move to Mexico. He's like, you know, they talk about all the jobs moving. He said, what the fuck they doing coming over here then? Why are they running over here if they moving the fucking... He was like, why would a nigga come over here and cut some fucking grass if he got his own shit over there pumping? You know what I'm saying? Which made all the sense in the world. He was like, oh, that's bullshit. He said, you know where the job's going? Jail. Because the niggas doing them for free. Like, you might say, oh, Bobby just still conspiracy theory. No. I'm in the solid. Look, I'm going to show you something, bro. Okay, I worked in a furniture factory. This shit wild, bro. I worked in the furniture factory, right? Now, shout out to Doty, too old school. Doty, that boy out there, that boy, he was the head janitor in the furniture factory or whatever. So my first day, we up in that whole old school. He was old school guy. He called to me, he's like, "Say something, youngster. You want to get out of that work? Tell me you want to be SSI." I said, "You fucking right. I'm in it. I'm already in here for some shit I had absolutely nothing to do with. So give me I need the job, the least amount of work as possible. Because this is already slavery. If you give me the broom, I'm good. You know, if they're fucking people, right? So yeah, I got the SSI shit. But I was an SSI in you got the whole, it's different sections. You got the spray room. That's why I work where they spray the shit. And that bitch sitting that bitch out there without fucking fumes and shit, hoping I wouldn't get brain bogs in that shit. That was wild. You caught that whole, but yeah. So we had masks and shit, but it wasn't just like we just sitting there with paint and shit. But that shit, you be there smelling all that lacquer and that shit. That's what me and my boy. That's why I got a lot of my signs said like I got a lot of my jewels from my boy Magnificent. That's how I work with him. He worked in the furniture factory too, so we be in the building and shit. You know, and we fuck around, get the rapping in that bitch and shit, man. Shout out to my boy Mag, man. Man, it was 2 cats in there, bro. They had been in the furniture factory. I think they had been in the whole furniture factory the longest. But I know the paint room, the spray room for sure. But they was the golden boys of the paint room. When I say golden boy, I ain't talking about like no whole ass niggas. Like they was bread and butter in that motherfucker. These niggas here supposed to been home, bro. Them niggas probably supposed to been home for when I say that, I mean I'm saying it based off of their character. These niggas obeyed all of them niggas. First and foremost, I think they had already been there by like 10. It was Mr. Phil and Mr. Austin. Mr. Phil was a church cat too. He was cool too. He wouldn't, you know, he wouldn't like try to push it on you and shit like that. He was cool people. You could chop it up with him too though. You can chop it up with a lot of, but I'm just saying it was like Mr. Wilson was like kind of. He was more fun going. He didn't let that shit, you know, get him all. Yeah, I can't tell a joke. All this whole shit. You know, we be sitting there chopping it up like you probably wouldn't know he was heavy in the Bible like that or in the church like that. And you just sit down and, you know, you probably know, you know, he cuss and all that shit. He don't do that, but you know, when he talk smack and shit, have fun with the fellas and all that. So, but Mr. Phil, he was cool too, like I say. But they had Mr. Phil, man. This how I knew. I was like, damn, bro. Cause one day I asked him, I said, man, why you be going so hard for these people? Cause he, you know, like not hard, like well, cause I'm not trying to make it seem like he was. I'm saying like. That nigga made parole though. Matter of fact, Mr. Phil, he made parole and fucking right. That shit made me smile. Fucking right, Mr. Phil. Then he made parole. That nigga made parole right. I think he made his shit like right when I made mine. Or Phil probably went home before me. Now that I think about it. Fucking right, that nigga did make parole, bro. And that was good. That shit make my heart. Smile, bro. Now that I think back, cause man, I was fucked up. I was looking, I'm in there with them, boy, and I'm like, man, these niggas do everything they supposed to do, and the problem is they too good with this painting shit, cause they was bad. So it was like, I say, man, they was like, you know, it was, you know, people talking, niggas like, man, them niggas supposed to be. They holding them. They don't want to give them niggas parole, cause they don't have no reason not to. Niggas don't get no trouble. They model prison citizens or whatever, niggas helping these motherfuckers sprout this picture out there because they told us, they told us, from what I understand, or what they say is they don't sell the furniture, like go to different government buildings and shit, which that may be partially true, but I don't give a fuck if you still got these niggas in there working for free for one. It don't matter, but they probably was selling some of this. That shit probably, we don't know what the fuck. I don't know. And like I said, it ain't like I heard that from. I heard that, you know, it was inmate talk or whatever. So I don't know what the fuck they did, but yeah, man, they had already been in there a while when I got there. Now, Mr. Austin probably made parole too. I know Mr. Phil made parole. They probably was like, it's time to go. Let this boy go. We can't keep doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Cause them, and at the same time, they came from an era where, see, I got what, to be honest with you, but 03, about 3 years after I got locked up, my third year in there, that's when they started letting niggas go. Like the talk was, they had been holding niggas. That was like '06. Them niggas was like, man, all from them niggas was like from like the mid '90s all the way up until they was like they was holding it, like niggas making parole, but it was like for the most part it was a lot of niggas they was just holding niggas, so they got caught up in that shit and, too, but they was painting that shit and quite well. So there was so it was like, and that's what Bobby was saying in the election. He was like, man, because he was talking about he was talking about something he had seen. It was a long time ago, but he was talking about ending parole or something like that. And he was like, you know how crazy that sound? He was like, but yeah, he said, think about it. You got a nigga in there that's doing some shit, is making you all this money or whatever, and he good. You ain't gonna want to let him go or have to train some other motherfucker. You gonna, when he said that, I started thinking about Phil, and I say, man, which I already knew because I said it in there, but it was like that's what I was saying. That's one of the reasons I rock with Bobby so tough, because a lot of the shit I was thinking and seeing in there, when I came home, or shit I was just thinking in my mind, when I came home, I go listen to this nigga lecture, and he was confirming certain shit I was saying. I was like, damn, I said that shit too. Like, damn, that nigga right, because I thought I was the only one thinking that. But, yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, man, Phil, I think Mr. Austin made parole too, if I'm mistaken. I think he did. I think Phil went home before me. I was on the same, I know. Around, now that's what it was. I'm thinking, because he moved, because I moved from first I was on the cell blocks, and then like about 2 years before I made parole, they sent me to the trustee tank or whatever, or the trustee, which was dorms or whatever. They sent me I can't remember the dorm they sent me to first in the trustee camp. I stayed over there for like a year, then I moved to the one next door. And that's when I got the essence. I was still working in the furniture factory when I was on old dorm. Then when they moved me to the other dorm, no, they moved me to old dorm. I can't move the other dorm I was on, but they moved me to old dorm. And when he made parole, I think they moved him to the dorm that I was on at first in the trustee camp. And then I think a little bit after that, they said he made parole or whatever. I think I already, that's what it was. I think I had already made, I'm thinking we was, because I ain't made parole till I moved to the other dorm. But I'm thinking we was in the same dorm together, because I remember he was on that dorm, but now it was coming back to me. It's like, I just remember when he moved over there, me seeing him over there or whatever. But, yeah, I think Mr. Austin I know this should be gone at least, like I said, I've been home like 15 years, so they ain't let that nigga go. Yeah, he probably left a little bit after me or something. Mr. Austin was a motherfucker. I don't know, that nigga, the old nigga be saying, that nigga said some shit about fish raining out the sky or some shit. I looked at that nigga crazy at first. I don't know though, man. Somebody else said that shit too. I was like, hold up, Mr. Austin. That nigga was like, man, fish can fall. He said something like, you ever seen fish rain out of the sky? Some shit. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here, Mr. Austin. And he was like, nah, man, I'm serious. And I was like, hell no. Nah. And then, later on, I can't remember who it was. Later down the line, somebody else said this shit. I said, hold up. Not saying just because he said this shit is true, but I was like, I started thinking, I'm like, damn, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? I still ain't sold on it, but who the fuck knows? You know, I think somebody about the evaporation of the water. Kind of made a little sense, but I gotta do a small ass fish to be evaporated into a drip of water and shit. I don't know, man. Mr. Austin was cool though. Mr. Austin, he wasn't like religious and shit. We be in there talking shit. That nigga that little short nigga, he was cool. We had a dub. Mr. Austin, I think they were from Dallas. He had a little shag and shit. That nigga that was cool, the motherfucker though, man. I used to be in there fucking with him. You there talking shit. Everybody talk shit like an old school nigga from the South, man. I ain't gonna lie. But shout out to them boys, man. So yeah, man. Yeah, man, he was on point when he said that, man. yeah, man. Shout out to Brian too. That nigga that was a Brian was a motherfucker, man. That nigga looked just like one of the Martin characters, man. That nigga was cool, the motherfucker too. That's where I used to go out to, cause you had like, well, that was the last. Nah, that was McKee, and then it was when I first, cause they got like four teams, and it was an officer of each team to go out to the trustees and shit. So it was like, well, we're gonna get into that too. My boy, man, I remember we were riding one day. But see, Brian was that's another one though. Brian was he was a pastor, but he was cool though. He was like, we would just say he was like Mr. Wilson or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But he'll talk, he trash talking shit or whatever, but he was pretty much like Mr. Wilson or whatever. But he was like a damn Martin character. Like that nigga was like, he kind of looked like him too. Like he kind of like I don't want to say old. It's not with the teeth and all that shit fucked up, but he kind of put you in the mind of an old or some shit like that. But that nigga was cool. But we talk shit. So like we would ride one day. I was like, somehow I said something about the trees got a spirit. And they was like, King, goddamn trees ain't got no spirit. The hell you talking about? I'm like, man, you a preacher. You supposed to be the spiritual man. And you don't think a tree got a spirit? Like, hell no. I said, man, okay, what moves you? Okay, we got a body, right? I said, don't your spirit move your body? He's like, yeah. I said, well, what moves the tree when it's growing? Like, oh, yeah. That's my boy, though, man. He's goddamn Brian, man. Yeah, man. So yeah, man, shout out to them boys, man. Just, don't nobody want to be in no fucking jail. Don't ever get it fucked up. But, you just sit back and, like, by that time, I was, like about 5 years in, 6 years in. So, nigga was rolling with the punches by then. But, really, way before then, that first two, nigga been fighting the case, and then that first year, in a half, nigga be in that bitch like, man, fuck all this shit. Can't do your time like that, Lil West. Nah, fuck this shit. I'm ready to go home. I'm tired. Don't wake me up no more. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. So let me get to the business, because we got some shit on rap, man. And I'm laughing and joking, but there's some serious shit at the end. So let me make sure I covered everything I want to cover before we get into this goddamn thingamajig. All right, I guess we'll go on and get to it then. All right, we're gonna go back to Mad Max real quick. And then we're gonna veer off. We're gonna still be, because the Mad Max shit is relevant too. That's the beauty of this. This shit is like, that movie was showing you some other shit about what I'm finna show you. They like what I'm finna go into. I'm gonna bring it back to you in the movie too, and you're gonna see it. Okay. All right. So when the old lady, they're going towards the end, right before they make it all the way back into the Citadel, and everybody go through the hole or the Yanni thing or whatever, right? When one of the old ladies, when she post up with Erictus, she called him a big boy. Now, on one hand, he's a big brute type of guy, right? That's one. But what she was actually saying was two things. The big boy is the white man. Yeah, he has the mind of a child, actually. Although he so-called runs the world and woo. Compared to us, their children, because we first and foremost, we've been here long. We the mothers and fathers of civilization, therefore. But it's just like that. What's that?
that Christmas song was a someday at Christmas, men will be boys playing with bombs like they was toys. Yeah, that's what that thing is with that. When she's calling him a big boy, that's what she's trying to say. Like this, he has the pathological grown up kid at large, or child at large. So but then to keep that in mind, I'm gonna backtrack to that because that's gonna segue me into what I need to say. But when you go back to okay, now I'm gonna need y'all to put your thinking cap on. Now this is her fight with Euryptus. She called him a big boy because puberty is about to set in. That scene, that last little scene, is them getting ready to go through that last hole, or going to the Citadel, which would be this right here, or this would be the sun of this shooting up to right here. Once that blows off, that's the puberty stage or whatever, because the red, the root chakra, or the blood, or the red, or wine, or whatever you want to call it, runs up. And this what finishes the process. So all us up here who was created, and our physical body, this is the blood of Christ, the Christ being the sun, this right here, meeting right there, blowing off the earth, and blowing off the sun. Blood of Christ covers me. Mother's here, I can feel her. It's some accident murders. So bad, like y'all killed on purpose. Liars, bragging, good word, kid. Get my girl over here, man. I'm slipping and tripping. Oh, man, kind of dusty, man, but my girl, man, that's Photoshop. I think that's a hell of a Photoshopping. I don't think those, I'm not even sure I think Pac was locked up, but she came out, and then when he came home, he died. And she was kind of cooling down. I don't know if they was met. Probably did, though, because she was cool with Kadala. When she said a big boy, she's saying basically, you know, when you go into puberty, you become a big boy or a young man or whatever. That's the male version. When Furioso, who Furioso fought? She fought the other dude. She fought the pole cat. Yeah, 'cause that's the thing. She fought the pole cat. And when she jump on the car with him and they get to fight, he gonna make a cat sign. He gonna go like that at her or whatever. That's key right there. Because see, what people don't understand is, well, I ain't gonna say people, but generally speaking, or whatever. Okay, you have Bass, right, which is a cat deity in Kemet, right? She represents sexual passion, lust, and all that. See, another thing she represented is puberty, because she represents the sexual hormones, period. No pun intended, but see, what we understood about, like, these wasn't just pretty pictures. These was actually these deities were actually formulas, and different components of your psychology, your psychological and biological makeup. So second Bass represented your sexual nature. Now, you start experiencing, well, it depends, because I
don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Well, we right there, so we kind of right. Okay, so but we don't understand as see our ancestors understood this. They understood, okay, this okay, basically I'm trying to find the right way to put it. Basically, what we call sexual nature or whatever, they took it and anthropomorphized it and made it into a cat lady or a cat. So, us, of course, you can go get a book, see Bass, okay, Bass, this is the god of sexual passion, blah, blah. And okay, you be like, whatever, but it's like, no, the way we really looked at it was like, okay, yeah, this is the god of sexual passion that possesses you. See, when you think of possessions, you just think some old exorcist type shit, and all this shit. So you don't think of your sexual energy or your lustful urges coming online as a possession, but it is. You're being possessed by Sekhet Bass because she's the god of sexual passion. So you don't look at it like that, but that's what happens, and this is really the root of a lot of sexual misconduct, for lack of a better way of putting it. So, and the reason that is because we don't know how to check the energy. We know how to check the energy back then. So, that basically was the barricade, or what prevented, I'll say for the most part, sexual perversion. So we'll be like, okay, you have a daughter or a son, you're okay, that Sekhet Bass energy is coming, so we know we gotta check it or whatever. So they dealt with it. It wasn't just like something they was looking at. It was like, this is how they dealt. The same way a doctor would be like, this is the heart and this is the that. You know what I'm saying? These deities, this is how they operated or whatever. So, when you hear them make that cat sound, basically that's indicating that the puberty is coming. Therefore, Sekhet Bass is coming. The sexual passions and it's Mother Nature saying that it's time for the young adult, the young adult male, or excuse me, the young woman or the young man to undergo its rites of passage into the act of having sex or whatever. But we don't look at it like that. All see what we see in niggerdom, all you hear shit like, you better watch her, she getting in there, she getting hot in the ass, or he's smelling his nuts, You hear all that shit, but you don't hear what's supposed to be done. It's not supposed to be did. It ain't just you just saying she hot in the ass. Yeah, she hot in the ass, but if you ain't doing something, or you ain't directing her, or doing what needs to be done to make sure that doesn't get out of control, she may very well be somewhere doing some shit to entice somebody, or same thing with the male, which we're gonna get there. In the words of Aaliyah, we need a revolution. It's too much confusion, but that's why I'm here. I come in to do this type of work. I'm finna do. All the laughing and joking and kikiing and kai and all that shit cool, but fuck that. We finna get down to some real business. I'm gonna need more respect from you niggas out there, man. Real shit, bro. Niggas, I'm not. So anyway, now we'll go back to the movie real quick. When you go back to when they was in the when they had made it to the land of many mothers. Oh, and you pay attention, like I say, he's gonna ask Max. Gonna ask Furiosa what is her motive behind all this shit, and she looked at him and said, "Redemption, which starts with R-E-D, red, and then emption or whatever." As soon as they say that, the camera shoot over to the girl with the red hair to show you that she says redemption. They show you the girl with the red hair, and then they show you whatever that ain't seen, but like the bullet, the bag that Zoe had with the bullets in it, was red. It was a red sack. Now, that refers to the sacred blood of the womb of the mother. The red sack. If you take S-A-C, red, okay, sacred is S-C-R-E-D. But reverse, you take the R-E-D and put it in front of the S-A-C, you have a red sack. The red sack. See how they was setting it up throughout the whole movie? Now, the sacred red sack. The sacred virgin blood. Like I'll tell you about it. I ain't read I need to get that book though, but Bobby was somebody look how her blood is gold. That's because once that once the earth shoots off the top of the sun, you gonna have that red fluid with that red, that golden light shooting through it as it goes up. So the red fluid or the red blood would be the physical blood. The light passing through it would be the golden blood of the. So when they start the true, not no fucking vampire, the real Dracula is where that comes from is darkness absorbing light. So that's the golden blood, and it's all together and shoots out, and we absorb it, and then that's the final process of man and woman physical life or whatever. That's why that book is named that. I ain't even read it yet, but when it says her blood is gold, I just remember when I finally figured out all this shit out, that came in my mind. That book came in my mind. So yeah. So now, mind you, I don't think the dude. I don't think he was a polecat though. I think the dude she was fighting had a little bit more rank than that. But you had the polecat. You had what they call polecats in there, and the polecats. You know what I'm saying? The pole and the cat. Imagine, and this just came to me like a motherfucker. This shit be so fire. Imagine when the sun is right here, right? I only got one right here, but you know, in Gaza you got 3 pyramids. So if the sun was right here, it'd be in the middle, and it'd be a pyramid right here, just like cat ears. The pole cat. It's the pole. The sun up here, the Leo, or that'll be like where the Leo and the lion should come from. The cat, it'll be right there. The pole cat. You see, the pole cats were swinging back and forth like the earth tilts back and forth. So that's that. So take it back to what she called him the big boy. Now that's what you have to understand about the Caucasian. They're younger than us. All right. Yeah. But we'll run through it real quick. when you're dealing with the lessons, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad basically said that, well, in the lessons, it teaches that Yaqub said he was going to create a race of people to rule over us. This is another black man telling his uncle that, his brother. Part itself has been a while, but Yaqub, so he got ran out of, he got exiled to the island of Pelon, and all of the plans he had for creating the white man, they all went over there with it. Everybody who was down with that went over there with him. Now, if he's going to create a group of people that's going to rule over us, that means he's creating war slaves. Keep that in mind. So, thing is, like I say, I think I dealt with this in the other max, but I'm like, okay, well, so if they were on an island, how they ended up creating an island, and Yaqub didn't see his work transpire. He passed on, but he left the lessons on, and that shit, his followers carried on his work until they finally got it right or whatever. So, questions because, well, if they created on an island, how did they end up over there in the fucking in the frozen mountains? Now, it could have been. To me, it sounded like either the ones who couldn't get it right, because when you go watch the Island Dr. Moreau, you had the element in there. The ones, the shit that was coming out within the process, the ones that wouldn't conform, he would throw them out into the forest or whatever, to the woods or whatever. Just like how Dr. Monroe, well, in the lessons, they were saying, like, during the process of creating a white man, they doing gene splicing and all that, genetic engineering and shit. So, but the baby's got to come out. So, if the baby came out, when they did whatever they did, which, like I said, when I think I read that Dr. Naeem Akbar book, but whenever they was doing what they was doing to manipulate the pineal gland and break down the melanin and bleach it down, it was a process. So, but throughout the process, you had motherfuckers that were still coming out black. So the ones that was coming out black, they said they would feed them to a wild beast and tell the mother that the baby, because they operated with it, they used it through, they in the hospitals and shit. They had their own shit set up. So they was like, the doctors and the nurses and shit. So the nurses would tell the lady, you have an angel baby. If she had a white baby, or if she had a black baby, that feed it to a wild beast. But if she had a lighter skinned baby or whatever, they would tell her that this was a good kid and you should whoop and this is an angel baby or something like that. But so when you take it back to the creation, I think it was like, okay, they whittled it down to whatever they were trying to the white man, but then some of them he probably was able. Now it was like you create them, then you got to train them. So it was like I think the ones that was taking it, whatever his training, and was able to become the ones that became the most civilized amongst what was created. I think they kept them, and it was some they either they sent to the mountains, or they sent them some purposely to let them get real. That was a part of their conditioning. To make them harder soldiers, they're cold, rigid, dog-eat-dog, fight for everything, and the lack of resources got them at each other's neck. They are uncivilized. I think that may very well be the case too. And then go back and get them years later, and then round them up or whatever. But who then try to train them up, and then who knows? This is a whole lot of shit. This shit is wild. But that was the story or whatever, right? So I remember Bobby saying like motherfuckers was looking at a lot of Muhammad strange for the start. So like that was like a crack pot tale or something, right? At least back then, which is kind of understandable because we were still really real fucked up from slavery. So niggas were really like on a grand scale, the collective scale, kind of really didn't know shit. So you try to tell this to a bunch of people that think that's been brainwashed through the world religions or Christianity in particular. In this case, Christianity here in America. They not gonna understand shit, but as back then. But even Bobby, I remember Bobby speaking about how even some of his or people within his peer group or generation was still looking at the shit that Honor Elijah Muhammad was saying as if it was crazy or something. But me personally, I had to listen. I was reading lessons, and which is Nation of Islam version, or their version, or in a nutshell. But they give you the whole. They give you the 1 to 20 is bad. It's an excellent motherfucker. Not necessarily take literal, but then again at the same time, some of it like when you some of it is literal though. Like when they start, they go through the slavery thing or whatever. But at the same time, you still have to have a symbolic mind to deal with it because it ain't just everything is just face value. But I was reading that, and I was reading general history, and even though how Elijah Muhammad was saying it may have sounded awkward to the ears of the layman, what he was saying was lining up with the shit because that's what I was saying. I was like, then, because I said, I consciously said, I said, okay, now how does this line up with general history, like all the other scholastic work out here in regards to African studies or whatever, Black studies, and show it, and shit did. The African studies was corroborating what the lessons was saying, as in this case right here. So you might say, oh, these Yaqub stories, it's just a crackpot tale. Oh, no. You can go, I forgot what temple it was. I don't know, I don't think, but it's a temple in Egypt with the Hyksos god, the Hyksos king, called a Hyksos king by the name of Jacob El. And Jacob and Yaqub is the same. Yaqub is the Islamic or Arabic version of Jacob. Jacob's ladder. Just so we don't keep it reduced to just that figure in time, but the whole Jacob thing is Jacob. The call, Jah meaning God, and the call, the God call. That's like a call, corn. Call, Jacob. The jack up, Jacob's ladder. When this here jacks up, pause. The Jacob. So, you're like, okay, well, what does that mean? All right, well, let's take it a little deeper then. Jacob, now you know what a Hyksos thing is, you know what time it is. But now we was already in a state of deterioration before white people came. That's why I say we could talk about how white people are fucked up too, but the reason they was even to come about was through the fact that we was fucked up or whatever, or deteriorating or whatnot. So Now, I told you a story about Yakub getting banned the island of Patmos. Now, I'm going to take it back to, now, okay, you would say that's the Nation of Islam symbolic story or whatever, however you want to put it. Now, I'm going to take you to the historical version of that. Now, some motherfuckers did get ran out of Africa, up in Asia or whatever. And they got exiled with a group of Soot, cause you know Soot was like, and they was the one that got kicked out was Soot Typhon worshippers or Set Typhon worshippers. Now, they worshipped Set, and then, because if I'm not mistaken, Set was worshipped. Because it's all the same, really. The Set and Osiris, that shit is like one and the same. That's why I say this shit really is all different components. But it's the way it all happened is the way the shit transpired is. Let me break it down. So the Osirian, they say that the people who were stuck in the Set worship didn't want to transition over into the Osirian worship. Well, they didn't want to accept that, which makes sense because, but see, the Osirian worship represented progress or change, or which is king. The Set, just like the people in it, didn't want to change. So that's what Set as a deity represents. Set, he represents stubborn. That's why his animal is the donkey, or the ass, because it's a stubborn creature or whatever. It's fixated, just like I'm telling y'all, it's not all rigid or whatever. It represents rigidness. So all that shit makes sense because the beef was they from what I hear from the way it was related to me. When these niggas didn't want to go on to the Osiris shit, people was like, well, a ruckus got kicked up, and they got kicked out, just like Yakubu got kicked out or whatever. Which this is, you know, two soot horrors, two components of you and all that, but it's still you still have the, for lack of a better way, put an evil aspect of Set. So it was like the whole hero versus the villain thing takes place or whatever. So they got ran out, but just like Yakub them, in the story, the Hyksos them came back, and that was the blow when they came back, because the Hyksos came back with because the Hyksos was the original Comedics that got kicked out, but then they came back with the Mamelukes. The Mamelukes was an army of mixed slaves, mostly white or Asiatic or white slaves, or whatever you want to call them. Think of kind of like it'd probably be like whites and Arabs and shit like that mixed. But I'm gonna tell you when you get a glimpse of it at what was that movie 300? The boy Xerxes or whatever, how he had all the different armies and shit. I think that's what they were trying to show niggas. That's how the Hyksos was, because you gotta think they got exiled up in the Upper Asia or whatever. So when he was up there, they was putting an army of different land masses or whatever, as well as the white man who was newly created or whatever. Not saying fresh out by this time, white people had been around enough to where Upper Egypt, the whole border of Upper Egypt was pretty much a stronghold for for the Caucasians and the or the Asiatic Caucasian and the mixed breeds or whatever. By this time, they were like the, and I'm not saying all of them because some of them fought with Kimmy, but that was the plan. When we started letting them in, that they was coming in first and foremost. When they come in, the first place they're gonna be is in the north because they're coming from the top. So that whole border got filled, became theirs or whatever. That made it easier for so in so many words, it's like you got a king over there, a ruler in Asia, but he got or wherever he was at, but then he was more the Hyksos was over there in like Samaria or not what's that Chaldea Babylonia and all that shit, which is all the same. Samaria and all that shit, all the same. They was like up over there somewhere. But they had already had a plan to come back, just like Yakub said. So when they came back, it was niggas in the charge and leading, coming back to try to reconquer Egypt. And when they finally conquered it, they got overthrown by the white men and the Mamelukes and all of that shit. And that's when niggas went, because gotta remember, Kimmy was the seat of power. So when that failed, that was the beginning. That was the beginning of what ushered in what we think of as the transatlantic slave trade and the total domination of the goddamn planet in so many words. That's when we pretty much lost the reins of this shit. What was his name? Yakub. When we lost the reins, who we ended up under the boot of? Caucasians. Elijah Muhammad told you created the Caucasian? Yakub. So this shit all comes back around. And that connects with the Jewish thing because that's why they are like out of all the groups that play a part in oppression, they say that that's why I just make distinctions. You got regular people that's just of the Jewish faith and living their life, but then you got the upper echelon motherfuckers. They say they are the main motherfuckers who keep the boot on the neck of niggas in America. Niggas period, but niggas in America, because we know this is a worldwide conspiracy. So, but it goes back to Yakub, because the Hyksos, when the Hyksos came, that's when what's your boy name? Akhenaten was a Hyksos. He was the one that brought the Aton worship, which is real shit. The 18. That's a real thing. But what he messed up was he was pushing the one God. So that's where the origin of monotheism, as you know, it comes from. So when we say it's one God, we mean everything that you see is God, and everything in it, or everything you see is an element or part of God. That's the oneness. But then we had other, like I said, for example, if they had to explain sex ed in Kemet or Egypt, they would use sick baths, and it wouldn't just be birds and bees, sperm does this, the egg did woo woo woo. No, they'd be like, no, birds and bees and all that shit, but sick baths, sexual passion is a strong energy that you have to be responsible and have rights and rituals to know how to deal with the sexual energy, so you won't be out here you having irresponsible sex or have sex leading you into headache type of situations and shit. That's, you know what I'm saying. So you had other deities like that that explain different shit or whatever. So when he came, he tried to shut all the other gods down and say you can only deal with the 18 thing, which then fucks the magic up because you shut off all the other entities that we supposed to be dealing with or interacting with. So that was the first time
that was the beginning of this thing of one God as you know it now, like Christianity and Islam and all that shit. That was like the key point that transitioned all this shit into that. Because I could take you to Setawayo, and he said we ancient East Black world. They asked Setawayo from Zulu tribe what did he believe in God? He was like, what? We said, what? He didn't know what the nigga was talking about. He was like, man, we believe in. He told him we believe in our people who was once here, but made the transition. I mean, not in the words, but and still contact us. That's ancestral worship. He didn't know. He had no concept of you. If you tell me like, man, you know, God gonna bless us, he'd have been like, fuck are you talking about? Like not capping or not high capping or trick. That wasn't a thing. He didn't even read the book. He's in the book. So which goes back to so the one God thing which goes to the Judaism, and then we go into that. They don't believe in the feminine aspect of divinity. All that is straight up God. He, and he. And then in Hebrew, the crazy part about it, the Hebrew is he. Really is feminine. It's all wild shit, but that was the link right there. So all that is connected with the Judaism thing. So once he did that, then they was able to take, even though he ended up, they ended up killing Akhenaten for that because he was messing the game up or whatever. And I think after that when King Tut came and changed it back to the original way, but they had already had a thing set up. So that's where that whole one, that was the ground zero, I would say, for where the brainwashing and disconnecting you from the spiritual realm came from. So why did I go into that? So when the now you have to understand the genetics of them. Let me hold it real quick. All right, let's get back to it. Now we got to get to the real serious part. Well, all this is serious, but give me 1 second. Yeah. But I'm gonna start the segment out by saying, peace to baby girl, man. Chop the pocket as well. But show you how real this shit is in the field. For those in tune with my Instagram world or whatever. Now I posted a picture, or first and foremost, for my birthday. Well, I'm gonna just put it like this: when I posted a picture of Aaliyah like DJing in the Tommy Hilfiger joint, right? She doing a DJ thing. So. And they say respect the selector. Selector being a DJ. You know in Jamaica they don't say DJ, they say selector, right? So that nigga Rick, okay, so the song I picked
for my picture when I posted on my B-Day, Denise Williams. Now, first and foremost, I didn't know Denise Williams sung that song. That's Here for the Boy. I just remember the song. I'm familiar with Denise Williams though from Black Butterfly. So, but I didn't know that. So, all I'm gonna say is that nigga really did DJ that shit. I am a hope, but I ain't gonna. Cause I don't want to just. I'm gonna speak on a. We do this right here, based off of, what happened with a passing or whatever. And like I said, I don't want to. I don't want to, come off as insensitive towards like the family. I say it again, but like I said, I don't want people thinking this is just me doing some, I'm just trying to run it up on some content shit. It's like, nah, this is like some, I think the work will speak for itself. Once you have to explain all this, you'll be like, oh, and it's serious. It's like, now, I'm I'm gonna get, emotional. Hopefully, I'm not laughing like it's funny shit, but it's this because when you will see what I'm saying, because that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna try to say this without getting my temper, without my temperature rising, because this is like, you'll see. But it's all, like I say, plus we ain't tripping. We ain't. Well, I can't. Hold on. Let me take that back. I was speaking like from the perspective of she's cool. She's here right now. But trust me, that's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. But I'm a hold it. But I can go deeper and show you the woo. Oh, the hell of a birthday present, though, baby girl. Appreciate it. See, and look, I'm showing you watching, man. Look. And that's the main reason why I gotta do this, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta put the hammer on him, man. Yeah. Yeah. So, but what I was saying, in regards to like the family, like this is not coming from a place of, this is coming from a place of sincerity. Like, it's not just no. I'm just running out here saying some shit because I want to use baby girl name, woo, but because I'm involved in this shit. But it's complicated, but I don't mean no malice in any form or fashion. And even now I'm getting ahead of myself, but we're gonna step on through, take you from here to there, and draw the all the pull everything together, whatever. See, and that's what I was telling y'all about the balance between the horse and sit. See, so you'll be like, well, okay, we know the horse thing, and that's, you of course you want to be the best person you can be, because we put that with the morality aspect of whatever. But then you will look at me and say, well, how? So you telling me I'm the devil is my other half, or how do I? Well, let me show you something. See, like with me, I'm gonna give you an example of how I do it, or what. I don't say how I do it, but how I see it in my own personality. Now I'm a Virgo, right? So we are real meticulous individuals. So meticulous meaning we we got an eye for detail. So we're analytical. So analytical means to break things down in order to understand how the whole that they basically breaking down the components of the whole to understand how the whole functions or whatever. But you have to, when we say break, so we think about Set, what they say, Set broke Osiris into pieces. So we get the more. I already know the morality, the bad, or the morality, the moral aspect of it, and the I even showed you the physical shit. I showed you to you how it relates to the creation of the earth, morality, because that's a part of it too. Because you have the SIBO, or that's refers to like an irredeemably wicked people, meaning that they can't be redeemed. Some people can be saved or raised up to some certain level of at least decency, I suppose, as opposed to just being straight up cutthroat, cold hard people, because we all know we have those out there. So, but to take it deeper than that, to where you can use it in more of how you're supposed to, like I said, it's supposed to be a balance. When you look at that, as far as people just telling you about with the Virgo, or the qualities of the Virgo, the aspect, I mean, the whole thing of me or a person breaking something down, studying each part of it, and then putting it back together, you learning how to, that's how you learn the function of the whole or whatever, by seeing its components, or like a car, or whatever. You gotta know the different components of the car, or something. To build a car, you gotta know all the components and how to put it together, but you gotta know each one, you know what I'm saying? So each part. So on a psychological level, that's what that would be. So I was saying that in regards to because I'm finna show you a ritual they did. So I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna put all the pieces together or whatever. So many words. So just follow me. Now, I'm sway on into it. I'm gonna tell you niggas about the Hulk Hogan shit too. So I don't think I'm gonna leave y'all hanging about that, because that's something I want to speak on with. So when she called the dude the big boy, right? Go back to that. So let us see where we at in mind. Okay, so I told you the story about Yakub and how we feel, right? So we fast forward to modern day America, or even just let's take it. When we say modern day America, let's go with the whole slavery and all that, the colonization of America and all that. Sharecropping and all that, whatever, all those eras, you know. So at this point, we are held under the sway or held under the oppression of people who have been raised up or civilized enough to. And you gotta understand, it's like Bobby was saying, and I think he was saying John Henry Clark at an election. I think it was John Henry Clark when he had said he was quoting him when he said that the white man is a warfare animal. Which goes back to what I was telling you about them being created to be war slaves or whatever. So, but remember that history. It come from they come from an uncivilized. When niggas went over, whoever went over there and lifted them up, or to civilize them and bring them up out the caves and teach them how to walk on all fours and all that, had to do all that and then civilize them to so maybe I guess what I'm saying, despite the fact that they raised up to a level strong enough to take over us, but not become, well, we don't want to say that because it ain't black and white, but we can at least say the leader of them, or those who ended up in power, despite all the power, that money they had, or power, or whatever, the knowledge, all the shit I'm telling y'all about now, motherfuckers knew all this shit, all that. They were still wicked people. Like when you think about, okay, we'll go back to the one in the 40 in the lesson when it said it said why does the devil share his social equality with you? And the answer is because if you seen the way he lived, you would have brought him from amongst you. But see, that's what you're seeing now. See, with all this shit, with you've seen in the media these days, entertainment, whatever source, it's just all this, all you name it, the whole scandola shit, all the scandalous shit going on. Take your pick. It's all kind of wild shit going on. It's coming out. You know, up 20 years ago, we let me slow down, but a lot of this, a lot of shit we hearing now been going on. But if you go back in the 90s, we didn't know none of this shit. We didn't know about these all this shit was going on. We'll just stay within the entertainment industry. We didn't know all this, which is really the main source of how a nigga be finding. Well, I ain't gonna say the main source because this shit goes on in all politics and all that shit, but we'll just use that. When you see how you start finding out, oh, they gotta do this, they get that, and this one is that, and that, and that, and all this weird shit. That ain't the weird shit. That's first and foremost when the lessons was put down or whatever. You know, it was way with that. I think Far came up in like 1930, if I'm not mistaken, or. But you know, that the early 1900s, we just put it there. So as time progressed, they slowly started to share this to whatever degree that quote unquote social equality or whatever, right? To whatever degree, and really not really, because they'll never let you get equal to them. They might let you do all this stupid shit with them, but when it comes to the real deal power and juice, they not gonna let them do that. You can tap dance for them and shit out there or whatever. and sit next to them and use that as a flex for you to pump your chest. But so that ain't really necessarily social equality. Some pipe dream social equality or whatever. But at least in my definition of social equality. But see, you gotta do the dichotomy. When you look at us, when you go back to the '90s, niggas could rap. Niggas rap. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not just saying everybody was rapping about being broke and poor and woo woo, but you had that element, and it was understand. It wasn't no. See, now you can't even rap that. You can't even be damn near take your struggle or whatever. Well, I ain't gonna say you can't, because music is so universal. It's a lot. It's a slap for everything now. But I guess I'm speaking in regards to the mainstream thingamajiggy or whatever. But anyway, cause see, in the beginning niggas was poor. Drug dealers had more money than the rappers or whatever. Them niggas was funding them niggas and shit, right? Or they would, that type of things was happening or whatever. So, but just I'm not saying not all of them, but that type of shit, that was a thing. So, but then all of a sudden, everybody started having money, and then the flossy era came in and shit. And not to say nothing necessarily wrong with that, but the imbalances will fuck it up. Because we are fly people. Of course we gonna. And that's why I say nothing necessarily wrong about rapping or feel like you should have nice things, whatever. But that was a plot to, and that's a whole other story. So I don't even want to go too far. But that was a plot to create a atmosphere where, for one, the atmosphere is already created, because that's just America period, or the world period. You ain't got no money, motherfucker don't even look at you like you human. Sad but true. Once you niggas is turn just like that, you fall on your dick, man. Pause. I done seen it, nigga. Man, you hear it in the music too. So, but anyway, the more money they start giving these niggas, you know, if you compare, say, niggas, we just say all the rappers from 2000 or 99 on back to the rappers from 99 on up. You gonna see them, the 99 on up niggas was that's when, you know, you will see a difference if you really pay attention. Cause like I said, niggas always was about shining and shit, you know what I'm saying? Even the old heads, you know what I'm saying? The classic old era shit, you know, the truck jewels and shit. So it's like niggas like to shine, but it's like it got to the point to where the thing became money over everything. And so in a society that was already, which really goes along with what the society was already bred for, which is this classism, this subclassism with because niggas are the new bougie or whatever. This all this shit but let me not even get, that's a whole other story. The point I'm trying to make is the bigger the bag got, the more niggas was able to get into better positions, because you goddamn white boys knew as long as we got this bag controlling these niggas, they ain't gonna tell these secrets so they can. Now they see the niggas in the 90s was like niggas I can see the name niggas, some niggas I came up listening to. Yeah, I ain't gonna just go out certain names right now, but niggas ain't going like that. Like we ain't that shit to niggas. That's why a lot of niggas. If the game was really real the way it's supposed to be, even though niggas in the 90s, even though those niggas still, I know people still eating too because you got the internet with you, but I'm talking about as far as the mainstream industry, niggas would have their proper props. This niggas out there ain't getting their proper props. Who was some niggas down back in the game, bro? Just like when I was little, Earth, Wind, and Fire had already been out, but they was still them boys, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they was still held in some type of regards in the motherfucking music till this goddamn day. So it's like, but that was we was more raw type of niggas. Not no shit your social equality when you over here fucking mules and shit or whatever the fuck they be doing. So all this old weird shit. So so it was like a slow process. So I had to breed fuck niggas, and then the fuck niggas had to, okay, he'll go. He ain't gonna say nothing, and you know, and really, so you know, and I guess I don't know, but this shit, these niggas is different, bro. A lot of these niggas, I ain't trying to put on everybody like everybody from 2000 on up and fucked up. That's not what I'm saying, but there's threads of shit in there where these are the niggas, and like I say, they, to a certain degree, that's I'm just because the more and more you start seeing niggas rise up, because we went from, you gotta remember, first of all, just with hip hop. It's the whole industry period, but I'm saying, I guess I'm a hip hop dude. I'm using it as an example because it's a good way to put it, especially for the young ones, because they pay attention to this shit. So the more we don't come from in the 90s, it wasn't niggas. You didn't see commercials with niggas songs in them and rap video. You know, nigga rapping in the in the goddamn chicken snack box video and shit, or commercial or whatever the new fucking restaurant is, and you didn't see how that would you done that shit. Niggas didn't even we couldn't even they didn't have a Grammy shit slot for us and shit. But the more and more that shit started coming, but we not seeing it. Why this shit is, you know, we don't start finding out about this shit until the internet, the information age. All next thing you know, you used to find out niggas doing what for who and did that to do that and got what and what and what. And you be like, where's all this weird shit coming from? And then you see, oh, okay. So a lot of this behavior you see these guys displaying is coming from learning or being exposed to the social equality of, well, then I don't even like to call them the devil because it's not there. They're not even old. That concept, which is the set thing, is precedes them. So, but we use this for that's the devil's social equality or whatever, if we want to call him the devil. You know, pedophilia, real pedophilia. I'm gonna explain that in a minute why I say real pedophilia, because you will see people got life and bullshit fucked up out here, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm not gonna go off on people because I understand we all would put them to a spell and put to sleep and shit. So which is the grand point of what I'm trying to make with this right here. So keep that in mind. So, but, and not just that, all type of shit, blackmail, ritualistic killings, conspiracy setups, trumped up charges, you name it. All types of wild shit. They ain't telling what these niggas be having in here. Like, that's why I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm at right now. I be looking at all that shit. I be like, what the fuck is going on with these niggas? You know, we went from listening to niggas' music and this and then what the fuck is this? Now I'm just like, I don't know. I be shit. You know what the? I got a DJ. I got the. I don't know how to scratch and shit. I may try to learn one day, but I got the. Well, I got the. Shit. The jam after JB coming through fucking nigga. I'm Screw Zoodle, DJ Screw. You know what I'm saying? I like to play. I like to share music and shit. Cause I'm a music type of guy. But like if I feel like some shit dope, I like to share. Like man, man. I want crazy this shit get. I just be like, you don't even know what to play. You be like, man, I don't. That nigga wild enough, whatever. I like that song, but I don't want to play some shit that 2 days later. I play DJ Anonymous, whatever. 2 days later, this nigga get caught up on some bullshit. It ain't no laughing matter, but I'm just trying to, lighten the mood. But, that's what's going on with that. Now, mind you, all these things that we're hearing, at the same time, these are don't get stuck at the entertainment shit. That's just one level, but it's a branch of the whole monster. So don't. So you get what I'm saying? So it's a tool. They use entertainment, and we got. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of shit. Pros in it too. You gotta get something out of this shit. They using it to, but I just gotta see the bright side in it some kind of way. Cause at the same time, this shit did connect us to a degree. See, now we got the internet shit. Back it still does, but back then more so because I could tell you all kind of shit from east to west, midwest. I had all kind of conversations with niggas. Based off of not me on YouTube looking at how you do it over here. No, just off of music. Like, I could sit down with a nigga from somewhere else and be, what you know about that boy? Been to such and I ain't never been out there, but I fuck around the music too. Blah, blah, blah. So, shit like that. And like I said, it serves a purpose. In certain areas, but it's the wicked side as well. And like I say, everybody get caught up in it. Some people get in there, might get spooked out, or might know how to get in there maneuver without, having to subject themselves to some shit. But they probably catch hell or flat or whatever. Or, it's just a lot. It's a big. It's so many people. You can't just put everybody in one box, but you do know it's a controlled thing, so where it's only so. But you just know it's controlled. So now this is the guy we talking about who is running the planet and creating the rules that you live by. Somebody who so they got this power, but they still are driven by the animal urge that they have from the cave. it's civilized barbarism. So it's like, they got these suits on and they, doing these press conferences and whatever. And they actually, motherfuckers that just, these faceless bastards is really the problem. Motherfuckers, we can sit here and point to motherfuckers we know all day, but it be the faceless motherfuckers somewhere sitting up, you know what I'm saying? But it trickles down to it's a little network or whatever. But so you've been in the rule for so long, and you've been out of your right mind for so long, and thinking through their mind, because you got to think about it, they running the planet. They gonna make you see. They gonna shape and mold society through propaganda, through various propaganda machines, in a manner where you're gonna see life through their eyes. That's why a lot of shit fucked up with us, because we're looking at life. We looking at life as if we were white, or based off the programming, because that's what they have done. It's not because you've done something necessarily wrong. No, you're born into this shit. If you raised up in a normal, average, we just say American household setting, whatever, like we was, or me and my people, but she just ain't talking about consciousness. You regular, let me make it simple. What I'm trying to say, because I don't even want to go that deep, because that's a little too deep. They used to say milk does a body good, right? And you believe that shit. Why? Because that's what they told you on TV, and that's what the doctors and shit said, and that shit ain't necessarily true, but you will believe that shit. And there's something about that shit, man, because I always used to look at that shit, like when we were growing up, all the TV shows, I used to drink milk for dinner. I used to be like, I never understood that shit. I know you niggas drink milk for dinner, like, at breakfast or some shit, but milk for dinner? I used to look at that shit like, what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? This shit is crazy. You eating meatloaf and drinking milk. That shit don't even, man. I don't know what it is about that there, man, but because of the authoritative, but because it came from an authoritative standpoint, so to speak, via the media, you believe that. We are biologically made up different than them, right? To a certain, I know we all look the same, but I got Pete be up on his name, but shout out to Dr. Africa. Dr. Africa was breaking down how we really fuck over ourselves, because when you go to at the doctor, it's like some type of, I can't remember how he was breaking down, but it's some type of scale or something that they use or some shit to judge. In so many words, he was saying the model, but they treat us the same way they treat white people, but our body is different. But he broke it down in more detail or something. Like he had saying something like, so our body is actually more, what's the word I'm looking for? More advanced than it is. So some shit that's going on with them might be worse than what it is with you. When you go in there, they treat you like you them. It's like, so you go along with the shit and really fucking yourself up. But that's because you've been trained that he has the key and the answer, when you don't really understand that no, this motherfucker. Don't get me wrong, and it's just not hard for somebody to do that because look at what the fuck they've done. All these, we ain't gonna knock. You got to look at both sides of the game. Like, that's like Bobby was saying. He's like, shit, don't underestimate the motherfucker. He said, look at New York City. He said, you see how. He said, cause I ain't never been out there before, but he said, man, you go see that shit. He said, man, that shit is off the chain. He said, they got that white boy motherfucker. And he said, so you see how the shit he doing, you know what I'm saying? That's why you can't just mash the gas on people for not knowing too hard. Some shit just be stupid, or some niggas just be dumb niggas, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But at the end of the day, you can't just knock somebody from nothing. It's too many layers of this shit, so it's like you gotta have some kind of patience and tolerance with people, because once you understand what's going on and you can see clearly, you get that, because it's like you see how invested these motherfuckers is in fucking over us. So they done so much shit. You be like, for one, just a nigga just be grateful. I'd be grateful I can see personally. And then when you see the shit they doing, you can it kind of gives you you be like, damn, these motherfuckers is like, damn, the shit they doing. You like, okay, you can understand why people are so gullible and naive, because how they maneuver and shit. They, that's how much work they dedicate into, misleading you or whatever. So, time is 12. All right, y'all. So, now. We already know he has he has a negative disposition towards nature, right? Like I said, I'm speaking on, so like regular white people see this. I'm glad I'm saying that too. That's karma, and I understand there's some good white people out there, whoop de whoop. So when I speak, I'm speaking more so towards the upper echelon. So because like I say, the reason I'm saying it, because you got white people out there that's conscious in their own right, I guess. Like I say, did I break that down earlier? Was that the last one I was talking about? That's the shit that be fucked up about this. Last I did that 9-hour shit, but I don't know if and then I'm getting to this one. I'm trying to figure out, did I talk about I don't think I talk about the last man standing thing. But the Timber 2, man, it was something I wanted to speak on. I spoke on it when I originally did. That was a bad motherfucker. But basically what I'm trying to say is that's the real definition of karma. Just like I was telling you about with the dude who, cause when people say karma, we got that shit misconstrued. You think karma is this dude pushes over some old lady, and then 2 weeks later, something happened to him unrelated to that. You're like, well, that's just karma for that. Now, the true definition of karma is cause and effect. Now don't get me wrong, you can look at it in that if it was some spirit, now if he did that shit and some, cause that type of shit happen too, and the spirit do something to that nigga. But the spirit ain't just around here hovering around just no any old motherfucking body. So, you know, so that shit. Some niggas do that shit and just, but that's a whole other thing. But anyway, but the ultimate understanding of that definition, when you really get into what it is and dealing with the hermetic laws and shit, is straight up cause and effect, not necessarily some shit happening to you because of some shit you did in an unrelated. Cause and effect is that's a relationship. So if you go and get the definition, they say cause and effect. That means that you did something and got an effect. The effect is related to the cause. But I just want to say that real quick. But anyway, I'm stretching this out. But what I'm trying to say is, you've been depending on. Let's just get straight to the fucking point. We've been around here depending on the direction of people who seemingly are in control, but all actual. That's why I say you gotta really think about how weird is it. They got all this knowledge. And go back to the social equality thing. They got all this knowledge, and then when you finally see the social equality, not us, the people who ain't involved in shit, but we seen it through these other people or these other niggas who jumped down with that shit, and now that's karma. Now this shit coming back around, and we hearing all this weird shit. So you like, and all the levels, and he's a 25th one, and all this shit, and then you get to where the top of that. So the best of you, y'all supposed to be the elite, running the best of the world and shit, running shit. And when you get to the top of that shit, they eating each other, eating people and drinking blood and shit. Come on, man. I think that's some extraordinary shit spiritually, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with drinking no more. I ain't nobody, none of that old shit. It is who we follow the laws. Now don't get me wrong, we don't want to be damn fools now. So I'm gonna give you the example. When I say you can't, I think that's what that boy, I can't remember when the boy said it, but that boy said, never, who was that said, never hate your enemies, it clouds your judgment. I think that I caught on, I think I see what he's saying now when he said that. Now, let me give you an example. Okay, take the Moors, for example. And I'm going to give you, look, this shit is, now you go watch License to Drive. Us, Corey Haynes, and what's my boy named, the other Corey? The Corey brother. Corey, well, they weren't brothers, but they was always, they was running mates in the movies as well. I think one of them passed, I think Corey Haynes passed, and the other one, Corey, forgot his last name. Cool though, I cut for him because he, and that's why I be telling y'all niggas about this black and white shit. I cut for him because he came out and was like, man, nigga, Mike, which we finna get into that too about Mike. But I covered, probably Mike shot in the mic, but he was like, man, Mike, he took space, he stood up for Mike. I appreciated that. But the when you go watch License to Drive, when they gonna be at the DPS or I don't know what they call it, the driving place or whatever, where we are. I know I call it DPS, but it's gonna be a lady with red hair, carrots. They really taking it's like kind of like a shot at the Moors. Kind of to me, that's how I looked at it, because she had the red hair. But go listen to the shit she was telling this nigga. Because the reason I say, I forgot what she said. She told the nigga, I'm gonna have to hit y'all. I'm gonna have to go watch that bitch and come back. But it was some more shit going on in that scene because and the reason I say that is because the Moors, they got the thing where they was like, where they say, when we're free, we don't need a license to drive. Now I'm kind of okay. I'm a guy that's okay. I understand what you're saying on one hand, but no, fuck that. We need something. We need something to know. We gonna need some type of evidence that your motherfucking ass can drive before you get your monkey ass out here rolling around and shit, running people off the motherfucking street and shit. So no, they got it right with that one. You do need a license. Ain't no fucking unless thing. Like I said, that's all I ever hear. I don't never hear I don't ever hear them say, "Well, we got our own thing," or it just be like, "No, we don't need it. No, we ain't gonna start that shit there. You need a license. You need to know you motherfucking ass can drive." So, but they took a shot at the Bulls with that, I think, on that movie though, because she said some shit like, because the thing with the Moors, they like, we free, we can ride. We don't need no license to drive, which I understand that, but nah, bro. We see that shit. That's when I say when it comes to rules. Now that shit and stop signs, that shit is all legit. Of course niggas run lights and little bullshit, but I'm saying for the most part, that shit is relevant. Just like the license shit, in my opinion. Who gonna teach? How we gonna know this motherfucker can drive? We don't need, because if you need no license, anybody can drive. You need a 12-year-old jump out. Nobody ever explained the other part to that part to me. They just all up. Well, I ever heard was, we don't need no license. I'm talking, well, how do we judge this thing? Because I don't want to be on the road with no niggas and these niggas, because anybody can drive then. They can just jump in the car and go off. So yeah, man. So yeah, we don't get too crazy. That shit sound wild. But what the fuck I brought it up for? No, but yeah, okay, we're talking about 30 years. So now you're getting your morality from somebody who is living, whose morality or whatever morality you want to say that they have is a knockoff of yours, or it's like Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, they have to study for a certain amount, 30 years to be considered a Muslim son or something like that, or to be civilized or something like that. But there's so many words. What I'm trying to say is, he's still half baked. He got into the power and all that shit, but that's why the world is the way it is right now. It's fucked up because the kingdom is a reflection of the king, right, or whoever's running it. So they not wired right. So they running shit fucked up, corrupt, and woo all wild and motherfuckers. So, but these are the people that you actually, and this is leading into the crux of this shit. But these are the people who, I personally can tell you, once I learned about slavery and all that shit, I always questioned it. I always had a rebellious mind to that shit, to the system and all that shit, because I connected it instantly all together. I just separated, this is a newer man. No, this is an advanced version of that old shit they was doing to us. So, at least I can say that much. Now, I might have had the same religious beliefs as y'all niggas, and going to church and all, when we did go, but and all that shit, but I always looked at that like, yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you a story. When I was about maybe 5, something like that. Nigga, me and my old man was riding, and then we put up at McDonald's. We was on the highway. We had put up at McDonald's or whatever. Then we go to McDonald's, grab something to eat. Then we come out to McDonald's, nigga. It's like you come out to McDonald's, and when you come out, you face it's a gate. It's a long gate with with the port where the cars parked or whatever. Nigga, all that shit was filled with like loud with rifles and helicopter and all that shit. Nigga. We come out, them like, put your hands up, woo, and all this old wash. So I'm scared and shit. I'm young. I'm about 6 or some shit like that. Woo. I'm thinking he motherfucker finna die me, old man and shit. And then I don't know what the fuck that shit was about. I was staking out and then I don't know what it was. But they ended up letting us go and shit, but so that shit probably had a lot to do with shit too, on the crew. So I knew them motherfuckers was the enemy. So now this leads into me speaking about this problem we have with we'll just say cause he got all this shit fucked up. So I had to separate. I was saying we had to separate shit and push it in proper perspective, because which is what they always been known for, cause confusion. We gotta put everything in its proper perspective. So I'm gonna say sexual sexual misconduct, or sexual perversion, whatever you want to call it. Now first, okay, so I've told y'all about the second bad energy, right? The guards of sexual passion. I told you you have to check, or I'm finna tell you, I don't know if I told you that, but you have to check the energy. Now, first and foremost, the reason why we have shit like not the root. This the root of the problem. I know it's many different ramifications, psychological ramifications, all that shit. We talking about the root. This is a major key right here. They say Jesus went to hell to get the key right. The root chakra, sexual. This right here is the hell, right? When this goes up right here and shoots off, this is the last chakra that's sit up in here, and it shoots off, and then this is the key. That light when all that shoot up, and of course you're gonna have the light going in there with it, and then when all the blood shoot up and clear that lane up, that sun ray gonna go straight through there, like a key in a hole. That's symbolic of you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A light side, a dark side of each one of these. That's 14. That corresponds to when I know it varies, but that pretty much symbolizes the age of when a female comes into puberty, right? Now here's where we fuck up at. Now this is, go back to that word I was saying about this is a quagmire. Show you where you get fucking with thinking like him, thinking just because you for some reason he or we just say for some reason thinking you don't need to question this motherfucker. I think that'd be the best way to put it. And you be like, well, what are you basing this on? but I'm basing it on now more so just see what I see online. I'm trying to think about before online what it was like. People saying the same shit in regards to what I'm getting into. But just looking at how people react to certain things, and coming into the understanding of this, of what I'm about to share with y'all, coming into the understanding of it, and then sitting back as I prepare for years what I will present to you tonight. Not doing it for the sake of, let me see what these niggas gonna do when I hold this now. Not like that. But I'ma certainly take my. I personally feel like I could have just came out and said this shit, but this shit is spiritual. So it's even the fact that I waited was better because I was able to pick up more evidence and more things to basically strengthen the point I'm trying to make, as opposed to just jumping straight out of it some shit. Plus, looking at, you have to figure out a way to when you're presenting something of this nature to people, you gotta make sure you gotta make sure the time is right. I guess what I'm trying to say, or when a nigga ready, cause but let me just get to it. Now we're gonna go back to Aaliyah. All right, so when I got out of jail, right? Let's get out. I was gonna leg monitor first. Got the leg monitor off. Start hitting, going out and shit, woo, meeting girls or whatever. So like, meeting girls and shit, woo, like as usual. Back in business or whatever. And then I'll say around between like 2012, I'll say all the way up till by 2015 to 2016, like almost every other girl I would meet would tell me she had been violated before, right? So I'm of course each time I hear this shit, I'm fucked up about it or whatever. That shit just kept on happening. So by the third or fourth time, I'm like, cause see, I'm a solution based type of nigga, so it's like now don't get me wrong. So I know this shit was spiritual. Now don't get me wrong. That ain't like everybody knows that happens out in the world. We know there's a whole lot of fucked up shit going on out here or whatever. So but that's how I do it with spiritual, because I was kind of it was so consistent. It was alarming. So by the time that each time was fucked up and alarming, but by that third or fourth time, this is how rampant the shit was, man. I'll say within that time, let's just say within about 3 years, let's say I just was fucking with had dealt with like 10 women, and not necessarily even saying just having sex with them, just because you know how it goes. Some chicks it happen. Sometimes you meet chick, y'all might talk, y'all might just ghost each other, or you know, all kind of weird. You know how the dating world, that shit weird. But just within the midst of all that right there, I say about 7 out of 10. And I'm just saying 10. I don't know what the fuck it was. The nigga be get chicks and shit, but at the same time, you can't like nigga. I learned that quick when I got out of jail. When I was young, nigga could do that shit. When I came home, man, I had like. When I was first getting back in the groove and shit, I was talking to like I had like 4 different chicks I was talking to, man. I couldn't that shit that was getting too even that it was too much. I'm on the phone with this with the other one calling, I got a death and the other with it. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't need a million of them just every goddamn. I was, you know, that shit was I was like, hold up. But let's just say out of 10, 7 out of 10 or whatever. Or 2 out of 5, 3 out of every 5. It was some wild shit. I'm not laughing. I'm still tripping out the, you know, just talking about the female part. But so by the time like third or fourth time, where I was like, man. This shit is rampant, bro. I said, what the fuck is going on around here? So, you know, I'm conscious of shit by now. So I'm like, where is this shit coming from? See, I got a solution-based mind, which go back to my baby girl. We need a resolution. Too much confusion. So I was like, man, because this is the type of nigga like I say, this is even before I went to jail. This is when I right before I got locked up. You know, with my partner, nigga, we started reading, Francis Chris Wilson, and, you know, the Destruction of Black Civilization and all that. You know, we used to be sit up in the crib just like really strategizing on ways to, I guess, for lack of a better word, we're putting better in the black race and all that. So we was always trying to think of strategies and solutions and shit like that. So I'm a solution. So that shit clicked in when about that third or fourth time I was like, hold up. Okay, what the fuck is going on around here? Where is this shit coming from? So what is going on? So and that's how the spirit works. When you ask the question, you get the answer. So I'm like, man, what the fuck going on? Let's just fast forward to 20. We just like 2016. 2016? No, 2017. I'm tripping. No. 2016 going into 2017. 2016, that's when I captured the Star series and took the pictures or whatever. I called it I called Series B eclipsing Series A. That's 2016 summer. On Leah's birthday in 2017, I was sitting in the car smoking. Alright, let me get back to it. Now, I think I was saying, so man, I just took a little smoke break, but I was thinking, maybe I'm putting too much on it. I was saying probably about 3 or 4 chicks who said that. That's enough. That was enough to make me say, what the fuck is going on around here? And the way we just happened back to back like that, or frequently like that. So, this is where Leah comes in at. Now, for one, she works through the, that's why I say, you might refer to her as a dark goddess. When I say that, I'm not saying she's both. She has that's why when you see her, she's the masculine, a perfect example of the masculine and feminine, because she has that mysterious dark feminine aspect, which is when I say dark, I mean feminine, mysterious mystique type of thing about her. But then she has the bright bubbly side. You see when she's dancing, you know what I'm saying, whooping doing her thing, and that angelic look, you just can see it on her. Then her name means the Most High Exalted. So back when I was telling y'all about the names and stuff. So don't think they wasn't looking at her, because that's what the type of energy that she was putting out. That's the type of energy that they need to snuff out. That's why I said that goes back to the whole Nixon and black search for the Black Messiah thing. Well, she is one too. She's a Messiah too. I love baby girl. So I'm gonna show you how she led me to all this shit. So okay, boom. So this is happening, but by her being of that great mother energy, or that feminine energy, she's communicating to me through this, but I'm not seeing it at the time. So this is when I really caught it. Like I said, I was in the car, and I was looking at this the video about a sister named Kimberly called The Dark Goddess, or the Dark Time calls for Dark Goddesses. And on Aaliyah's birthday, next thing you know, it started raining, like a storm came or whatever. I think it came across my phone like storm coming, woo woo, and it started raining and shit. So I said, that's Aaliyah, woo woo. A little bit after that, I went to San Antonio. I was still with my people up there trying to find me a little gig and shit. Doing the home health care thing for my mom's. Peace to Mom Dukes. But yeah, bring the crew out of them, boy. But yeah, so now I gotta take you to Romeo Must Die. Which is not the case. But which is not the case. But even that is some bullshit, that name. The name of the title. Got the girls out, man. My baby, man. Got the T lady, man. You know what I'm saying? Peace to bring the queen up there. And, you know, we got wit, you know what I'm saying? Old Nip. Kaya. Oh, Kaya Wing Chunk, my boy. I've been on my Asian shit like that, boy. bust them out. But yeah. So, so that happens. Then my people playing. So I'm at the house. We at the house on a rainy day. They playing. I don't know remember the name of it, but it's a game where the person have a card, and then the other person they have to give the other person hints to figure out what's on the card. So my cousin, she got the card. She I think the card was hand, but nope. This was I think she was like. So she gave it the hints, and then my cousin finally get it. Mother cousin finally get it. She like hand. Well, just keep because we go to back to the Roman must die. She was sitting there talking to she was sitting there talking to Jet Li. You know, his name was Han in the movie. Which is I got a connection to that with the Han Dynasty thing. That's the when you go into the whole Sambo Black Gods page. You can check that out by Eugene Adams. If you want to get an orientation about a nigga like me, that's a good source. All facto. But I didn't notice at the time when I saw the movie. I saw the movie like right before I got locked up. But when she said that, for some reason, the way she said it resonated me in some kind of way. I didn't understand at the time, but she was like, you know, for one, but it's a Leo, so it's like we all love her, so it's like she just that nigga anyway. So, but I know it's something a little deeper than that, because you know, Leo's just. And mind you, I ain't gonna lie to you. Well, I ain't going there, but I'm not looking at her from, because you know how everybody think every time you look at niggas, it's just all about sex, and it's like with, not saying she's the attractive, sexually attractive person, but it's like when it comes to like musicians. Don't get me wrong, you still look at them like, man, I wouldn't mind dating her or whatever. But for me, because it's obvious, you know, the pretty beauty and all that. But I think with me, the music transcends all that, which as an artist should feel like. It's don't get me wrong, who doesn't want to be sexually attractive? But if I'm doing music, I want you to really get to my music. Even if you all sexually attracted to me, I would want. I have more I guess you say respect for somebody that has the respect for that which puts me in front of them or whatever, as opposed to just somebody like, oh, you know. But but when she said, I was like, it kind of, I felt it for some reason. Now, bullshit you not, when I got locked up, when I was in prison and shit, remember I told you it was for motherfucking what's the goddamn first trustee camp guards or whatever that just take us out to the freeway or whatever. Now they down there they got a little slang or whatever where they be like a field hand. A field hand is basically a slave, and they got the, you know, in the field with the pickaxe and shit. or in the field doing whatever. Some people, well, depending on where you at. Some people, you might be somewhere picking peas or some shit, but you a field hand. So that's just one of the dudes used to be like, he used to call niggas hands. Like hand, I'd be like, I didn't like that shit because I'm living when he used to do, because to me, I'm looking at this shit like, it sounds like some slavery shit. Like, you don't even look at a nigga like a whole person. You call a nigga according to what he can do in a hand. He's just a hand. Like, you look at me. I'm like, no, nigga, I'm a whole person. So he never said it to me. He said to me once. This was the point of the story, but I used to hear niggas say, he's like, man, I don't like that whole ass shit. And then one day the nigga said it to me, but when he said it to me, and it was not like a lit first for now, it was that. When he said it, the first thing came to my mind, I don't like him saying this shit. But when he said it, I was like, I kind of felt the way for a second, but then the nigga, the way he looked at me when he said it, bro, it wasn't like the way, it didn't come like, it wasn't like he said to the other niggas or other people. When he said it to me, it was like, he looked at me and was like, almost like, I know who you are. So wow, that's the look he gave. He was like, hand? I was like, and I thought about it, Lee. I said, hold up, what the fuck going on here? No, I didn't think I'm stupid. I'm doing too fast. No, I did. Yeah, I did think about it. When he said it, that's what it was. It shocked me. Now, it's mind you, I think I got knowledge of self at the time. I think that's when I already passed the point of understanding the whole concept of being God. Or hey, God, however you want to put it. But you niggas like, hey, you ain't the only one and all that old shit. Whatever, however you want to put the shit. But, I was like, okay. And then when I got out, I started learning about the Han Dynasty. And then when this pair that with the whole Sambo Black Asia thing, and then pairing that with my whole connection with Lil, with her passing on make the transition on the day before my birthday, I'm like, hold on, there's some shit going on here. So anyway, so when my cousin said hand, it's rain, I said, hold up. And then after that, I had chopped it up with one of my homegirls. She had called me and was like, man, I guess she had to talk to another man about it, but she was like, and she I don't know, she was talking about her son. She was like, man, he was like 8 or something like that. I think 9, 7, 8 or something like that. She was like, he keep humping his relatives, like his girl relatives and shit. She was like, I don't know what to do. And so I didn't really, at that point, I didn't know what to tell her. I knew it had something to do with puberty though, because of course we all went through that. But I didn't really. I think that's all I could tell at the time. If I know I didn't say anything, but I can't necessarily remember what I said or my response. But after that, of course, I went back in my mind like, okay, what the fuck is this about? Well, I know it was about like what. Now I'm thinking like, why? I guess why are we like this, or why are people like this, or what the fuck is going on with this thing? And so you know it. She led me to it. All right, now see, I had this. Now at this time, I probably had this book for like 2 years. By that time, maybe 2 years, maybe a year, 2 years, something like that, right? At this point, I haven't read it from front to back all the way through yet. I have to just jump from page to page or whatever, read a little bit, jump over here, jump over there. So, right after that, and mind you, all this shit is happening within the same 2 or 3 weeks and shit. So I'm sitting in my people house reading it, and I come across this. Make sure I come, yeah, because it's a whole part, but I want to come make sure I can. Let me see. Not that one. Now I'm gonna read this to y'all. All right. In the course of time, as human consciousness increased, the mother would be made exempt from the primitive promiscuous intercourse. Here it may be observed that much of the early wisdom was secreted in the totemic taboos that were recited to the initiates in the mysteries of young man and young woman making. The Buffalo clan of the Omaha Indians are prohibited from eating a calf while it is red, but when it turns black, the animal may be eaten. This, as we understand it, was a mode of memorial by means of taboo. There was a similar prohibition in the Red Maize clan. The youngsters of the subclan are told if they would eat the red maize, they would break out and running sores all around the mouth. Nothing is more common in the initiation of Australian youth than for these to be solemnly warned against eating forbidden food. They are not to eat the emu, that is the totem which represents the mother, as did other forms of prohibited food, including the tree. Thus, eating the fruit of the forbidden tree is violating the mother or female, and one of the phases known to be prohibited. If, as here in advance, the totem first represented the mother, we may find a root reason why it came to be prohibited from being eaten, accepted as a sacrament at the religious festival. A promiscuity, well, yeah. We know in that totemic mysteries, it was the mothers or female elders who inducted the. Listen to this, it says, we know that in the totemic mysteries, it was the mothers or female elders who inducted the boys into the knowledge of connubium. This probably registers the fact that when the boys became pubescent, the mothers showed their own the way in the early state of promiscuity. For me, I think they showed them the way, but not necessarily acting on it. I think they may have showed them and who knows, it's because for one you got but let me finish so we can get to the point. But and the likelihood is that the mother was made taboo. So basically what he's saying is there possibly was a time where, or he's saying there once was a time, I'm going to say possibly a time where the woman had to show her son how to have sex too with her. I personally don't. I think they. Of course, this is. First and foremost, let me break down what's going on here. So we can get an understanding, and then we can get into all of this shit here. Now, the problem is, well, let me read this point. See this one. That's this right here. We're gonna put it all together, but this right here was the first thing I read. So when that was the young man and the young woman making part. I said, okay, I see what this is. We had a system where you were initiated into having sex, and you were initiated, and they probably had different ways. Some people may have had of course, you probably chaperoned it and probably had. But then again, well, let me read this and I can take you into it. But what I'm trying to say, first and foremost, you've been bamboozled. What you've been calling pedophilia, first of all, real pedophilia is having sex with somebody before they go through puberty. After puberty, they are naturally speaking, or can have sex with anybody they want to. Who's of age like them. Now, the difference between us and them is, see, that energy, what we understood back then was, when that sick, vast energy kicked in, and really, well, we just stick with I'll take you back to what I was going to say about, because I was going to tell you something else, because, people, motherfuckers start playing house and how I go getting all that shit at like 5 and 6. So that's way before puberty. So the possibility of being sexually aroused, or being sexually aroused isn't exclusive to after or it's not something. What I'm saying is, you can be sexually aroused at a young age, but it's possible that you can curtail it if you. But 9 times out of 10, like, we grew up fucked up. We find the nudie books, at 6 and 7 and all that shit, getting the dirty tapes and all that shit. So, at a young age, but I'm saying it for a reason, and I'm gonna come back to that. But our problem in society is the fact that we don't have a actual. See, back then, it was more a community. We don't have a community no more. Like nigga Pac said, we used to be a close-knit community. Now we are close strangers. So, the things that we used to do pre-white man, or before we started living through, seeing shit through his eyes, or having to live the way he programmed this shit. See, he don't have those. At least here, we'll just keep it here in America, because I know we got other shit going on in other places. But let's just keep it here in America so you can get understanding. Think about that. See, when I saw this, it opened up my eyes to something. These people had a whole, which makes sense because we was rational fucking people. When you think about it, we had a whole system to properly initiate you into having sex. Now compare that to how we live now. What we do now, we just all wild stuff. All wild and running. We running wild. We just have to figure it out, which leads to a whole lot of sexual deviancy or sexual perversion and shit. So then we fucked up because one of the reasons why, first and foremost, remember, he's out of touch with nature. So the mere fact that after the period comes on for the first time, remember, before the period, a woman can't have a baby. After she have a period, now she is biologically capable of having a baby, which is nature's way of saying, not necessarily saying she has to have a baby right there and there, but nature's way of saying that it is time for her to start engaging in sexual activity, at least once to check the energy, as opposed to what we do. We sit around, we don't know what the fuck to do. So you program, you don't know, which we've been hitting the head. So I'm not bashing nobody, because we all, like I say, this is a result of us being hit over the head and stripped of our culture, and then wake back up and have to, just like she said in the movie, remember me, remember the culture. Because one of the main reasons why this shit is all fucked up is because we don't have any type of. And then the quagmire of it is, let me read this first so we can get another understanding of it. All right, now check this out. The Arunta said it had been found that many of the younger women, that's I think an Australian tribe, but the Arunta said it had been found that many of the younger women died in consequence of unlimited promiscuous intercourse with men who were unrestrained and women unprepared by the opening rite, where there was yet no law of taboo. The opening rite was preparatory and considered necessary to befit the young woman for sexual intercourse, and also to protect them, so mind you, and also to protect them previously from savage treatment. Therefore, we argue it was devised by the mothers for the protection of the daughters. The women of the Hawk Totem are said to have made certain men ashamed of their excesses. The men were monstrous in their size and savagery, and necessitated the totemic rites. It is related that the two women, here called the elder and the younger sister, go back to Mad Max when the younger sisters are Furioso them meet up with the many in the land of many mothers with the elder sisters or whatever. But when pubescent rites had been performed, it says the two women here called the elder and the younger sister, that they were considerably alarmed at the Merker men. But when the pubescent rites had been performed, the women were no longer afraid, and all the men had free access to them. In order that the fears of the two women might be allayed, the Merker made a large Natunja or totem pole upon which the sacred emblems, called the Chiringa, were suspended. After this had been shown to the women, they were no longer timid. One of the two was then decorated with the down of birds, and a small Natunja of a blunt, conical shape was set up on her head for ornament, and the men danced around her shouting "Wah wah." Then she was taken and laid beside the large Natunja, in which was figured upright in the ground. The operation of opening the vulva onto a Raluta Kuma was then performed by means of a large stone knife. After this, the intercourse was lawful, and all men had access to her. The same ceremony was repeated in the initiation of the second or younger woman. Sexual intercourse till then had been promiscuous, and there was no standing or ceremony waiting for the female. But anyway, yeah. Well, okay. It says sexual intercourse till then had been promiscuous, and there was no standing on ceremony on waiting till the females came of age. That shit sound crazy. So yeah, man. I ain't gonna even go down, but so that's how we were, or a glimpse of it. But so all of that's just they just give you the breakdown right there. But then when you go on a deeper level, that's what that is all about right there. When they do that, it's like this. Okay, take for example, the preacher's daughter. They always say the preacher's daughters be the wildest ones, right? Why? Because the preacher's daughters live their life so sheltered, and they go so long past the time that they actually supposed to have sex after their first period, that sexual energy is so built up that by the time when they finally get a chance to get loose and free, it comes out wild. You know what I'm saying? Just like when two people, the sexual drive is built up, and they finally get to the house they start tearing each other's clothes off and all of those shit and that old wild shit. That's the possession. You think a possession is just some shit you seen on The Exorcist, but no, that's why people are so driven by sex the way they are, because it is even when you have sex, the monster come out. You get to making them faces and sound. What you think all that shit is? It's a possession. We just don't look at it like that. You know, because the only thing we look at, like I say, we do possession. You think a nigga supposed to, no, this shit is like, no, that is a possession. That's why we had a system in place to check that, so that can be controlled and bridled, as opposed to just all wild out here. Look what they're trying to tell you right here. Well, let me read that shit. The YouTube shit is bound. Fuck it. But when we say the same ceremony was repeated in the initiation of the second younger woman. Sexual intercourse till then had been promiscuous, and there was no standing on ceremony or waiting till females came of age for, we'll just say, rape to be enforced or whatever. So what he's saying is, even when you look at that line right there, in this particular culture right here, because like I said, I personally believe that we came here knowing it. Of course, we have to learn shit but it's certain shit that I personally look at like, for example, cannibalism and shit. You'll see that in Africa. So you'll see them like, well, we used to do that. But then I'll show you what Osiris came and told motherfuckers, no, you don't have to do that, and put an end to cannibalism. So it's like, but that would be a throwback to something. Say, no, to me that is like something that went backwards, and the old thing had to come back and say, no, you don't have to eat motherfuckers, and do that. That was that's probably some people that took some shit literally, because that eating of the mother, now you read about the eating of the mother and shit, but the eating of the mother is really the eating of the, on a grand scheme of things. When they say the eating of the mother, the earth is the mother, right? So when the eating is when the light, remember, when this gets flooded with the light and it turns on this, and then the light retracts. When it's retracting, it's somebody eating, or it's carving and everything out, but it's considered eating the Mother Earth or whatever. So these things when you read about, like, because all that shit is like in the same chapter. So when you read the book, well, you can get your own, take what you take from it, but just to give you another look at it to where that shit probably came from. But that could be, and who knows, like I said, at the end of the day, the main point is, motherfuckers saw, hold up, can't just be out here doing it like this, because this shit can get wild, so we have to have something to control this shit or whatever. It's rent, but see, when you living under the rule of the Caucasian, he didn't like I say, we growing up, we saw images of, they used to show us the caveman hitting the woman in the head and dragging her in the goddamn because he didn't have no culture. He still had the urges to have sex, but if you just out there, you ain't got no cultivation, and everybody just wild, then you don't. The only way he know how to get it is through brute force and shit. That's his history. So, you deal with the male. Look, well, we'll get into that. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, when you in today's society, they say, well, a man that's grown, a woman can't, a man can't. You have to be 18 and up, or whatever. But in all actuality, that so nobody never challenged that. Nobody never said, well, who gave you the authority, or what grounds are you basing that on? Why that age? Not even the terms of whether it's right or wrong. We so used to just accepting whatever was given to us, not understanding that we cannot. You running behind, you sitting here rallying behind you're rallying behind the law or the rule of a male chauvinist. His own woman don't have to even create a feminist movement to go against them and shit. But this motherfucker who's telling you when a woman or a man or how old they should be when they do this, that, and the third. And those rules are for you on another level. So they'll lock niggas up all day for that shit. But then the whole time, the people that in the upper echelons of that shit is doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but they'll use it against you for the character assassination shit. And they'll get the people to do it. They'll put it out there, and the people will, they'll fuck your image up, and the people will beat you down enough to where when they come back around, they can really fuck you off and won't nobody give a fuck, which is what happened to R. Kelly. We'll get that in a minute. Because they fucked over, as you can see, because even with the thing, what they say, the P and all that, even though she was 16. So, technically speaking, he didn't do anything wrong. Now, you want to look at the P, now I think, which she was with it or whatever, like they say, so, it was consensual, you know, but I would say that is a little raunchy to be, I ain't into that type of shit anyway, but I don't think I would personally, if I was, I don't think I'd, you know, a 16-year-old, I wouldn't, you know, that's some older woman. I don't think, I still think a younger girl like that be like, ugh, nigga, you never know. Who knows? But, so which brings me back to Aaliyah. They were attacked based off of that. See, when he saw that, and they with the marriage thing or whatever, and R. Kelly being older and she still be like 16 or whatever, they were looking at it like, oh no, these motherfuckers are doing their real culture as opposed to this going by these guidelines that are bullshit. And don't get me wrong, let me make this shit too clear too. I ain't with no kids getting touched, no rape, you know, any type of sexual violations. I don't condone that shit. But what I'm saying is, what has been basically our culture has been criminalized, and the general masses or the collective has been going along with this shit. So it's like when you bashed R. Kelly and you talked all that shit about he's this and he's that and they need to do this to him and do that and do this and do that, you actually talking about your ancestors too, because that's what we did, but we done it in a controlled setting with the purpose of with a righteous purpose to initiate a person into the act of having sex at the time they were supposed to be initiated into it, so that they wouldn't be controlled or overwhelmed by that energy. And the elders had to show, because why? Don't the fucking kids know? The kids are the ones get initiated in this shit. So how you gonna? So it had to be somebody older. But they have taken that and tricked you because you don't know you so far gone from who you are or far removed from who you're real. So we always talking about culture. You know, it's about the culture. But we don't, as you can see, we still got a lot to learn about some fucking culture because we've been running around here bashing motherfuckers. Not we, because I never, like I said, I'm shit like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to shit like that, that's how. That type of shit is so deep. It's like the average person look and automatically like attack. But by me being on such a high vibration, when I see that shit, it go back to what I was telling you about the Avala Kid Survivor thing. He looks down, or looks, or has a pity. He looks down. I don't want to say because that sound kind of, but that's what his breakdown is though. What is that? To get a hero of 1,000 faces. I got it here somewhere. I forgot the name of the author, Joseph Campbell, I think. But he sheds tears and weeps for the what's the word I mean for the, you know, he's a god of compassion basically. So of course I'm like, a nigga, you telling me some nigga doing some foul shit, I'm be like touching kids and shit or something like that. Of course I'm like, that's a sick ass dude or whatever. But no, literally he's sick. So I'm a scientist. I look deeper than just see every person see that they just wanna fuck that nigga. You know, that's the brute mentality. Me, I look at it and say, okay, this is fucked up, and this is a fucked up nigga. And just like anybody else, you'll be mad if shit happen to your people too. But in the grander scheme of things, somebody had to look and say, well, just like I did, well, where's this shit coming from? Because now, when you start identifying niggas' sickness, then you're supposed to be like, well, okay, we've been stating the obvious all this time. It's fucked up. So nobody never took it to the next step and said, well, what are we gonna do about it? Or what? If we care enough to get up here and tear motherfuckers down and hoorah about, point the finger, when do motherfuckers start sitting down and saying, well, what? That's why you don't nobody give a fuck. See, they got fundraisers for cancer and breast cancer and all these other things, but ain't nobody got no fundraiser for figuring it the fuck out for what's going on with something like that, which is more serious than we're led to believe, and everybody is so separate in the. It's like, that's why I said when I started hearing it, when it kept coming to me, I'm like, God damn, this is. And it has to happen like that, because you know you hear some shit one time where you know that, and maybe one thing, and maybe years on down the line you hear another story, so it never, or you see it on TV and it's so, everything be so far removed. You know how people is, everybody in their own bubble and shit. So you so far removed, don't nobody really stop and say, well, hold up, man, what the fuck is going on for real? And like try to figure out the cycle, like, because the mind is all the universe is known. So at the end of the day, all this shit comes back to the mind. So when you look at taking it to that zone, okay, so we take R. Kelly for example. All right, so technically speaking, he according to our culture, the original culture, what him and Aaliyah did was actually a throwback to our real culture. So then you say, okay, you have to grip. Both of them was 16. Both of them, by our standards, is not considered pedophilia, whatever. So all that shit that what they did to him was use that to fuck up the way you saw him and fuck his image up or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you something. See, this shit all goes back. See, for one, my question is, what is the psychological attack towards this shit? Like, do you can lock motherfuckers up all day, but who's somewhere trying to find out why does this type of behavior keep popping up in people or whatever? So we don't do that. Niggas just, you know, like I say, I don't know what the jails do. Do they have programs for you motherfuckers and shit? They maybe they do, whatever. But I think the people in general, are more concerned with just bashing people who do this shit, which I'm not taking up for. I'm not saying you shouldn't or should, but we not a solution based people, so we'll sit and talk shit all day, but don't nobody you'll hear more people saying what they feel should happen, or how they feel about a person who does these things, right? And I ain't even talking about Kelly, like I said, we ain't talking about that now, but we talking about real sexual violations or whatever, touching babies and shit. What, you know, you're like, what the fuck makes a grown man? But you know what that is? It goes back to the childhood. Goes back to the childhood. See, when you go to therapy, what they do, when you go to therapy, why do they always ask you about your mother? Because they know a lot of your current behavior, or some of your habits or whatever are rooted in things that happened to you when you were a kid or whatever. So now, there's different levels to this shit. So, okay, when you go back into our way of living, you pretty much, based on what I just presented to you, you pretty much say that you were guaranteed a shot or something, because it was a part of the rites of passage in culture. So it wasn't no dude or going into puberty and not getting no pussy and going years without. So you got to think about it. Take a dude who factor in the fact that we don't have no rites of passage to check the sexual energy when it hits, right? That's one thing. Now you pair that with a dude who, because we don't have no sexual, remember, we don't have no rites of passages, so we left to figure this shit out on our own. Now, everybody, and let me say this too, please don't mistake this from thinking I'm saying this shit for some type of personal gain, or I want to go out and, but I'm thankful and grateful that I'm willing and able to find some motherfucking women in my age range, but I'm not against like 18 and 19, 20. I'm not, like, for example, an 18 or 19-year-old. I'm not gonna lie to you like these other dudes. Like, I don't go looking for them, or I'm not hey, let me go see if I can find. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie and tell you, if I find that 18 or 19-year-old choose on me, I'm gonna turn it 9 and ain't got no reason to. But see, that's what these other niggas do. oh man, he's 30, fucking with a 20-year-old, and that's it. Come on, man. You know damn well if she's legal and fine enough, 19, 20, 18, and you 45 or some shit in the right circumstances, you ain't gonna pass that shit. These niggas be lying. I ain't talking about 16, all that shit. Like I said, we know that we under the damn, or been under this rule of this beast. So we all, even myself, is wired under that program. So even knowing all this shit I'm telling you, and knowing this, this ain't. I mean, look, the ancestor told me. That book. I'm gonna show you how what they told me to do. So yeah, don't get me confused. Like I'm looking for your 16-year-old daughters and shit. That is not the case. Please believe that. There you go. This nigga came through. And told me through his name, which is, you see that? Well, you can't get out backwards, but his name is Honorius, or Honor Us. I don't know too much about him. I just bumped into him through his book right here. But it's deeper than it. He came through. And I'm just say I saw the nigga on TV. I was looking at some on TV that night. I seen a little nigga on there, right? Look just like I woke up the next morning. I hadn't seen that page in his book yet, and I turned to that page in his book. I said, "Damn, it like the little nigga that was on that show yesterday." I mean, last night before I went to sleep, because it was right before I went to sleep. It was on. I fell asleep, and I woke up. I opened his book, and I saw this nigga. I said, "Damn!" And I looked at his name. It said Honorous. I said, "Oh, I see what that is." So let's get back to what I was saying. How shit happens. So now everybody ain't got it like that though. Some people are, for lack of a better way, better way of putting it, socially awkward or shy. So now remember, we ain't got no sexual initiation rights in modern times. So the little girl, or we would just go with we take the boy, so the young boy, the teenage boy, he gets up to the point to where he's supposed to release and have that sex, but by us not having a culture that's conducive to introducing them to that world, he doesn't. At best, of course, you got the masturbation thing, whatever that comes naturally or whatever. But so to a degree, you can look at it like that. But that whole curiosity of actually doing the act is still there. So if he doesn't have the wherewithal to go out and meet a woman, and then not just meet her or meet a young girl of his age or whatever, and then for whatever reason, whether he's shy or scared of girls or whatever it is, that energy is that you can masturbate or whatever, but that whole curiosity of the real thing is there. It's still the whole curiosity of the real thing is still there. And that can end up manifesting in a perverted manner or in a because let me show you. Matter of fact, y'all. Let me show y'all. Let me show you what we're dealing with. When I tell you, I'm gonna read this. Let me give y'all another example. The bust down. Now, when I done the last video for the Mad Max, I was supposed to do this. I present this information to y'all that next morning, which was a Sunday, but I didn't. But what did happen was I picked this book up that next morning after I woke up, and I ended up turning to this the very next morning. This is Esther Rowe, but she came through this deal. This book is called the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, and basically it's full with the names of people and places of the Bible, people, places, and things of the Bible. But it gives you more than just it gives you a definition of, to give you who they are in the Bible or what they are, what it is. But it gives you the metaphysical, symbolic understanding of what those people and places and things is. It's a good book that'll open you up to the fact that the Bible is symbolic, and a lot of this shit is dealing with your psychological, your psychology, your biology, but it's all in signs and symbols or whatever. Let me show you what we're dealing with this bad second energy. Mind you, I woke up the next day and turned straight to this page. I opened the book, flipped it, and came straight to here. Arioch, A-R-I-O-C-H, Arioch. Definition of Greek, lion-like, venerable. All right, now, okay, so this is the regular face value definition or description of the word. The king, he was a king of Elisar in the Bible. One of the 4 kings who took Lot captive but were defeated and destroyed by Abraham. Genesis 14:1. Okay. That's the first definition. B, second definition, captain of the king of Babylon's guard. The Arioch of Genesis 14:1 represents the power, strength, and dominion that sex lust has over man. Hold on, let me get this right. The Arioch of Genesis 14:1 represents the seeming power, strength, and dominion, lion-like, that sex lust has over man. Also, the belief so prevalent among all people that secret desires and habits pertaining to the sex life must be good and must have been ordained of God because of ages of acceptance and practice. Therefore, regarded as sacred or venerable, it is natural to man to accept as true and unchangeable ideas and habits that have been universally believed and acted upon for ages. So, you see there in the Arioch, which is a sexual lust that has the power over man. You say referred to it as a lion, goes back to the bast energy, the cat energy, or whatever. Now, the other thing he was saying was real too, though, because see, we fuck everything up. Like I said, we got this. We think sex. We got to the point to where sex can be. It's so much stigma has been attached to the actual act of sex, based off of all this unbridled energy or us living in America where we've never had any sexual rearing or taught the art of because like you said, it wasn't just about them laying down and having sex. You said it had to recite shit to them and tell. Basically, that was them telling them, giving them the game about the changes that their body was going through and how to do this thing responsibly. That's why after they were prepared, they was able to have sex with whomever they wanted to, as you see right there.
So not know he's 18 or he's 19. And 9 times out of 10, everybody was close in their age range or whatever. Because I think that's just natural order, but it wasn't like a motherfucker was getting tarred and feathered because he was 24 or 25. Because 9 times out of 10, the person that, but then you gotta understand this too. No, I'll just say that. I think, motherfucker for the most part for the stay in the age range, but it was not some type of fucking how it is now where you going to jail for fucking with some chick that already had a period. Because you go with the white man, that's his law. Nature's law says, hey, period, sex. Not period. Okay, wait till you get married. That was another thing that fucked a lot of people too. They waiting to get married. Shit, you sitting there holding all that. Just like anything else, you keep it compressed too long, it's gonna explode. You have to let that shit out in a controlled manner. But we don't have this. This shit that I'm saying is foreign to us, but it's actually conducive to a more safer sexual environment as opposed. And if you think I'm talking a bunch of bullshit, just think about it. Look at how you. Look at them, how they live. Or you might say, well, we don't know what they were, but we do know now. Like John Henry Clark said, they didn't even have no motherfucking jails in Kemet. So you do the math. So if one still wants to question, well, and check that. I heard of John Henry Clark, but just like I want to find some books, but one of my next missions is to get a little more insight to the domestic life of the Kamites and all that. But we were a totally different type of people, man. That's why even saying what I'm saying right now, I'm not saying, the reason I'm saying is, first of all, primarily, is for people to know, because knowing is half the battle, right? I can't tell you what to do. Now at the same time, I'm not saying this is not a call for all niggas to just jump in their cars and head to the nearest high school, because niggas will do it. So it's like, I'm not saying, we need to get up and change this and change that, because it's too fucked up right now. I'm telling you all this shit how we used to live back then, but we couldn't just pop up and do it now. We couldn't. Wow. It's a quagmire. But see, this is what I'm saying. Niggas are so fucked up now to where the older men, our minds, we so corrupt now that the older men, although knowing this right here, is still a sense of concern there about younger women dealing with older men based off the time, because now everything is all corrupt and shit. So it's a good chance that the older man may try to manipulate the younger woman, as opposed to just have some type of authentic, genuine relationship with her, how it would have probably been back then. I ain't saying we didn't have our ways back then too, because even the guards be on some wild. I've been reading lately. This shit is, but it makes sense though, because even whether good or bad, all the shit that we do as humans and shit like that is reflective of some type of invisible spiritual energy, which is the gods or whatever. So don't be surprised if you get to see gods on all kinds of shit, like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, that's the negative side of all this shit, like it's like in Greek mythology, he talk about the Zeus raping motherfuckers and shit, but that's people who rape people though. So that's be some Zeus shit, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, I said I'm not with because for the most part though, especially compared to how we live now. Like I said, motherfucker, if he's saying we didn't need no jails, then
you know we was a totally different type of people. Cause you know goddamn well you need jails now. Cause niggas is fucked up out here. I ain't, and I'm on the other side of it. I'm from the street side of this shit. But even I'm saying to you, you know, it's that fucked up around here. So, we are totally different people. So it's tricky. You dig what I'm saying? So they took, that's the quagmire. That which we used to do to check that energy and prevent the shit that niggas get locked up for now from happening, or used to do to prevent niggas from being took over by energy or possessed by energy that would have them out here all sexually irresponsible. That same, the elements of that ritual or rites of passage that we used to do, they took it and criminalized it and used it against us, i.e. R. Kelly. And then it's like I was saying earlier, they make the rules for you or us or the people that they go, that's for domination and shit. That's why Jerry Lee Lewis, Chuck Berry went to jail for underage women, but then Jerry Lee Lewis was doing the same shit and he ain't going nowhere. They go to show you that shit is used to take us out or to criminalize your culture. That's one blow. Then you suffer from not being able to exercise your culture. Then they lock you up for this shit. Now imagine all the niggas who done went to jail for not for fucking with kids, prepubescent kids, but fucking with young women, 15 and 16-year-olds and shit. Woo, woo. The whole while that's our culture. But these niggas is sitting in jail getting beat up, berated, image fucked up, whoop, and all that shit. And the whole while, that's the shit they was doing wasn't necessarily on there. They taking shit, or you doing you getting it by some type of foul means or something, then whatever, that's a different story. But just straight up, a 21-year-old just happened to meet a 16-year-old, and they whatever, and then he get jammed up in this shit, go to jail, and then by us being such moral people historically, I know we hard to say that now because we went so wild, but we always been a moral authority on this planet. So by us being them type of people, once you get us to believe something's morally right, then of course, you know, ain't nobody gonna stand up for some shit that's supposed to be more than the nigga. So once you convinced that, nah, that's wrong for you to date a 16-year-old, or no, they have to be 18. So once they get you to believe that, and then somebody violate that, they use you to attack them. Like I said, this is what happened with R. Kelly. They used the first one to fuck his image up. So, of course, but you still have people that rock with him and shit, because he ain't just go all the way out. I know he won a case, and then he dropped the Chocolate Factory and all that shit, and he was still popping at the, what do you do, and all that shit was jamming. And I don't get it twisted, that nigga, whatever he going through, he may be going through whatever he going through, but you can't tell me you don't see the God in that dude when you listen to his music. Just go listen to World's Greatest and I Wish, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? He's a bad boy. So you had the people that still rock with him, but then, you know, the general perception of him was the pedophile man or whatever, right? So time goes on. So this time when they come back around, and I don't even know what this shit was all about. I just looked like some trumped up shit to me. I didn't even follow it like that. I caught the little shit I was catching. I was like, oh yeah, they playing games with this man. But that's what they do. See, they'll fuck your image. That's what they do to niggas, period. They fuck our image up, so when they do shit to us, people will be less likely to kick up any dust about it because they'll be like, oh, they was fucked up anyway. That's how they do individuals. So they'll put that on R. Kelly. Then when they come back, he beat the case, and then they come back down the line and get him again. This time it's easier because now it's like, oh, fuck them. Niggas ain't gonna stand up like, nah, you ain't gonna woo. You know what I'm saying? So, and fuck. Don't get me wrong. I know you need certain order around this motherfucker, but fuck they laws anyways. That's one reason why I ain't never get up and he's a pedo. Not because I was rallying with him or rallying against him. Just go back to what I was trying to say earlier. When I look, see, because even with that, when he got on that second one, I'm gonna be honest with you. And that's how I know it all deals with the childhood. When he got out that on that the tape thing or whatever, when he got out, he went on BET, and I can't remember that dude name, but he was the bright dude with the flat top, not Tavis Smiley, but the other dude that interviewed him. And man, when he said in that interview, man, I promise. When I looked in R. Kelly's eyes, like I say, I didn't, cause I don't trust them. Let's just put it like that. So I don't give a fuck when shit like that, even when shit like that come out. For one, I'm not like everybody else, so I don't automatically say, oh, R. Kelly fucked up because he broke the white man's rule. That don't do nothing but make me look at the situation even more. Like, so for me, this is the difference between me and certain people. When it came to me, first thing I think, well, whoever said that was wrong, or why is it wrong? So you gotta take me there. So you tell me, okay. Now of course anybody trying to get fucked up out here, so we all go along with the law and shit. But in my own rationale, I'm looking like, well, what is this based on? Now, of course, okay. It's just it's common sense. You don't go and jump up and down on a fucking kid, or you do some baby, a baby or some shit like that. That's just common sense or whatever. But but I'm saying, like, as far as just like with him and Leah, that's a better example because she definitely with her, because with her she was so advanced. She was 16, but she had so much a mature vibe about her that it's like you didn't even see it like something like it was just like that's a Leah, you know what I'm saying? Like, but she carried herself like a grown woman, if you ask me. But you have to question this person because you got to remember he's from the cave. He didn't have a culture, so don't be fooled by the fact that he's running shit and sitting thinking just because he said some shit, the guards ordered it because he put it in some fucking rules. So now I understand following the rules and keep your ass out of jail, but still, you don't have to go and put yourself at risk to sit here and act and think like, well, where is this coming from? Or who told you? And first, who the fuck is you? Your history is raping your women and shit. So, who the fuck is you? No, maybe we need to. No, nobody. You gotta stop there. Well, maybe we need to figure out our own what this shit is. Our goddamn self, because he's not qualified. And like I said, we did. Niggas was more deader in those times, or more in a sleep state in them times. But in these days and times, for one, you need not. I don't give a fuck who they put out there. It's gonna happen anyway because that's the masses. But whatever, not even just with some fucking sex shit. Whatever these motherfuckers do, you need to question that shit before you get to rallying around and because that's like Hypatia. See, you go read up on it. Go in Secret Jesus Violation. They got a chapter about Hypatia. Hypatia was a high priest. So now at this time, Christianity, and it's like in the formative stages, at the beginning stages, so it was really percolating. You know how it is when it's first popping off. Just some of the bullshit Christianity, not the Gnostic Christianity, but you had Hypatia who was teaching them niggas, who was teaching, And not only teaching, she was showing them how, like the Christians and shit, she was showing them, this is in Egypt, she was showing them how the Bible came from, was based or rooted in Kemetic mythology and shit. And of course the government, because they was in commission of changing everything, they was in commission of suppressing that and lifting up this brainwashing tool called Christianity. So they persuaded the masses to go against her, and they killed that girl. All because she was teaching the truth. The witch hunt. R. Kelly, Aaliyah, witch hunt. It's all in the same thing. Just follow me. So, that's what happens today. So when you look at R. Kelly, they put them charges on him, and they file back, and they let you do the dirty work. They let you get out here and whoop, whoop, whoop. Now don't get me wrong, if somebody just really see, and this is a special case because now we coming to find out that he wasn't doing nothing wrong, and you don't understand that after everything I just broke down to you, then maybe you need to go sit with it a little bit more. But trust me, this you don't want to go against this shit because this is you don't want to fuck with old Esther now, man. Old Esther and John, man. I'm telling you, bro. And just two, but especially old Aaliyah. She is a bad motherfucker. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. So, and what I mean by that is, so many words. What I'm saying is, just like I was saying, telling white folks, don't, if this stings or whatever, you have to find a way to disassociate me from that, and so you can keep a clear mind when you processing this shit, as opposed to some type of negative or combative type of response or whatever. You need to really let this shit soak in, because especially if you got kids, because I can't tell her what you, because I really would know. I'm just, like I said, this shit is new to me too, relatively speaking. I've been knowing for years, but still now, if I was to have a kid right now, or I had a kid, you know, you got to get creative. It was like, we all in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? We all are in this goddamn wild predicament or whatever. Now, like I say, I'm saying it strictly for informative purposes, and I'm hoping you do what you will with do what you will with the information in a righteous manner, though. And this is for the parent. That's what I'm saying. This is not a crawl or me blowing a bullhorn for all niggas to get up and so, hey, because you know it'll happen. Them niggas be lined up at your local high school, circling the block, and you know I ain't bullshitting. So this is not that. My whole purpose for even administering this information is for, one, parents who have kids or may plan to have kids, so you can know this at least. I ain't telling you to take your shit to some man, and cause like I say, we can't even exercise our culture the way we used to, because we ain't even, that back then it was communal. This was, but we couldn't even fathom that today. You couldn't even fathom what they did. You couldn't even fathom having an actual system where when your 14th birthday came, or when your period came, or whenever you came in puberty, you knowing that's probably where that Sweet 16 shit and all that shit come from. That probably was quinceañeras and all that shit. That's probably what that shit is.
well, I know not modern time. I know quinceañera is just like a sweet 16. It's just a regular party now. But because when you say sweet, in certain cultures, sweetness or the sweetness is associated with the yanni, the feminine aspect. So when you say sweet 16, that may be come from some culture somewhere or well, it's sweet 16. You get that shit. That's probably where that shit come from. So, so let's go back to what I was saying about the shy guy. So if he's going through life, he hasn't actually had sex yet. No rites of passages to show him how to deal with that lust or that change that his body's going through, or how to deal with this sexual lion-like energy, as the Ariok definition gave you. You got that factoring in, and then he's getting older and older, but still doesn't have any. His social skills probably still isn't adequate enough for him to get a woman to have sex with him, whatever. The longer that shit keep going on, the longer he becomes potentially. I'm not saying that's always the case, because some people just probably just hold it in and find somebody, and it ain't just. I'm not saying it's just like I was telling you about the phone call I got with my homegirl. Like I don't know. I know all I know is when he grew up to be because he was always a cooler dude. That was like a little phase. And then he finally got over that, and he didn't grow up to be no goddamn. But that's what starts though. That's why I say it's like we gambling, because it can go any which way. Like with him, it was just a little phase he's going through, that puberty lust stage. He got over it, and he was a fucking model citizen now, whatever you want to say. Family and shit and all that. Didn't grow to be no sexual deviant or whatever, because that was just a phase. But it don't happen like that for everybody. So that type of behavior, that's what I'm saying about R. Kelly. When I looked in his eyes, I saw a scared little kid, man, a little boy, man. Not dissing him or knocking him, but that's one of the reasons why, like I said, even before that, I wasn't really just bashing them, because like I said, when it happened, I'm the type of person. I'm like, man, I'm gonna analyze this shit and look at it from a whole nother perspective. Like, what I was telling about the Violent Kid Survivor thing. Like, as opposed to just looking at him like, man, you a fucked up nigga, woo woo. I look at it like, damn, that's fucked up to even possibly even be that, or and I'm talking about that. I'm talking about this in regards to like real sexual violation. Where R. Kelly, like I said, was just like that's why I said I guess maybe that was the fact that I am from that time as well. So subconsciously, it was just something maybe that was like, who really just said that was wrong though? Especially in my era when the fucking girls was looking like women at 14 and 15 and shit. And you wouldn't like the age and shit. I'm not saying they had no fine women back then, but our era, we got them girls that get grown. We was in 5th grade. These motherfuckers just busting out. I not exaggerating. I'm talking about whoop, whoop, looking like blood fucking the video vixens back then. And I'm talking about we in elementary and shit. So you got to factor that in. You know what I'm saying? In regards to the niggas, you know what I'm saying? And I remember, that's ain't no sexual rites of passages. But we got to go to school with all these fine ass. Why you think it was booties getting? See, that's a part of it too. And that's not extreme. That's not. We gonna talk about this shit because I'm gonna have to wrap this up in a minute. But we're gonna continue this on.
because I'm not. I really want to talk about it when I'm in it, because I'm kind of tired right now. That's why I said the one I did with the 9 hours, same points and shit, but it was just, I'm kind of tired right now, and I'm, but not using it as an excuse. But we're gonna go back through this. But what I was trying to say, well, yeah, back what I was saying, like, just think of, just paint scenarios. We don't have no sexual rearing or whatever. So when we all hit that age, we humpy and grabby, all in the hallway. Come here, girl. Hey, yo. Can't even get up and go sharpen your pencil, because every time one of these motherfuckers walk by you, ooh, you'll fire them up for all this old shit. Now I'm looking in retrospect. I'm like, damn. That's why I knew he was wild like that. Like, well, not wild, but like, nigga hormones raging like a motherfucker. We ain't knowing this shit is supposed to be. We supposed to be going through some type of ritual to have some type of more restraint than we did, because we was the girl walking by you, hey, well, come here, girl, blah blah. Now I see, now it all makes sense now. And like I say, ain't nothing wrong with sex. Sex is not a bad thing. It could become demonized based off of all of the deviancy that can come along with it, but sex in itself is, and that's a spiritual teaching right there. The Voodoo Gnostic workbook, where it was saying you have to come to understand that sex is not nasty or it's not dirty or whatever, blah 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 blah, which is, now we not saying you just gotta go out and throw your whole woo-ha in there and shit, but if you so desire, that's you. Ain't knocking you if you do, I guess, but sex isn't bad, but the way modern society, and I'm talking about not just promiscuous, just the whole, it ain't even about the sick, it's the sick mentality. When you got people raised in a sick society with a sick mentality, then when they go about doing shit like that, you mixing a mentality with this sexual power, so all kind of wild shit be happening or whatever. Like I said, the sexual energy will take you over. It'll take you over. But we was privy to all this. So that's why I'm saying it's a lot. Knowing what I know now, it's more, I would say, you should more so, as opposed to just pointing a finger at somebody when something happened. You see, I'm the type of nigga, I'm trying to get some results. I'm trying to get to the bottom. I'm trying to fuck getting running you through the mud. Other motherfuckers can do that. That's them. Me, I'm also like, you know what? Somebody need to talk to these motherfuckers. It needs to be some type of conversation, or people dialoguing with these motherfuckers and trying to get to the root of why. Because you deal with certain individuals. So instead of just throwing these motherfuckers away, which I'm not saying they shouldn't be locked up, something should be done to them. They should go through some type of psychological evaluation where we can get some results. This is it right here, but not just this though, because it's deeper than that. And this is a vast world, so it's a whole lot of this levels to this shit. Like I'm saying, it's different. So the motherfucker who touches little girls and shit, or he may very well be that guy who never had sex. Mind you, no sexual rites or passages. never had sex, shy, scared of women. 2, not enough confidence to try to sway a real woman or a woman his age, or find a way to get a woman his age to have sex with him, but he still has the urges and desires to have sex. So he sees the prepubescent girl or whatever as a way to express that without some type of without having to worry about, I guess, rejection or just simply taking the easy route or whatever. I think that's how those type of people are created or come to be. So not excusing the behavior, but you do still have to factor in the fact that none of us, we all is fucked up. We all been bit by the bug. Not saying we all are touchy like that, but I'm saying that may very well can be anybody. Because we all gambling. Nobody is, like I say, I look at myself. Chicks always like me and shit, so I never had a problem with getting girls or whatever. Or I never had a shot thing, so I was able to, have a healthy career with women. May not have the sexual right, had no type of formal initiation into the shit, but at least I started early, so the average person be like, boy, you bad, you having sex that young. But then when you look at this shit, it's like what I was doing, I was supposed to do, because you supposed to have sex or when you go into puberty or whatever, as opposed to what we think like, oh boy, you need to wait till you 18 and all this whole shit. So somebody like me or somebody like me avoids that, because like I said, I'm fucking with chicks. I'm 12, 13, I'm fucking with 18-year-old chicks and shit. So it's like I didn't, at least on the conversational level, like afterwards, let me put it like this, the first chick I ever met, I ever really just, the first chick I ever pulled was on, she was about, this was when I was little. I really don't even count this, but I was young and shit. That was the first phone number I ever got. But I don't think nothing ever counted. I think we only talked on the phone like once. But then the first time when I went to Astroworld, and she chose me, the first number I ever got up there was a chick by, I still remember her name, Dee Dee. And she had the whole leader thing going too. She had the shades on and shit. That thing with the roller there, the little black halter top shit on that. But nigga, I'm like 11, nigga. She, I was 10. I think I was 10. Yeah, finna be 11 or some shit like that. And she was like 15, nigga, 16. Chose on a nigga. She called me, like, hey, come here. Ooh, hey, they say, little daddy, come here. I'm thinking she bullshit with me, but she really fucking with it. She put out the Rolodex, give me your number. So I give her my number. I was like, man, you ain't gonna call me. She said, why would I ask you for your number and I'm not gonna call you? I'm still in disbelief. I said, you gotta. So then give me your number. And she gave it to me. I said, no, that's what it was. I gave her my number. And I told her to give me her number. She was like, here. So I get the number and shit. And I'm like, man, this ain't the right. I know this the wrong number. She said, why would I give you the wrong number if I called you over here to ask you for your number? I was like, oh, you got a point. And from that point on, it was on and popping for me. So I didn't have to, I didn't carry that lust on over into my up ages and shit. It have to creep in. I can't, you know what I'm saying? All that old shit. As opposed to somebody that never had sex and eventually by all the energy being suppressed, it comes out in a perverse manner and they take it out on find easy pickings, so to speak. Let me give you another example. So I found that out through this right here, right? 2017. So about 2 or 3 years later, I was watching The Outer Limits, which is an old school TV show, or whatever. It's like kind of like the Twilight Zone a little bit. There was one episode where this extraterrestrial thing came from out of the sky, right? And Alyssa Milano, on this episode, Alyssa Milano was on it. So Alyssa Milano, the thing came down from outer space and jumped into her through her stomach. It jumped into her through her stomach, and then after that, it possessed her. She started going around and just had a wild sexual energy. She was just in the middle of somewhere, just started take a stranger and take him to the restroom and have sex with him, and she'd kill him. And she kept doing that. And I said, oh shit, that's it. They showing you the unchecked energy, the extraterrestrial alien, that's the vast energy. Even though on the TV show, Alyssa Milano was already of age, a grown woman and shit, but that was probably to throw you off, I don't know, but the whole thing represented puberty coming over a sexual energy that is basically showing you what that sexual energy is when it come online. And she was representing she was representing a woman who was being driven by unbridled sexual energy, and the men, on one hand, her killing each one of the dudes she was fucking. On one hand, it's like a praying mantis thing, right? But ultimately, what it's showing you is the dangers of that unbridled sex. It's showing you she gets possessed, i.e., goes through puberty, or the sexual energy arouses within her, and then she goes out and start having sex. Just like, now you have to take that and generalize it. All these things that happen over sex. This one fucking this girl. He fucking his girl. She fucking his man or her man. That shit goes on too these days. And they fighting, and she busting his tires out, and not just with black people, this is just the world period. And he done killed himself because his girl had fucked him, and this, that, and the third, all this shit. It's the danger that the death or the people dying in the hands of this sexual energy is representing. So when I seen that shit, I say, man, this shit is off the chain. And that's what it all boils down to. So all them people dying, or her killing them, that's niggas dying from getting shot from this, or killing themselves because they white, or they caught their wife doing this, or the wife killing herself from that, or she killed this bitch and that nigga killed that, and all this whole bullshit going on, fighting and plotting on her, man. I'm scheming on that tramp's man, and all this old shit going on. Like, that's the danger. That's parallels to the deaths in the movie. The pedophilia, the sexual perversion, and all that shit is what the deaths in the show symbolize, the dangers of the unbridled sex or whatever, the unchecked energy or whatever. So, I'm gonna come back to this one, man. I'm gonna come back through. So y'all niggas hang tight. But I'll be back. We ain't finished. It's gonna be some, I got some more shit for y'all. So y'all just hold tight, man. Me and Mario, we coming for you. We coming for you. We coming back to get it right. So, with that being said, y'all, I'll be back. Just hold on. I know we ain't gonna leave this. I'm gonna get to the business on this. So y'all just hang tight, man. Peace.